of Judah. King David was Judah. King Asa was Judah. Don't crowd me up, who gon' rouse me up? Alistair Crowley, your time is up. It's a big mess, I gotta clean it up. Esau, the end of my kingdom's up. On the eagle's neck, I'll press. I woke up from my rest. I woke up from my arrest. My rulership is up next. No vex. Judah, 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 Judah. Judah, 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 Judah. The scepter will never lead Judah. The scepter will never lead Judah. The scepter will never lead.
Six chill, for
Shalom Yasharallah.
Shalom.
Shalom. Welcome to another class here with ISBHBK. We're located here in Houston, Texas. The school address is 8524 South Brazier Boulevard, Houston, Texas, zip code 77071. The class times and days is Mondays, Wednesdays from 7 to 9 p.m., Fridays from 6 to 8, Saturday from 10 a.m. to about 2 p.m. And we also got a school in Norfolk, Virginia. The school address out there is 2610 Granby Street, Norfolk, Virginia. Zip code 23517. The class times and days is Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays from 7 to 9 p.m. Eastern Time, and Saturdays from 10 a.m. to about 2 p.m. Eastern Time as well. And we also have a school in San Antonio, Texas. The school address out there is 4444 Walsham Road, Suite 201, San Antonio, Texas, zip code 78218. And their class times and schedules is Mondays and Wednesdays and Fridays from 7:30 to 10 p.m. and on Saturdays from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. And we ask that you like, share, and subscribe to our three channels: the ISBHPK Houston channel, the ISBHPK Virginia channel, and the ISBHPK San Antonio channel. We ask that you like, share, and subscribe to these channels. Good classes coming out. You get in class 6 days a week. And also, we do have Mashaba does the Blog Talk Radio, and it's Tuesday through Sunday, and it starts at 10 a.m. Again, Mashaba does the Blog Talk Radio with Priest Nagaya, Priest Tazapa, Tuesday through Sunday, and they have a nice show set up for the kids on Sundays, where they actually do like a Zoom call for the kids. And we ask that you like, share, and subscribe to our other YouTube channels as well. The 5 Minutes of Wisdom, the Hidden Truth Bible Show, the Israelite Media Corp, and of course our YouTube channels where we broadcast class from. And we do have Hanukkah coming up. Hanukkah is coming up. Hanukkah is about a month and a half away. Hanukkah will be on the 8th of December, and it'll go through the 15th of December. So that's going to creep up on us really quickly. Hanukkah. Very quickly, Hanukkah will creep up on us. That's the 8th of December. Also, Israel Wear is accepting orders. So if you'd like to get a nice garment made, all you got to do is hop on Israel Wear. You can get a nice custom garment made. And also, through Israel, where we do a subscription where you can get a shirt. The shirt is $35, including shipping. And you'll pretty much pay $35 a month, and you get a shirt every month. You pay $75, you get the shirt and the matching headband. And it's a great way to get your fringed shirts and headbands up. Listen, if you leave the house, you want to have some fringed up shirt, you know what I'm saying? Just because Israelites are getting more and more known, our people are waking up, and a lot of people, they associate us with our fringes. There's a lot of Israelites that don't have fringes. So you can walk past an Israelite and you wouldn't you can walk past a brother or a sister that knows that they're an Israelite and you wouldn't even know unless you actually talk to them. But one way that you can find out is if somebody has the fringe shirt on. So if you see somebody in the store and he has a fringe, his shirt is fringed, or her shirt, or her dress, or her shirt is fringed, you'll be like, dang, that brother or sister knows. And then you'll always go up to that person and say shalom. You know what I mean? So, and they'll do the same to you. So very important, man. So we're introducing a way for you to be able to get your fringed game up pretty quickly and easily. So definitely check the fringed up side of the Israel wear. Yeah, definitely subscribe to the fringed up. Get your garment up. And also we do the Hebrew Academy. Here in Houston, we do it on Tuesdays and Thursdays, and we Zoom it. So if you're not in the local Houston area, you know, we can hit me up, and we'll definitely send you the Zoom link. The Hebrew Academy is for brothers and sisters. For brothers, I'm sorry, not sisters, but for brothers that want to take the next step, that's trying to, you know, get their teaching game up, that's trying to get their reading game up, and, you know, just overall, just, you know, walk in the same footsteps that you see the priests. You know, a lot of these leaders of these different schools, they all went through Hebrew Academy. Especially in our school, every brother that you see that teaches went through Hebrew Academy. So if you would like to take that step, then the step is available. So Tuesday and Thursday, we do it through Zoom here in Houston. And on Wednesday, they do it in Virginia. So you can hit up me, you can hit up Zion, you can hit up Shatat, you can hit up Quatazab, you can hit up Ariyah, Shaquat, Kazakia, you know, any of these brothers, Karatazab, if you'd like to get the link on the Hebrew Academy. And also, if you'd like to contact any of the priests, we got Priest Quatazab to my left. His number is 303-557-8979. And if you'd like to contact Kazakia, his number is 757-300-4047. Again, Kazakia is out there in Virginia. And we ask that you text only during class. And also, we do ask that you support our business. The business is Sweet Ambiance. So you can go on sweetambiance.com, get you a nice fragrance, get you some nice soaps. You know, if you get your fragrance in, you know, colognes or perfumes, why not get them in the oil? They're all made from the oil anyways. So also, if you'd like to get, you know, some nice soaps, you know, you can definitely get some nice soaps made. And it's an easier way to, come on, we all buy soaps for the most part. 80% of it wear fragrances. So, you know, you can get it from Sweet Ambiance, and the money that we get from Sweet Ambiance, it goes back to the school. It goes back to the rent, to the bills, all that. So, you know, it's an easy way to support the school. You know, so if you're buying Walmart soaps and Doves and all that, you know, you can get it through Sweet Ambiance and you'll be supporting the school. Easy ways. So also, if you'd like to send in any donations, especially during this pandemic time of the coronavirus, where they say it's getting worse again, if you'd like to send in any donations, the Wells Fargo account number is on the screen, and the Zelle link is on the screen as well. Whenever you send in a donation, please put why you're sending it in, for rent, for bills, whatever it is you're sending in the donation for. And if you'd like to send in books, pads, pens, apocryphas, menorahs, ram's horns, anything for the school, just hit us up and we'll send you an address where we can get those, because they go right back to your people. So, yeah. So with that, that's it for the announcements. We'd like to say happy Shabbat to everybody that's in class and online. That's it for the announcements. Let's get the Sabbath ceremony going. I Magyam Wapanya Yerushalayim, meaning rise and face Jerusalem. Let's rise and face Jerusalem. Like, for instance, if you'd like to get this, you know what I'm saying, this black and gold menorah shirt, you know, you can hop on Israel wear, hop on Fringed Up, you can get the nice black and gold menorah shirt. We wear it every Sabbath. As you can see, you see all the brothers that come up, we all wear the same shirt. So if you'd like to participate, all you got to do is hop on Israel wear. All right?
I got mine on too, don't worry. Black and gold.
Black and gold.
It's cold outside, so I got my hoodie on.
Yeah, it's a cool 65 outside right now.
Terrible.
Real cold.
It's terrible.
Barakatah Yahweh. Barakatah Shem Yahushai. Hawa'ah. Talanoah. Award. Zayawam. Wada. Aman.
And let's bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the light this day. Thank you, so be it.
All right. What's represent?
The light represents the wisdom, knowledge, and understanding that we obtain through the scriptures. By Shem Yahweh Shai HaMashiach.
Barakatah Yahweh. Shem Yahushai. Hawa'ah. Talanoah. Rayach. Wada. Aman.
And let's bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us a sweet savor. Thank you, so be it. And the frankincense and myrrh represents our prayers going up to the Most High as a sweet savor.
Let me get that. It sounds like
Usually he got it.
Usually I got
he
it.
was spitting in the ram's horn.
That was actually on the inside of my mouth. Shows a level of spiritual powers.
That's a low level.
Isaiah, Yahweh, Shemayim, Wa'aratazah, Yanathan, Lamawat, Regalia, Gala'ah, Nawam, Shashawamor, Yasher Allah, Yahweh, Shemaya, Yahweh, Tazaya, Al, Yum Yam, Hashamash, Yala'ah, Hakayah, Bayawum, Wala'ah, Halabanah, Walayala, Yahweh, Yashamoya, Makol, Rai, Yashamor, Mapasya, Yahweh, Yashamor, Hawalakia, Wabawa'aya, Ma'aitan, Ma'ain, I will love, Aman.
Psalm chapter 121. I will lift up my eyes unto the hills. From whence cometh my help? My help cometh from the Lord, which made heaven and earth. He will not suffer thy foot to be moved. He that keepeth thee will not slumber. Behold, he that keepeth Israel shall neither slumber nor sleep. The Lord is thy keeper. The Lord is thy shade upon thy right hand. The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. The Lord shall preserve thee from all evil. He shall preserve thy soul. The Lord shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in from this time forth, and even forevermore. By Shem Yahushai.
Shemaya Sha'ala! Shemaya Sha'ala! Allah Hayanawa! Yehovah Echad! Shemaya Sha'ala! Shemaya Sha'ala! Allah Hayanawa! Yehovah Echad! Shemaya Sha'ala! Shemaya Sha'ala! Allah Hayanawa! Yehovah Echad!
And let's hear Israel, Yahweh, our power. Yahweh is one.
This is the Lord's Prayer. It can be found in Matthew chapter 6, verse 9. Abanoah, Shabbat Shemayim, Kodash, Hayah, Shemkan, Yahweh, Malakwatkan, Taba'ah, Ratazaka, Hayah, Aisha, Ba'aratazah, Kawah, Hayah, Hashemayim, Talanoah, Lacham, Ko, Yawam, Wasalak Noah, Kababwat Noah, Kasalak Noah, Chababwat Yanawa, Wala'ah, Tabayanawa, Manasaya 1, Abo, Hawashayanawa, Mayan, Rai, Kaya, Laka, Hamalakwat, Wa'ala, Wataparat, La'aywalanium, Aman.
Matthew chapter 6, verse 9. After this manner, therefore, pray ye, Our Father which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, forever. Amen.
Amen.
Ha,
Ah,
Aishara, Matazawa,
the Ten Commandments.
La'a, Lahaya, Laka, Alahayim, Chorium, Alpanya,
Thou shalt have no other gods before me.
La'a, Aisha, Laka, Hasol, Wala'ad, Aibadam,
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image.
La'a, Balakwak, Shem, Yahweh, Bashawa,
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain.
Zakor, Hayawam, Hashabat, Lakwadashwa,
Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy.
Kabad, Abaka, Wa'amaka,
Honor thy father and thy mother.
La'a, Ratazak,
Thou shalt not murder.
La'a, Dana'ak,
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
La'a, Laganab,
Thou shalt not steal.
La'a, Da'inab, Shakur,
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
La'a, Fachamad, Kol, Asherah, Lara'aika,
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house.
By Shem Yahushai. The water. Yad. Aman.
Yeshabium, which means to be seated. Yeah. Put this right on there.
Cold and hot at the same time.
Go ahead.
Good combination.
Wickedness and other.
All right, y'all. So, last Sabbath class was definitely pretty good, right?
Meaty. Very healthy dose.
Like, y'all ever just went to a buffet and just pigged out? That's what last Sabbath class was like. It was good, man. We learned we learned a lot. We went over a lot. We learned what happened the first day, the second day, the third day, the fourth day, the fifth day, the sixth day, and of course we know what happened on the seventh day. So we went through a lot, man. We went through the Adam and Eve. We went through a lot. I'm gonna leave it at that. So if you didn't catch last week's Sabbath class, you know, definitely they did it out in Virginia and they did it out in San Antonio. So if you didn't catch last week's Sabbath class, you know, it's pretty much the Genesis breakdown 1, 2, and 3, and of course we went to chapters 4 and 5 and a little bit of 6. So if you didn't catch last week's Sabbath class, definitely go back and definitely watch that, man. You'll get a lot of your questions answered. So yeah, so this Sabbath we'll be starting at Genesis chapter 6 verse 9. That's where we left off. So let's salute up the first reader. And let's salute up the first reader.
Nicodemus, Shabbat Shah, Yahweh, Ban Yasha'Allah,
Nicodemus, Shabbat Shah, Yehoda, Bun Yasha'Allah, men of Israel, Amadim, Barak,
Yahweh Bashem Yahushai Rakatham.
Yahweh Shem Yahshai Barakatah. Nicodemus in the building.
Yeah, and the thing with Genesis is, we always say, if you don't understand Genesis, the rest of the Bible is going to be a mystery. You got to get those first 3 books down. And and at least understand, even if you don't got every single 1,000 precepts, because it's a lot of information, at least the concept that there wasn't just two people on the earth, that they weren't walking around butt naked, that there wasn't a snake that came and talked to a woman, that there wasn't an apple, that they weren't committing incest to repopulate the earth. You know, once you knock down all those Christian concepts, he'll start to, the Most High, he'll start to open up other things in the scriptures, but you got to get that these foundational. That's why I'm glad we go over this, man. We read Genesis twice a year. We read the first 5 books twice a year. I love it because it just keeps refortifying and it keeps opening up. Every time I go through it, I find something new. Every time. I find something new that I can add to the repertoire to be able to bring more edification. So
that's true.
I love it. I love it. You know, and that's the thing. We got to keep diving in. And sometimes most of the times it's what? You go back to the foundation and look at that foundation and say, oh, snap, let me add this to it to make it better. It don't have to be, you don't got to go all deep. You deal with the foundation of things. You know, a lot of people cannot break down Genesis chapter 1, verse 1. Your favorite Bible scholar, Christian pastor church, Mr. Porkchop, cannot break down Genesis chapter 1. They cannot break down Genesis chapter 2. They can't tell you what the face of the deep is. They can't tell you what it meant by the Spirit of the Lord moved upon the waters. They can't tell you where the sun, they can't tell you why there was light, but the sun, moon, and stars weren't created yet. They can't tell you these things. But through study, through much learning and tutoring and just searching, the Most High opened it up. For the brothers that, you know, that he wanted to open it up to.
Gun.
So, do your due diligence, get in the book, study, get these foundational chapters down, and the rest of the Bible won't seem so mysterious. It won't seem like they're doing something new in the New Testament when all they did was repeat the old. All they did was follow the old path, like it said in Jeremiah.
Yep.
That's all Paul, Peter, Yahushua, they all followed the old path. They didn't create some new thing. Yahushua, everything he quoted was from the Old Testament. Everything he quoted was from the law. So Paul, he was a master of the law. He was a master of the law, and that's why people get so confused. Like, wait, is he telling us to quit the law or to not quit the law? What was he saying? Well, obviously he's not telling us to stop doing the law.
Yeah.
But his understanding of the law was immense. So that's what we're all trying to attain to. You gotta get it down, man. But I'll shut up now.
What you pass me?
What you want?
Pen. Pen.
It's gonna work.
Probably not. Yeah.
Okay.
One of the black pen.
Oh, you want a pen, Nicodemus?
Oh, Pete, I got pens.
Yeah. All right. All right, so we're going to be starting at Genesis chapter 6 and verse 9.
Yeah. So we've already covered, I mean, when you read Genesis 1 through 6, we covered the first 7 days, like he said, and we went through Cain killing Abel, and we went through some genealogy. We went through, whose genealogy did we go to? We went through Cain's genealogy, and we seen who came from his lineage, right? And then we went through a touch of Seth. No, actually, yeah, we went through Seth's genealogy, and then we also went through Seth. Who else did we go through? Right, that was that. All the way till we got to because what genealogy did Noah come from? Did he come from Cain, Abel, or Seth?
Seth.
He came from Seth, right? Seth was the righteous line. The righteous line was first Abel, but Cain killed Abel. So to help that righteous line come forth, Cain and Abel, Adam and Eve had Seth, which is the line that Noah comes from. So this is where we are now with the generations of Noah. So we're going to go through Noah's generations, his sons, and so on and so forth. So let's do it.
Ready?
Yes, sir.
Genesis chapter 6, verse 9. These are the generation of Noah. Noah was a just man and a perfect in his generation. Is that perfect or perfect? Perfect.
To say he was perfect or upright.
Come. And Noah walked with God. And Noah begotten 3 sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. Verse 11. The earth also was corrupted before God, and the earth was filled with violence. Verse 12. And God looked upon the earth, and behold, it was corrupt, for all flesh had corrupted his ways upon the earth. Verse 13. And God said unto Noah, the end of all flesh is come before me, for the earth is filled with violence through them. And behold, I will destroy them with the earth.
Right now,
Yeah.
the book of Enoch, right? And we're going to talk about that a little bit. The book of Enoch has its interpretation of why, and the reason why I start with the book of Enoch is because you got a lot of Israelites that subscribe to the book of Enoch as actual doctrine, and they understand it as the angels fell from heaven. Right? The angels fell from heaven, went and impregnated women. And that's where the wickedness came. No. The wickedness came all the way back in Genesis chapter 3.
That's right.
The wickedness came from the serpent. All right? That was moving in the spirit of the devil. That's where wickedness came. That's where that was introduced. Remember, Adam and Eve, the Adamites, they knew only good.
Yeah.
They knew only good. So the negative was introduced through Satan. He's the one that brought death. We went through it all last night. Last night's class. Again, another Friday class. It was a good class.
That's right.
We should have just went live
Come.
just because they're having these technical difficulties in VA.
Yeah.
We should have just went live, but we don't know what questions are going to be asked beforehand, but it's a good question about where did death come, all in sin. It came through Satan, right? Go to let's hit on it real quick. What was that? Memory of the devil, wisdom of.
Can I make a point real quick
Yeah,
on this
go ahead.
too?
Go ahead.
You know, if you believe that the angels came down and had sex with women and that's where wickedness came from, right? You got to see, like, that opens up the door for where it's like you have the other rumor where it's like Eve had sex with Satan, and that's what brought forth Cain, right? So when you believe in the angels, then you'll believe in that too. So you got to be careful with what you're letting enter into your spirit and enter into your mind. And also another thing too, think about it. If they say that this is where wickedness came from, but when you read earlier on, it shows you that wickedness Cain slew his brother. So where did wickedness come from? Did it come from Cain first through Satan, or did it come? I mean, no, not even Cain. It came from Eve listening to Satan, and then Adam listening to Eve and Satan.
And remember, the prophecy was that he would put enmity between thy seed and his seed.
Khan.
Right? Not saying that they were going to have, that Eve was going to have children by two different men, but it was saying that the children that they did have would be of two different, they would be two manner of people, no different than Jacob and Esau.
Yeah.
And as we saw, they were two manner of people. Cain was a murderer that rolled in that same spirit of Satan.
Yeah.
Satan brought death. The serpent brought death to the people in the garden. Cain brought death, and the serpent brought a long-term, drawn-out, when you commit sin, you might not die on the spot, but you're going to die at some point. Cain brought immediate death. But it's the same spirit.
Yeah.
You slay your brother, you slay your brother. It's the same spirit that they rolled in. So that was a curse that was put on them spiritually. The enmity between the two seeds, that was spiritual. That wasn't physical seed. That was a spiritual thing that you're going to have children, but they're going to be two different type of people.
Yeah.
So we got to really get that clear because, yeah, like you said, you got people out there thinking like, oh, the serpent lay with Eve. It didn't say that. It didn't say that.
Yeah, my dad told me that. I was like, you don't even read the Bible.
But
What
see,
are you talking about?
because the book of Enoch, book of Jubilees, book of Adam and Eve, you start diving into those doctrines and those books and subscribing to those, it'll throw you off from the simplicity that's in Christ.
Yeah.
So read Wisdom of Solomon 2:24. Let's see. Did angels have sex with women and create death and all this destruction, or was it the devil? Read
Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 2, verse 24.
22.
Verse 22. As for the mysteries,
Verse 23.
verse 23.
Right?
For God created man to be immortal.
So the Most High created man to be immortal. How did he create man? What did he give man for the immortalness?
Commandments.
He gave him the commandments. He gave him the ability to follow something that was going to keep and preserve life. Go ahead.
And made him to be an image of his own eternity.
Right. So man was created to be the image of the Most High's own eternity. We were created lower, not like the Most High, but in a lower sense, but to live forever on this earth. Go ahead.
Nevertheless, through envy of the devil.
Right. Through the devil's envy. He envied us. He envied that we had nothing but good and that we had paradise. Go ahead.
Came death.
Right. And when did it come? Did it come in the form of angels? They say angels fell from the sky, fell from the heavens, and then started laying with women? No. It came when the serpent walked and dealt with Eve and gave her the knowledge that she wasn't supposed to have.
Yeah.
That's where that death came from. Go ahead.
Into the world.
Right. And when you read in 2 Esdras 3 and 7, it says, Thou gavest commandment unto Adam, which he transgressed, and immediately appointed death to all his generations. So death came from not, the evils, the wickedness didn't come from angels and women. No. It didn't come from angels and women. It came from the serpent introducing the things to Eve that she wasn't supposed to have. That's where that came from. So we got to get it straight, but that's why it's so important to understand Genesis 1, 2, and 3, because then you'll be able to substantiate all the rest of what is going on in Genesis, Deuteronomy, Leviticus, Numbers, Exodus. You'll be able to understand what is happening here. Where did things come about?
Yeah.
Right? Was that it? Read on.
And they that do hold of his side,
Right?
do find it.
They that hold on the side of the devil, you're going to find death. And we see that with Moses, right? Where he told all the people of Israel, he said, if you're with the Most High, stand on this side. If you with them over there, stand on that side. And what happened? You had the earth swallowing people up. You had everyone pull out your sword and kill whoever's on that side.
Yeah.
Fiery serpents. You had all these different things that the Most High was showing you through example. You want to be with Satan? You want to be against me? Then you're going to get death, either immediately or long term. Y'all get this?
Gone.
Right. So jump back to Genesis 6. Unless you got something to say.
No, I was gonna say, can you read verse 11 again?
In what? Genesis?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can read, Genesis 6 and 11.
Genesis chapter 6, verse 11. The earth also was corrupt before God, and the earth was filled with violence.
Go ahead.
Verse 12. And God looked upon the earth, and behold, it was corrupt, for all flesh has corrupted his ways upon the earth.
And you know, this is so, the scripture, it was so relevant then, but it's so relevant right now, man. It's ridiculous. Have y'all been watching the news?
Come on.
Have y'all been watching the news and seeing what's going on? Do y'all know what's going on in Nigeria right now?
Come on.
Like, man, I saw, okay, on Hood site, I seen some stuff on Hood site. What's going, like the slayings of what's going on in Nigeria, the way they doing the police officers, the way the police officers doing the people.
It's wild.
I'm talking beheadings, burning alive, and
Gunning them down.
gunning them. Bruh, it's crazy. So it said, verse 11 said the earth was corrupt before the Most High, and the earth was filled with violence. Have you seen what's going on with the cartels in South America and different gangs in Brazil? I'm seeing all this on Hood site. In Syria, where the war is right now, I seen a dude get beheaded last night in Syria. But the earth is so filled with violence, man. Just look at your local news. Your local news. Every day it's a drive-by, somebody getting shot. If they're not talking about coronavirus, they talking about somebody getting shot. If they're not talking about the coronavirus and wildfires and the presidential debate, they talking about somebody dying from a carjacking, from a shootout, from road rage. We just had that in Houston, right on 59.
Come on, yesterday.
Every night, I got this app. It tells me what's going on in Southwest Houston.
Yeah.
And every update, it seems like every other update is like, man found shot in his car. This person was shot at a gas station. I'm like, damn, like people just getting shot at gas stations left and right. I don't want to go get no gas. You know what I'm saying? I'm like,
Right.
dude. But then it's like these are like 3, 4, 5 in the morning shootings. And you know it's not savory. These are unsavory characters, man. They out there doing their dirt, doing their filth, and they're getting the recompense of their reward. But nevertheless, it's like he's bringing out the violence just in Southwest Houston, where there's like 2 dead bodies a day. That's reported. Like 2 to 3 dead bodies a day, man. I got this. I forget what the name of the site is. I gave it to them. But every update is like someone kills. Look, HPD, 1 dead, another in critical condition. I didn't even open up the app. I'm just going to the notifications.
Oh, yeah. News break.
Yeah, it's news break. That's what it is. You know, everything is a murder. Everything is somebody being shot and killed. And that same violence in Noah's time, it's the same thing. Like he said, it's the same as that thing happening now.
And then you know in verse 12 it talks about how all flesh had corrupted his way. Look at the earth right now, man. If you're not violent, if you're not killing somebody, you're like, oh man, I'm not killing nobody. It don't even matter because all flesh corrupted its way. There's so much prostitution. There's so much pornography everywhere. The lust spirit is like it said in Revelations. America has become the spirit of every unclean bird. But it's not just in America, because everywhere around the world they done drunk the influence of America.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? So like, it's not just America that's the cage of every unclean bird. These birds is everywhere. These demons, man, they're everywhere, and ain't nobody. There's no righteousness unless you know on a Sabbath day watching online or in class or you following the Most High's laws. There's literally no righteousness in the world, nowhere. The people that you think are good, you don't know what the hell they're doing behind closed doors. You don't know what their mindset is. There's literally no righteousness, man. And I'm gonna get to you, but you know what's crazy about us following the Most High's laws, statutes, and commandments and doing His work and trying to do all that we can do for the truth and for the Most High? The Most High got this bubble around us that we don't even, if we're not watching the news, we don't even really see we don't even feel or see how bad the earth is if we're not watching the news or if we're not in contact with somebody all the time that's in the world, like at your job or something. if you're not doing all that, you don't really see just how wicked the world is. Because we're so caught up in trying to follow the Most High's word and do what we can do for the truth that we really, it's like take it back to Adam and Eve when they were in the garden. If they would have just kept doing what they were doing and didn't get all curious about the evil that was outside the garden, they wouldn't have known to the extent how wicked it was outside of the garden. And that's how it is for us here. Like, we don't know to the extent of how bad it is. Yeah, we see prostitution when we drive past Bissonnette. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, we get the notifications of somebody getting killed. And they might have gotten killed two streets down from where we at. Right. But we don't even we don't see it and we don't fathom it because we're not a part of it anymore. No. You know, we're trying to please the Most High. So like the wickedness that we might really feel, it's not even really wickedness. It's like small hiccups that you'll have by just rubbing shoulders with a brother or rubbing shoulders with a sister, where you just get a little offended or something happened, but the scriptures already told you a brother's born through adversity. That's what we deal with. You know, we should be thankful that that's the stuff that we dealing with. We're not dealing with, oh man, you getting gunned down, your house getting shot up, your daughter's prostituting. Like, we're not dealing with that. We deal with things regarding the Most High's work in his body. So that's the bubble that we're in, and we should be thankful. You were going to say something then, Yashikar?
No.
Yashikar?
Should we as Hebrew Israelites want to see the increase of wickedness on the world's end? You know, us Israelites that are steady working on the Spirit, steady studying, steady thriving and enduring daily, so that, you know, the preparation for the Most High in Christ and everything like that. Should we want to see more hurricanes, more tornadoes, more earthquakes, more killings, more sodomy from the world and all that stuff to happen?
I mean, we want to see prophecies get fulfilled. I want to see prophecies get fulfilled. But truthfully, like when I look at my people doing wickedness, I'm like, damn. Like, I don't want to see chicks out walking on Bissonnette prostituting.
God.
You know, I don't want to see us robbing each other and killing each other and making us retarded music. That's not. We don't want to see that. We want to see our people turn from the wickedness and go to righteousness. But we do want to see prophecies get fulfilled. Now, I don't want to. Of course, we don't want to see our people involved in these prophecies. But when it comes to like what's going on in Syria right now, that war that's been happening in Syria for like 7 years now, like, Con. You know what I'm saying? When the Most High is sending, in Job it talks about how the Most High, he sends the hurricanes for correction, for reproof, and for his land. So when the Most High is sending these hurricanes, when Colorado's burning, but California was just burning, and Washington was just burning, and Portland, Oregon was just burning, like, burn it. You know, we want to see the Most High execute his vengeance on our enemies. We want to see our enemies just get wicked and usher in these prophecies. You know what I'm saying? But for our people, we already know 2/3 is gonna pass. You know. But of course, and I know you don't want to see it. We all don't want to see it. We don't want to see our people in that situation. But prophecies, oh man.
Yeah.
You definitely want to see some prophecies pass.
The scriptures, I'm trying to find it, but it says, "Don't worry about how the wicked is punished, but worry about how the righteous is going to be saved." So,
it's Peter's.
Is it Peter's 4, 1 and 4? 1 Peter's 4. Not that. I don't think it's that one.
Yeah, it's not that one. Then it's 2 Esdras 9:13 because I have a link.
Is it? Yeah, go to 2 Esdras 9. Let's see.
Let me see if it's that one.
There it is.
2 Esdras.
Read it. Yep.
Chapter 9, verse 13.
Go ahead.
And therefore, be thou not curious how the ungodly shall be punished.
Right. So, I get what you're asking, because we know the more that these things on earth increase, the closer of the likelihood of Yahushua coming, right? But there's two things to remember. Read this.
And when.
Right?
But inquire how the righteous shall be saved.
Right. So that's what we have to be. That's what we have to be caught up in is, man, how is the righteous going to be saved? Am I going to even make it once all the wickedness comes to a head? Right? This is like a trick. It's almost like a trap.
Yeah.
Because it's like, man, I want the wickedness to increase because that means Yahweh Shai is going to come. But your whole point is to not fall to the wickedness. It says, the righteous is more excellent than his neighbor, but the way of the wicked seduceth him. So, your whole thing is, let me put my head, it should be, let me put my head down and just do the work. What's going to happen out there is going to happen. There's another hurricane about to come to Houston next week.
Is it?
Get ready. Yeah. Get ready. It just popped up on my feed. It's right in the Caribbean. It is developing. I mean, how many... They say it's coming to Houston, and we've been dodging, right? But every track has it going to Louisiana. Again. And it'll probably go touch, hit. But they're saying, oh, you know, with the cold front and the wind shear, it may not do anything worth raising an eyebrow about. But the Most High keeps sending the destruction. He keeps sending the warning. It's like a woman in a travail. So, us, remember, be not dismayed at the signs in heaven, for the heathen are dismayed. Right? When you hear wars, rumors of wars, when you see famine and earthquake and pestilence, bro, it's been going on since Yahweh Shai died. Wars, rumors of war, all the things he prophesied. And they've been increasing through time. I mean, look at how many hurricanes developed just this season. I think it was about 27 or 28. 10 of them hit Louisiana. 10 of them hit Louisiana out of 27.
Louisiana's just
Crazy.
touched.
The Most High hates Louisiana. He hates America. But look how he's hitting that area. Just crushing them. Right? Now, if he wanted to, he could send it here to Texas. He could send it over to Mexico. Mexico got hit with a few. We know they're all coming through that Caribbean little peninsula into the Gulf. So, you know, our people are getting... It's funny because our people, you don't really hear too much about like the Caribbean being destroyed. Right? They all passing over Cuba. They passing over Jamaica. But you don't hear too much. Most High is like, I'm giving you the subtle warnings. Get right.
Yeah.
Just like in the days of Noah that we're going to read about. Just like Noah, what was he doing the whole time that he was building the ark? Scripture say he was prophesying and teaching the people. But nobody wanted to hear it. Why? Because it ain't never rained before. Everything was just a nice little dew, nice little mist, and things grew. Like, rain? Bro, what the hell's that? Rain? We don't know what that is. Right? So, the warnings were there for the people to get right, but what were they not concerned about? They weren't concerned about their own salvation. They were concerned about just doing wicked. But what happened? Why did Noah, taking it back into the reading, why did Noah and 8 people survive? They weren't seduced. They weren't seduced by the world. They were worried about how the righteous were going to be saved. And how was that? Well, let's build this damn boat. Let's build this ark. Let's follow. First of all, let's follow the Most High.
Yeah.
Let's be obedient to the Most High. Let's stay loyal and faithful to the Most High. And that's what it's about. What's happening out there is going to happen. Do your job, right? He said, do your work. Shut up and do your work. And you'll see the results of the work. That's what Noah did. I mean, he didn't shut up, though. He taught. He preached. He implored. You can only imagine. He's building this huge boat, and people are coming up like, what the hell are you doing? And he's like, it's about to flood. Let me show you. The Most High told me. Let me show you. This is what's going to happen. Look at the wickedness. Look at the filth. Look at the prostitution. Look at the murders.
Yep.
Right? Listen, it said in the, go to Timothy's real quick. Go to Timothy's, what is it, 2 Timothy's 3 in the last days.
Yep.
Yeah, 2-3.
Go to 2 Timothy's 2 and verse 3.
2 Timothy chapter 2, verse 3.
Go ahead.
Thou therefore endure.
No, 2 Timothy's.
Yeah,
What?
2 Timothy's 3.
Second Timothy chapter 3
and verse 1.
Yeah.
verse 1.
Right, it's a lot.
This know also,
Right?
that in the last days,
Right?
perilous times shall come.
Now, we've had 2 last days.
Con.
We had the last days of Noah, because they were the last days for that time.
Right.
And what happened? It was perilous times. It said it was violence on the earth. Right? What was going on? Read on.
Damn.
Verse 2. For men shall be lovers of their own selves.
Meaning what? I don't love you enough to preserve your life. I love myself more.
Con.
So guess what? Violence. I have no problem putting you in that dirt.
Yep.
Go ahead.
Covetous.
And what were they killing each other over? They were being covetous. What else?
Boasters.
Go ahead.
Proud.
I'm better than you. I'm stronger than you. All the things that they do now.
Yep.
All the things they do now that I'm the toughest nigga on the block and whoever stepped to me is going to get it. Covetous, boasting, I want what you got. These are the same things that happened in the times of Noah. Go ahead.
Blasphemers.
Read. No one believed in the Most High. Oh, Noah, you tripping. Rain? Rain? Who told you? Oh, God told you? Man, that ain't real.
They would have been like, what the hell is a rain?
Rain
It never
falling
happened
from
before.
a flood? That ain't real. We don't believe that. But what's the difference when we prophesy the end of this earth, the end of America? What happens when we prophesy Babylon is going to fall? Babylon is falling. When we show them coronavirus in the Bible, 2nd Esdras 16, 2nd Esdras 15, the plague is gone out.
Con.
And no man can stay it. And they're like, nah,
We just wear a mask.
we just, first of all, we'll disannul that book. Right? That's not the Bible. And then we'll put our masks on. It's no different. Go ahead.
Disobedient to parents.
All this was going, think about it now. It said, women shall bring forth monsters. Monsters. And look at the little gremlins running around now. The little gremlins are the ones that's pushing the violence. They're pushing the hate. They're pushing the covetousness. They're the ones that are boasting against their parents. Read.
Unthankful.
And what are they? They're very unthankful. Look at this generation of people that's on this earth. They give no thanks to the generation that came before them. But what can they thank them for? What can you really thank the other older generations for? For making it easier for them to make the new generation a victim? I'm going to let you come in. Go ahead.
Unholy.
Unholy. Not sanctified. Not set apart. These were the same things that was happening in the times of Noah. Go ahead.
Verse 3. Without natural affection.
Without what?
Without natural affection.
See, we had a natural affection that we had towards one another. The tender and delicate man. The tender and delicate woman. That is gone. There is no natural affection in this earth.
Con.
This is why the scriptures say the earth shall be barren of faith.
Right.
There is no natural care. That's why we have to... You know how you know there's no natural care? You know how you know there's no natural care with Israel? Because we have to constantly hit brothers over the heads, hit sisters over the head with unity scriptures, endeavoring to keep the unity, endeavoring to keep the peace, endeavoring to fight for one another, endeavoring to be the sacrifice, be the living sacrifice. Now, naturally, let's deal with natural affection. I like it. Natural affection, don't women have that towards their children?
Yeah.
They're supposed to, right? And the thought is, I'll jump in front of a car for my baby, right? And a lot of women have it. They have that natural affection towards your children. It's something, they try to call it a maternal instinct. But why is it just a maternal instinct? Why can't it just be a natural instinct towards people?
Yeah.
Well, because you choose to have it wherever you want to have it. You'll have the natural affection for your own, but you won't have it for others. And that's why it has to be taught in you. Natural affection is just the willingness to want to be around a person that you may not necessarily know like that, and want to build and grow and develop. But why do we got to teach our people unity? Because they don't have no natural affection. Why do you got to be taught what is brotherhood? What is sisterhood? Why do you got to be constantly told, communicate? Naturally, if you're affectionate towards something, you're going to talk. You're going to communicate. You're going to want to be around, right? But that was something that was supposed to be in us. Go ahead.
Truce breakers.
Truce breakers. Nobody wants to keep their damn word. Yeah, I'll do that. Well, you ready? 50 million excuses. 50 million reasons why not to. 50 million things came up. Truce breakers, man. The Bible says when thou vowest to vow, defer not to pay. But see, in the times of Noah, niggas would say one thing, do another, and then what would happen? Well, let me go kill him. He didn't keep his word. He said he was going to do something, he didn't do it. But that's what happens now, right? Go ahead.
False accusers.
And then people falsely accused. Nobody had righteous judgment. The scriptures say under 2 or 3 witnesses let a man be accused. But what happens? Well, no, I saw it. I seen you looking at my woman. Really? You and who else saw that? Well, no, I saw it. You guilty. And what did that start? Back and forth. Now where we at? Let me put him in. Somebody's going to end up in that dirt. You see how all these things go back to the violence? The violence that was in Noah's time, the violence now. All these things perpetuate violence. That lack of judgment that we still run around with, we had it in the time of Noah. Go ahead.
Incontinent.
Incontinent. What does that mean? I can't be sexually restrained. That's what that means. Incontinent. I can't hold my bowels. Your incontinency. Meaning I got to pop over to every little thing that looks good. What does that lead into? Well, if I can't hold myself next to this man's wife, I'm going to lay with her. What's that going to bring? That's going to bring his rage. That's going to bring murder. Ain't niggas dying over women out here? Ain't women dying over men out here?
Yep.
Because of the incontinency of the world? Back to the violence. Go ahead.
Fierce.
Everybody wants to be that lion. Everybody wants to be the fierce apex predator. Nobody wants to chill the hell out and let cooler heads prevail. Everyone has to show their fierceness. No different than now. I'm the big dog on the block. My gun is bigger. I got more bullets. I got more guns. Go ahead.
Despisers of those that are good.
See, and let's get rid of the ones that are good. When you go back into that Wisdom of Solomon that we read, and you read chapter 2, that whole chapter is about unrighteous men destroying the innocent and righteous man. Wow. That's what that whole chapter is about. You got to read it. It's a good chapter. They're all good chapters. But think about it. Isn't that what the world is about today? Despising the things that are good and pushing the hate and the things that are evil, the things that cause pain. Everything America promotes.
That's true.
I was just thinking that. That's
everything that this place promotes.
It embodies all of it.
It embodies all of it, but it promotes sorrow and pain and evil.
Yeah.
From the music to the I can show you how music promotes sorrow and pain. The fashion promotes sorrow and pain. The food promotes sorrow and pain. I can show you every aspect of the American life that promotes sorrow and pain and despises everything that's good. I could break it all the way down. We'd be here all day.
Because it's all geared to the carnal.
It's all geared towards the flesh.
And to be carnally minded is death.
Is death.
So.
And before that death, with all these things, you're going through sorrow and pain.
Yeah.
Either trying to be something that you're not, be something that they're telling you to be, or fighting to not be something that you don't want to be. All that stuff brings sorrow, man. All that stuff brings pain. Why do you think the kingdom got to be so much different? It says in the kingdom there's no sorrow. There's no pains of death. Right? There's no tears. This is all the stuff we deal with now in Noah's time. It was all sorrowful. Go ahead.
Verse 4. Traitors.
They're what?
Traitors.
1 minute. 1 minute Joe Biden, you want to kill niggas. The next minute Joe Biden, no, I'm trying to distance myself from myself.
And if you don't,
I'm
vote
trying.
for
No,
me,
I'm trying
black.
to distance. The dude literally said, I was watching not this debate, but the debate, the first one they did, and Trump was hitting him, uppercut. He was like, yeah, but nigga, you've been in office 40 years, and 40 years ago you was on this. You voted for this, and he said, yeah, I'm trying to distance myself from that.
Oh,
How you gonna distance yourself from yourself, dummy? You gonna trade on yourself?
Damn.
But it goes to show you the mentality, and then people vote for this. This is what people are voting for.
come,
And Trump ain't no better.
come.
Trump ain't no better. He got his inconsistencies and his evils also. But the traitor, 1 minute I'm down for the Most High, 1 minute I'm down to ride, the next minute something came up, I don't believe, I give up, I don't know, God hates me. We're too quick to trade in. Who was the first man to trade something in and is still feeling the wrath? No. No. Esau. He traded his birthright.
Come.
So, you want to move like the white man or you want to move like an Israelite? Because the white man is about, I'm going to roll with whatever is beneficial for me at the time. I'll give up a whole birthright. I'll give up my whole blessing for them to be good in the moment. That's an Edomite mind. Read on.
Heady.
Heady, headstrong, can't be told nothing. Willful, prideful, egotistical. Come on, look at the world. Everybody's about their little whack-ass ego, and as soon as you point out a flaw, according to the scriptures, it's like, you just don't like me. You're picking on me. You got a problem with me personally. Everything ain't personal. Every problem is not a personal thing. Things got to be pointed out about one another. Why? Why? Why do things have to be pointed out about each other?
Iron yourself out.
Well, for what purpose? What's the purpose of fixing you?
Salvation.
Huh?
Salvation.
Salvation. The kingdom of heaven is within you. So we can't get the kingdom unless it's fit to be a kingdom. It's not always a personal, it's never a personal vendetta. What it is that you're so headstrong and prideful that when you're told about yourself, you get all butthurt. The scriptures say, examine yourself whether you be in the faith. Who's willing to examine themselves and be examined? Who's willing? Who's willing? We all want to be examiners, but we don't want to be told when we're wrong.
Come.
We don't want to be told, no, hey, there's another alternative to the way you're thinking. That's all it is. There's another alternative. There's another way to do things. But we want to be what?
Heady.
We want to be heady, man. Headstrong like a damn wild ass, like a wild horse. Read.
High-minded.
And what else goes along with headiness? High-minded. Pride. Ego. Loftiness of your mind.
Wow.
I'm exalted above others. I can't be told nothing. Who are you? Who put you in charge? Now, what's that sound like? Don't that sound like the ones that got swallowed up in the earth?
Come.
Coming up against Moses, you want to be them? You want to roll in their spirit? Roll in their spirit. But see, all this got wiped out in the time of Noah. And guess what? Christ is coming to wipe it out again. So you could be prideful, heady. You could think, oh, I'm a strong, independent black woman. Get the hell out of here with that. You're going to go right down with all the people that fit the bill. Read on.
Lovers of pleasures.
See, lovers of pleasures. Because that's where that high-minded, lofty spirit, that's what it dwells in. It dwells on pleasure. It dwells on how I feel. How I want to feel and how you making me feel. Don't kill my vibe. Well, your vibe is garbage. Your vibe ain't lining up with the vibe of the scriptures. Your vibe is about the lust of the belly. Now, again, we can go back to the garden on all these. Who got sent down and to fend off of the lust of his gut? Was it not the serpent? Was it not that spirit was now you going to be on your belly? Meaning you going to go off of your pleasures? What spirit are you trying to move in?
Yeah.
The spirit of the white man? Or you trying to move in righteousness? All the men and women of Noah's time, they fit this bill. They fit Timothy's 3. They was lustful, moving off of their pleasures, moving off of what felt good to them. No type of sacrifice, man. Israel hates sacrificing. You know why? Because to you it don't feel good. Then what the hell are you here for? Why be here if you're not willing to go through Ecclesiasticus, the 2nd chapter, which is your first and forever test? You know what Ecclesiasticus, the 2nd chapter, reminds me of? The Sabbath, where you're gonna have one Sabbath. You're gonna have the first Sabbath, right? And you're gonna have 50 million Sabbaths after that, as long as you continue. Meaning what? Ecclesiasticus 2 never ends. It never stops. It's your yearly, daily, monthly, weekly fight. Seasonal fight. You're going to have a fight within a fight. A sacrifice within a sacrifice. But why complain? Why fight it? If you're going to fight it, then what's the point? What's the point? Again, you got to understand, what did the Most High destroy? The ones that did not want to sacrifice. The ones that did not want to put themselves to the side and be there for other people. That's what he wiped off of the earth. Read on.
More than lovers of God.
Lovers of pleasures more than lovers of the Most High. So there you go, breaking the first commandment of the 10. There you go, breaking the first commandment, because the pleasures are your God now. What makes me feel good is my God.
Yeah.
These are the things that the Most High wiped out. Read on.
Having a form of godliness.
And that's the thing. We all have a form of godliness. Let's be real. We were made in the image of the Most High. We have the word. We have the scriptures. But are we attaining to the highest levels daily? Are we reaching past, oh, I have the Bible sitting there, or I know a few verses, or I dress a certain way, or I think a certain way in certain moments? Are we pushing past that and saying, you know what, I got to put this on daily, weekly, hourly? I got to be now set apart from all the things that are set to pull me back into the mire. And that's the problem with a lot of us. You spinning your wheels in the mire, trying to get out, but you're not willing to step out. All you got to do is make the step. Put it on full time.
Yep.
Put on the mentality full time. Don't be just a form of what you see. Become what you see. Become what you read. Don't be a form of it. Well, I'm a part Israelite. I'm partly American still. I'm partly still Jamaican. Right? I'm still partly Mexican. There's a little Israelite in me. Nah, man. Take off that old man and put on that new man. Go ahead.
But denying the power thereof.
And how do we deny the power? How is the power denied? What you got?
We don't hearken to the law, statutes, and commandments. We disannul them.
You got a lot of cats that deny the power but still follow the law. Get a little bit more specific.
Want to do our own thing.
You want to do your own thing, but in what instance? I'm going to bring it back to ego, heady, high-minded. You got issues in your life, and there's experience around you to show you, okay, listen, this is what you should do in that instance, because this is what has been proven to work time after time after time. Not saying that we got 100% wisdom of all wisdoms, right? But it's been proven that in this instance, this is what you should do, brother. This is what you should do, sister. Come on, Ak, I hear you. Come on, brother. But what ends up happening? Read.
But denying the power thereof.
You deny the power of what works by being heady, high-minded, egotistical, unfaithful. being a trader. You'll trade in wisdom for your flesh. You'll trade in wisdom for your pleasure. Well, the wisdom don't make me feel good, so I got to go with what makes me feel right. The Bible said wisdom was going to be like chains and fetters. Chains and fetters don't feel good to a prisoner. But what did it say about wisdom after a time? When she accepts you, she'll be like a glorious robe. But she's always going to be like chains and fetters and not feel good to the heady, the high-minded, the covetous, the traitors, the rebellious, the faithless, the prideful, the haters. She's always going to hurt. She's always going to be a trial. What did you say? A heavy, what did it say that? A stone?
A heavy trial. The stone is going to be as a heavy trial, yeah. And you'll cast it off.
Yeah, from you.
Yeah.
She's always going to feel like a heavy burden. Why? Because you don't want to do the opposite of what, we don't want to do the opposite of what 2 Timothy 3 says. We want to fall right into that, just like the men of Noah. They had the opportunity, man. They had the opportunity to do something different, and what did they do? Nah, that don't feel good, Noah. Hell nah. Sit here and build this ark with you. You tripping. I got women to go bang. I got drugs to go do. I got alcohol to go drink. And I just got nothingness to go accomplish. You bang that hammer and pitch and get wood and gopher and all that. You do that. You round up them stinky animals. Me, I'm about to go over here and fulfill some lust. But it's no different. It's no different than today, where we're like, hey, brothers, hey, sisters, come on over and let's build this ark, right? Let's build this ark. And you're like, nah, nigga, I don't want to build, but here's some nails. Here, you do the hard work, but I'll bring you some nails. There you go. Right? You drop off some nails. Right? And we're like, no, but we need help. Look, there's 7 hammers down there. There's a bunch of nails. Just grab you a hammer, grab you some nails. Listen, just knock in the nail. The nail's already in the wood. It gets to that point where we gotta halfway knock the nail in. Look, just pick up the hammer and just finish knocking the nail in. Nah, well, this hammer, it's not ergonomic enough for my wrists. This hammer is heavy, man. What kind of hammer is this? This ain't the hammer I'm used to. But no, that's the hammer we need, because if you get a different hammer, you hit too hard, you're gonna knock through the wood. Well, no, well, fine. You got the hammer I want? I ain't showing up. Right?
God.
But we all using the same tools. We're all using the same hammer. We're all lifting the same wood. We're all sacrificing at the same time. No one is supposed to be putting in more time than the other. If we do it right? If we all show up and say, let's build this ark, we'll all be there doing the same things, all hungry at the same time, thirsty at the same time.
Yes, sir.
If you get weak, I'm there. Hey, brother, no, let's keep going. Look, this is why we doing it. I get weak. Hey, brother, no, let's keep doing it. Right? Let me lift you up. Let's lift each other. Right?
Done.
And we could all sit there and sing Negro spirituals, right?
Done.
While building this ark. Right? But now the ark takes longer to build because of all these characteristics that are found in us at different times. The traitor. Well, I got to go build an ark somewhere else. This ark over here looks kind of dope, but it don't come with the amenities that I need. Like y'all's ark, the AC don't be working all the time. I'm going to go deal with this ark over here that got crispy AC.
Right.
Because I need that for my pleasures. I can't sacrifice that. I can't sacrifice carpeting for tile. The animals y'all trying to bring up, I can't deal with them because I just don't see it. The way y'all are trying to build that ark, in my experiences, it just ain't going to work. But what experience you got? Because every ark you tried to build, it's at the bottom of the damn flood. It didn't even get a chance to lift off and cast because you forgot. Oh, wait a minute. Got to make sure that the wood I put in there is sealed up. You forgot. Oh damn, I missed that. Oh wait, I gotta put a window in the ark to be able to look out. Damn, I forgot to put the window. Can't get the dove to fly in to see if the floods is over. All the specifications of the ark the Most High is given us to build, which is how to get to the kingdom that we're trying to attain. But first and foremost, how each man is able to put off that old man and put on that new. There's specifications. When you go to 1 Timothy 3, there's specifications. Yeah, but why do I gotta have a first wife when I can have several? Well, that's why you keep having several, and none stick, because you didn't learn. Be the man of a first wife. You didn't learn. Wait, I can't be a drunkard and try to be a bishop. Those two things don't go hand in hand. It's like oil and water. I can't be a striker but then be found blameless. They don't go hand in hand. But so, okay, let's put down the alcohol. Let's put down the beating. Let's put down the women. Let's put down the pride. But I like my pride. But I like alcohol. But I like the things that feel good. That's what it always goes back to, how I want to damn feel. What about the living sacrifice that the Most High said we were supposed to be? A living sacrifice don't have a say in how he feels. Does a lamb get to say how he gets to go out? Like, well, listen, can I get a last meal?
The right side of
Yeah, don't cut me from the left to the right. Cut me from the right to the left, and lay me down on all fours. Does he get an option? So how can a living sacrifice get an option? That's the whole point. It's a sacrifice.
Yeah.
You're giving up something that you necessarily don't have. But why do some have to do it and some don't? Well, because some are still operating in the mind state of Noah and the men of that time, and some are actually operating in the mind state of Noah. Let's build. Read on.
From such, turn away.
Why? Why turn away? Because they're about to be destroyed, man.
That's
And
right.
anything joined to that is going to be destroyed. That is America.
Done.
That's Babylon. That's Sodom and that's Egypt.
Yeah.
All in one parable. The Bible says turn away from that mentality. Listen, that is the American way. 2 Timothy's the 3rd chapter. Is the American way. It's the epitome of America.
It is. And
The
think
Bible
about it.
said, go ahead.
No, I was gonna
I'm gonna
say.
shut up now.
I was gonna say, and think about it too, man. Just think about it for a second. If any of this is in you, then it wouldn't be heaven. If we were living like this, if we had just one of these while we were in the kingdom of heaven, then it just wouldn't be heaven. It wouldn't be heaven. Why? Because you would have to worry about the people with natural affection, the truce breakers, the false accusers, and content. You would have to worry about literally everything that we just went through on this list. So why would it be heaven? You see what I'm saying? It wouldn't be heaven.
And why would it be worth it to fight for it?
When
If
it's
I'm
like-
already having it here.
Yeah, because not every single person has every single one of these characteristics in them. Some people just got one. Some people got 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Done.
You see what I'm saying? But what's the point of us going to heaven when you have people that's halfway or 75% or 90% like this? You see what I'm saying? So if I can get one scripture on this too.
Get what you want.
Go to Romans chapter 8 verse 19. Romans chapter 8 and verse 19. And yeah,
Timothy's done though?
God.
unless you wanted to hit verse 6. For this sort are they which lead. Keep
Yeah, I want it.
Yeah.
Go to verse 6.
Let him fit.
Verse 6.
Go ahead.
For of this
No,
sort,
read verse
Oh, yeah.
5.
Yeah.
verse 5, having a form of godliness,
Go ahead.
but denying the power thereof,
Read on.
from such turn away.
From such turn away. America has a form of godliness.
Yeah, it's
In
not
God we trust. Right? Put your hand on the Bible. God bless America and no one else. Right?
That's right.
Go ahead. But it says from what?
From such turn away.
Read on.
For of this sort
Right?
are they which creep into houses and lead captive silly women laden with
You
sins.
see that? This is what that mentality is about.
Yeah.
creeping around on the down low and linking up with other people in the same mind. Go ahead.
Led away with diverse lusts.
With what?
With diverse lusts.
America is about diverse lusts.
Come.
So what we have to ask ourselves is, who in here loves America? Con, right? I gotta stop beating that, yeah. Who in here loves America? Who is that? There, okay. No one loves America. But why are we operating in this mentality? Why are we moving in this spirit? Why are we moving with the unnatural affection, with the truce breaking, with the traitorship? It's almost like you a damn spy. You in here for espionage. But the Bible did say false brothers crept in unawares. False women crept in unawares. False wives. False children. All false. To do what? To despise our liberties that's in Christ. What y'all got going on? Why y'all so free? Well, you know why I'm free? Because I let wisdom chain me down and take me captive. Right? With no fight. I was like, man, take me. Yep, take me. And what happened? Like the scripture says, the wisdom, the fetters became a defense. It defended me against the slavery mentally of this place, where I don't have to fall victim to these things in Timothy. I don't have to perpetuate that psychosis. Those are mental instabilities. When you look at it,
That's right.
those are mental instabilities. Those are spiritual deficiencies. So why is it that we have this liberty? Well, because we gave up the liberty. We gave up the liberties of America, Sodom, Egypt. We gave up our own liberties, what we thought was pleasing to ourselves. And did what? Became a prisoner to something greater. Paul, the prisoner of Yahushua, beseech you. How many times he got to call himself a prisoner? How many times he had to say, be not ashamed of my bands. Be not ashamed of me in my bonds. But a lot of us move around ashamed that you have to be tied down to something other than yourself. That you have to be tied down to another brother or another sister. That you got to be tied down because of unity. Because of communication. Some of us hate it. Deep down in hate, you hate it. Having a form of godliness but denying the power thereof. And you expose yourself in the denial. Read on.
Verse 7. 2 Timothy chapter 3, verse 7.
Right?
Ever learning.
Ever what?
Ever learning.
Ever what?
Ever learning.
Go ahead. I'm not even going to edify on that. Read.
And never able to come to the knowledge of the truth.
Right, because it's not about how much you learn and read and how many times you highlighted in precept. What are you going to use? We all are ever learning. But who's growing? Who's growing up in what they learn? Children are ever learning. Right? But why are children so mischievous? Is everything they learn beneficial for them? Nah. So when are we going to stop being like mischievous children?
You want education without studying.
It's not about the study.
That's what I'm saying. You want education without studying. You have to study in order to get this.
Right?
But people, when they go to class, they just want to get class, or whatever they're doing.
Right?
And they're not doing their due diligence of digging inside this book and getting the true understanding of it.
But
you get what I'm saying?
I get what you're saying, but there's a part you're missing. You have many people that put in time in this book. You got people, listen, the brother, the dude from One Body, he said, listen, you got to put 50, 60 hours in this book. Well, how come they're ever learning? but they teaching you that Christ didn't perform miracles. And that Jonah didn't get swallowed up by a whale, and that Yahweh Shai didn't walk on water.
He didn't turn water into wine.
He didn't turn water into wine. He didn't do miracles, and the Bible specifically and explicitly says miracles.
God.
Right? So,
That's blasphemy, yeah.
they putting in 50, 60, 80, 1,000 hours in the book, but what the hell is the point when your mentality ends up being all the things in 2 Timothy 3? The product of you studying is still you're covetous, still you're hateful, still you're heady and high-minded. We have many brothers that slid through these doors. Man, I study. You can tell they study, because they got all the precepts on how to check their wife. They got all the precepts on how to keep their woman in order. And guess what? She's still out of damn order. She's still rebellious and ain't riding with him. Why? Because he's able to avenge all disobedience, but his obedience ain't fulfilled. He'll sit there and read and read and read and read and read and read and know all the prophecies. Wrong, might I add. He'll know all the precepts that don't link up. He'll be able to rip you through the book of Enoch, Jubilees, Jasher. Right? He'll give you all the meaty things of Revelations. Oh my God. But when it comes to, hey brother, have a little faith. What? Hey brother, you got a little ego going on right now. Hey sis.
Hey, sis.
The pride. No, that ain't me. Ever learning. You got.
I was gonna say.
I don't even know what I was saying.
You know, when you look at this Timothy's
y'all
Second
looking at me
Timothy,
like y'all want to smack me.
When you look at the 2 Timothy's 3
Y'all
verse
looking
1,
at me like, what the hell's wrong with this nigga?
Right.
I'm speaking the truth.
But
it's true, yeah.
we'll have the thickest notebooks, man, filled up with notes. Right? And you'll tote the bag around and break your damn back full of notes. When all you had to do was just start putting those notes into use. Forget about how thick the bag is and how heavy the notebook.
Done. You're right.
Put it into use. I don't care how many Bibles you got, and I'm not knocking note-taking. I'm not knocking highlighting. I got the most notes and the most highlights. But what am I using in the time when... What am I using in the time when it's time to be prideful or it's time to be humble? What am I going to resort to? In a time when it's time to be brotherly, or it's time for me to be selfish? Or it's time to be covetous, or it's time to be selfless? What am I using? What's the point of the notes if you don't even crack the book open only when you're writing the notes? Are we going back to the notes? Are we going back and looking at what we wrote down? Ever learning.
Yeah.
Ever learning, but what? Read on.
Ever learning and never able to come to the knowledge of the truth.
But never able to come to the knowledge. Why? Because is the knowledge perpetuated just on fringes, beard, and really just sitting around?
Or studying or taking
Or
notes.
studying, taking notes, taking a test.
Because one thing we have to remember is that pastors and all these cats that go to theology school, they study. They put in lots of time in the book. You got pastors that's been pastors for 40, 50, 60 years. So how come they were never able to come to the knowledge of the truth?
They never got to look up a scripture ever. How many times we got to look up, man, what's that one verse? And we got to look it up. And you got pastors that are run circles around us. Just in retention of go here, go here, go here, go here, go here, go here, right? Their retention is on 1,000,000. And we sitting here like, damn, our brains are rattled. Right? Like, damn, where's that one scripture at? Man, I know what it says. Right? And you like kicking yourself. You know what it says, but it's like, man, I don't want to, man, let me just search it.
I got one for you on that one.
What you got?
Colossians. It's actually Colossians chapter 1, verse 25 and 26. It says, whereof I am made a minister according to the dispensation of God which is given to me for you, to fulfill the word of God, even the mystery which had been hid from ages and from generations, but now is made manifest to his saints.
Well, remember, all Israel is his saints. Why is it not made manifest to all Israel? What? Okay, let me go directly for the jugular. Let me pose the question this way. Read the verse again.
Colossians chapter 1, verse 25.
No, read
26?
No, read Timothy's.
2 Timothy chapter 3, verse 7.
Right?
Ever learning
Right?
and never able to come to the knowledge of the truth.
Who is this talking about? What man in what aspect is this talking about?
Esau.
No, not Esau.
Israel.
Yeah. Who was Timothy? We in Timothy, right?
Israel.
Who was Timothy dealing with?
Israel.
What was he in charge of? What? What was Timothy in charge of? What did Paul send Timothy to go do?
He sent him to speak to Israel.
Right, he was in charge of a church, a school. Who was Timothy talking to?
Israel.
People in his church. The ones that were coming, sitting down,
Wow. Wow.
just like us. I'm not going to say y'all because I'm part of y'all. Just like we's, right? And y'all's online.
Y'all.
He's writing that to us. He's reminding us that in the last days, this is what you look for in Israel that's not really Israel. You look for the ones that are ever learning. What do we call them? Lifetime students?
Yeah.
Right? 8-year students, 10-year, 15-year.
They
You
got
know,
to see with their name on it.
you know why it's crazy? Because we've had it. Brothers, 5, 6, 7 years, ever learning, but never coming to the knowledge. Why? Because it goes back to, what am I going to apply in the moments that needed to be applied? Am I going to apply myself, meaning my ego, my way of doing it, my lack of experience, or am I going to apply the wisdom? Now, the wisdom comes in a broad spectrum, right? There's the wisdom of the Bible. Then there's wisdom of man, which is man's experience, right? And wisdom of man, the experiences that you use are based off of the result you get, right? That's what wisdom is. The man that properly applies what the Bible says in a situation, you can say, oh, he's wise because look at the result. Look at what came from his application. So, if I sit down and counsel a person, the thought is I shouldn't be giving them my own experience because my own experiences are trash, right? My own wisdom is trash. But the wisdom of the Bible and using the wisdom of the scriptures, that wisdom that came forth is what should be used. So you're getting what the Bible says and then how to apply it, right? Agree with the adversary quickly. Well, what does that mean? Now I can give you the experiences of when I did it. This is what I had to do. The Bible tells you to do it, but man has experienced it. Ever learning. Yeah, I hear you. Yeah, we hear you, brother. Yeah, we see y'all, brothers. Man, that unity looks so powerful. That brotherhood looked great. Man, when y'all was in VA, it did something to my soul. Man, when the school shut down for coronavirus and we wasn't having class for a minute, golly, man, brother, it just did something to me. Man, I'm going to make sure that I'm going to always be around.
Ever get another chance, I'm going to be there.
Ever learning. Why are you ever learning? Because you always got the example. There's always a good example to follow.
God.
There's always the right way to do things. There's always, hey, listen, we got this going on. We got this going on. We're doing this. We're trying to go over here to do this. We're trying to make this happen over here. We're trying to do things locally. We're trying to do things long distance. We're trying to even come together all within all that. Right? How do we build unity, but we're apart, but we do this over here, we do this over here, but then we do things local? You're constantly getting the example, the learning example. Some of us got to learn visually, auditory. Some of us got to learn by feel. And I feel we give y'all, we try to give our people all of that. We talk, we do it, you see us, we let y'all see us, right? I don't care for damn YouTube. I could do this without YouTube. But we do it so y'all can see. Every week, we're here, right? Every week, we're sacrificing to be here. Monday, Wednesday, Friday, Saturday, Thursday, Wet Tuesday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, some days. Right? You see us. You hear us. And then we actually go out and do what we say. Right? Should there be a learning from that? But the never coming to the true knowledge is because you're not willing to put yourself in the position to talk it, to do it, and to be heard. You just want to keep learning and keep gathering information, but we're supposed to be putting what we learn to use so that now the roles change and now you're administering to the ones that are learning. Read on.
Verse 8. Now, as Janus and Jambres
That's it on that.
Okay.
Go back. What you got?
Just on everything he was saying about this person ever learning, not coming to the knowledge. James chapter 1 and verse 23.
Professional students. Wow.
Professional students. Time.
I mean, you might as well go. If you're going to do that, you might as well go to college and apply for a grant. Let them pay you to go to school. Like, it's a waste of time, right? At least you can go apply for a student loan.
Yeah.
Go get you some Sally Mae. Let Sally Mae hit you off with a little something. What's the point of wasting your time being a professional student? Wow. Go ahead.
James chapter 1 verse 23. For if any be a hearer of the word,
right,
and not a doer,
and not a what?
And not a doer.
Yeah, ever learning, but never coming to the true knowledge. Go ahead.
He is like unto a man beholding his natural face in the glass.
Right.
For when he beholdeth himself,
you looked at yourself. Go ahead.
And goeth his way.
You looked at yourself, and what was it about you that should have? What should you have been looking at? What to change? What to apply? What to do different? You looked at that natural man and you were like, man, that natural man's a brute, beast, animal. Let me put on the spiritual man. But let me go about my way. Go ahead.
And straightway forgetteth what manner of man he was.
Yeah, you forgot that you was a brute, beast, animal. Now, there was changes that were supposed to be made. You forgot to apply what you heard. Yeah, I hear you, Ot. You know how many times I've heard that? You know how many times I've heard, yeah, I hear you, brother? And then people go and fall right into the same destruction that we try to pull them from, that we try to help them from, that they reached out an arm and said, help me. Yeah, we'll help you. Oh, the counsel don't work. What you mean the counsel don't work? Or I didn't like that counsel. What you mean you didn't like that counsel? And how did your counsel help you? How did the things you put in your head to do help? If you were so great, so smart, you wouldn't need counsel. You wouldn't even have to say, oh, I didn't like that counsel. You got brothers that have said that. Oh, I didn't like that counsel. Or that didn't work. Well, yeah, it's not going to work after one day of applying it. You can't apply the gym one time and then think you're going to go from flabby and sick to looking like Nelly. In one day? Oh, I went to the gym one day. It didn't work. What? Well, first of all, you weigh 400 pounds and you fat. One day in the gym ain't going to change you from that to looking like Nelly. I use him because he's got a nice little buff. For an older dude, he's in there. But why does Nelly look like the way he looks? He's been working out for years. Will Smith, why does he still look halfway decent? He's been working out for years. He didn't just hop in the gym one time or once a week. That's what it is. I'm going to go once a week for my life. And I'm supposed to somehow develop 40-inch guns.
Yeah.
Nah.
It's not gonna happen, yeah.
It ain't going to happen like that. It has to be a daily applying a daily application, a daily thing. You have to go through the process. You had to sacrifice.
Give up.
Israel hates to sacrifice. No pain, no gain. That stands true in the world. That's the one thing the world got right. But that stands true in the truth, man. You got to give something up. What makes us greater than Abraham?
Nothing.
Not a damn thing.
Nothing.
He was willing to give up his son.
And
What's that?
you know, when the scripture, when you go back to, don't go back, but I was in the restroom. But when you go to 2 Timothy 3:7, when it says, ever learning and never able to come to the knowledge of the truth, right? There's two things. There's two things on that, right? Because when you ask yourself, okay, so what is the knowledge of the truth? Is it just sitting here and reading scriptures, coming to class? No, it's more than that. The first thing to look at is this. He's been saying it. It's sacrifice. That's really the knowledge of the truth. It's sacrifice. When you look at like the whole Bible, before you learn about the truth, what did you associate? What sign did you associate with the Bible? What symbol? When you saw that, the cross. But what happened on the cross? What did Christ do on the cross? He sacrificed himself on the cross. So what is the whole Bible about? Sacrifice. Now, when you go to Cain and Abel, what got Cain upset and pissed?
He didn't want to sacrifice.
He didn't want to sacrifice what he was supposed to sacrifice.
Done.
What got Abraham the respect that he ended up getting from the Most High?
He was
He was willing to sacrifice his own son. What got Christ where he was at?
I lay down my life that no man take it.
Khan. So what is the knowledge of the truth? What is one? Because it's not just one, but that is one of the biggest instances. Romans 12:1. What do you think every man that you see that we read about in these scriptures? What do you think they did when the lion and the bears was going to eat the sheep? What did David do? He saved it, but it's a lion and a bear that he's going up against. So what is he doing? He sacrificed his life. He put his life on the line for a sheep.
Done.
For a sheep. So when you look at, you can read all the stories, man, and it's some form of sacrifice, and that is one of the knowledge. That's one of the knowledges of the truth.
My son, when you come to serve the Lord, prepare your soul for temptation.
God.
What does that mean? That here's my temptation, and here is the thing that I don't like. The temptation is what you like. That's why it's a temptation.
Yeah.
Right? I want to touch that, lick that, taste that. That's what I want to smoke that, drink that. Right? That's what I like. This is what I don't like. What I don't like is the sacrificial part. It's giving up. It's giving up the things I like. What are some of the things that I like? Well, I like my free time.
Comfort.
Yeah.
I like my days, my family days.
Like even right now.
I like my days off.
Like even right now. It's a Saturday. Most of us work Monday through Friday. What could you be doing on a Saturday? It's like 70 degrees outside.
I like to shop. I like long walks along the bayou with my children and wife. I like to go to the beach.
Like to go to the park.
I like to go to the mall. I like to barbecue, drink beers.
I like to go clubbing the night before.
I like to hit the club the night before. I don't like to wake up early. I can't do that. No.
Yeah.
Now, I hate waking up early. I don't want to drive an hour to class. I hate waking up early. I'm whack when I wake up in the morning. I just keep my mouth shut because I'd be ready to just. I don't like waking up early because I'm not well rested. But I could easily be like, oh, shalom, brothers. I'll see y'all at 12. Y'all hold it down. And fall back into the abyss. But what do? I set my alarm and I wake the hell up. And I'm here. It's nothing for me to be like, hey, y'all got it, bro. Right? He can do everything that I'm doing. He can do everything I'm doing. But where is my sacrifice daily? Where is me showing the Most High daily that I give a damn? Well, not putting it off on him or him, but me doing my part. We all have to sacrifice. Israel hates to do it. We hate giving up the things that we feel like we should have. Think about it. Yahweh Shai said it. Those that forsaken house, lands, mother, father, sister, brothers. He said you'll get it back. You'll get it back. So why are you so scared? Why are you so scared to show the Most High that I'm not willing to put anything before you? But see, it all goes back to the 2 Timothy 3 mentality. My pride, my ego, my covetousness, my traitor. I'm a traitor. I'm faithless and I'm a truce breaker. It all goes back to those things. I want to be comfortable, but I won't put it. I remember we were talking about this. I want to be comfortable, but I'm not willing to make myself uncomfortable to help the next man get what I got.
You know, it's funny. I was literally thinking that. Like when I had my head down just now, I was thinking that.
Because we in the same mind.
I was thinking that.
Think about it. He became uncomfortable to help those that were uncomfortable become comfortable. By what? He picked up a hammer. When we build this ark, he picked up a hammer and was like, I'm going to help. So y'all ain't got to do all the nails. I got y'all. Look. He did the same thing. I got y'all. So instead of one man doing this, here's a hammer. Oh, we can both, I'm right-handed. We can both knock in nails. Oh, and so instead of us doing, we were just handing hammers down. Now there's more men and women knocking in nails. It goes right back to Noah. And the mentality of the people, they were selfish. They did not want to sacrifice what felt good to them. They didn't want to sacrifice their own for the greater good of their own selves.
Yeah.
That's the wildest part about it. They didn't want to give nothing up, and who died? The one that sacrificed or the one that didn't? The ones that didn't. y'all, you got to understand what's going on. The ones that were selfish died, not the one that gave himself. The one that gave himself and sacrificed, he lived. He lived. Because his own sacrifice was his own salvation. Don't y'all see that?
Yeah, it's here. Can I get two?
Yeah. Well, let him finish his, and then we're going to be here all damn day.
God.
If I can.
James 1:25. But whoso looketh into the perfect law of liberty and continueth therein, being not a forgetful hearer, but a doer of the work,
Come.
this man shall be blessed in his deed.
Con.
What you got?
The two that I want to go to is Romans chapter 8 verse 19. Somebody give me that. Romans chapter 8 verse 19, and then somebody give me Joshua chapter 1 and verse 12. Read that.
Romans chapter 8 verse 13.
Is it did I say 13?
19.
19. Yeah.
Romans chapter 8 verse 19.
Go ahead.
For the earnest expectation of the creature waited for the manifestation of the sons of the Most High.
I was just reading this last night.
You know, this is one of my favorite scriptures, man. Like, y'all gotta.
I was just reading this.
We all gotta understand what this is saying. The whole world is waiting on us. Y'all know that there's Edomites that, like Alexander the Great, he did it back in history, where he knew about prophecy and he purposely wanted to go and fulfill that prophecy. Did y'all know about that? He didn't have to be the one to fulfill the prophecy like we were going in yesterday.
Right.
But he knew about that prophecy and he purposely wanted to fulfill that prophecy. There were wars back in the day. Oh, wasn't the conquistadors and all of them that was coming over and they were trying to start a war to bring about Judgment Day.
Yes.
They were purposely trying to fulfill prophecy. Now, keep that in mind. Read Romans 8:19 again.
Romans chapter 8, verse 19.
Go ahead.
For the earnest expectation of the creature waited for the manifestation of the sons of the Most High.
So my question is, why don't we want to fulfill the prophecy? Not the bad prophecy, but the good prophecies. The scripture says every creature is waiting. The trees, the birds, the life. I mean, everything that has life, the earth. Everything is waiting for the manifestation of the sons of God. So why won't we do the things necessary to become the sons of God? For that manifestation to happen so that we can get the hell out of here. So that we can get our inheritance. This place is going to burn. We know that. So why not do the things necessary so that we can get on out of here? It says that every living thing is waiting on us to manifest, man. Why not fulfill this prophecy? Go to Joshua chapter 1, verse 12. And this point right here is going to be on what we were speaking of the sacrifice. Go ahead.
Joshua chapter 1, verse 12.
Go ahead.
And to the Reubenites, and to the Gadites, and to the half the tribe of Manasseh, spake Joshua, saying.
So the Reubenites and the Gadites and Manasseh, right? This is right after Moses died, and Joshua was starting to lead us, and we were actually going into our land. We were going into our inheritance. Reuben, the Reubenites and the Gadites, they had a lot of cattle. And they were like, oh man, we could stay right here. We're good right here. We'll take this land right here because it was a very rich land. It was perfect for their cattle. Right? But Moses was like, nah, you're not gonna stay right here and get your land and get your inheritance while the rest of your tribe, while the rest of your brethren gotta go fight for theirs. Yep. Right? Read on.
Remember the word which Moses, the servant of the Lord, commanded you, saying, the Lord your God had given you rest, and had given you this land.
So I'm going here for the purpose of us in the truth, right? We learned about the truth. We learned we're Israelites. Everybody that's watching online, everybody that's in class right now, we know we're Israelites. We're following the Most High's word. Like I was saying earlier, we're in the Most High's bubble. For the most part, we're protected. For the most part, we're blessed. For the most part, everybody in here got kids. You know what I'm saying? Or has a husband or has a wife. For the most part, right? For the most part, we have houses, we have cars, we have clothes, we have food to eat. There's not strife and contention going on like that in the house, like what we see out with our brethren and sisters in the world. Ain't none of us in here on crack, on heroin, on drugs, on dope. Ain't none of us having baby mama dramas. Well, we shouldn't be having baby mama dramas since finding the truth. Like we found the truth and we still out here knocking up thousands of women. That we're not doing that. We're moving now in wisdom. And wisdom gives you what? Wisdom gives you rest. It gives you rest from the world because now you know how to operate. Right? Read verse 14.
Your wives, your little ones, and your cattle shall remain in the land which Moses gave you on this side of Jordan.
So this is your riches, your blessings. You got wives, you got husbands, you got children, you got cattle. Cattle's your money, your cars, your possessions. You got that, right? Go ahead.
Moses gave you on this side of Jordan, but ye shall pass before your brethren armed, all the mighty men of valor, and help them.
Go ahead.
Until the Lord had given you, brethren, rest. And he had given you, right? As he had given you.
There we go. So in verse 13, Moses Joshua was pretty much telling them, you got all these things. You got yours already. Let your wife, let your children, Let your possessions, you got that. But your nation don't. Your brothers and your sisters out there in the world, them and their children, they don't have that, but you do. So don't put your mind on that. Leave that. Leave it where it's at. It's going to be there. But leave all that and go and arm yourselves and go and fight with your brethren so that they can get their possessions. Go ahead.
And they also have possessed the land which the Lord your God hath given you.
Go ahead.
Then ye shall return unto the land of your possession.
Go ahead.
And enjoy it, which Moses the Lord's servant gave you on this side Jordan toward the sun rising.
So quick summary of everything that's happening. You got the Reubenites, the Gadites, and half the tribe of Manasseh. They had their land. They had what they wanted. They left Egypt just like the rest of the 12 tribes, but they got their inheritance. But the rest of the 12 tribes, they didn't have theirs. So it's like they could stay back and chill and live it up because they got they got what they want. But what about the rest of your brothers and your sisters? They don't have theirs. So what? What is Joshua telling them? Your wives, your little ones, your cattle, leave them behind. Go get your sword. The war is not over. Leave them behind and go fight with your brethren so that they can get theirs as well. And I'm saying that because why? We're in the truth. We have the wisdom. We have the knowledge. It works for us. But they don't. Our people outside don't. The brother and sister that just learned about the truth a week ago, a month ago, even a year ago, they don't. They don't have it to the extent of you. So why not help them fight to get where you're at? Why not help fight? Because we all see it. We all see it. We'll look at our family members and our friends in the world and we'll be like, damn, man, the stuff that you be getting into, you just don't have no wisdom. You just don't have no understanding. Like all this that you're getting into, like you don't even have to get into this. Like you're putting all this on yourself. Everything that's going on in your life is because of the decision making that you're making. And it's not according to the Most High. So you're causing these curses to come on yourself and you don't see it. We all look at them like that. But by us doing what we're doing, you know, it's funny when those people that's in the world, you could tell them about the scriptures all they want, but Israel requires a sign. So they need to see it working from you. They need to see your example and see how you move. It's like, perfect example, you're a brother or you're a sister in the truth, right? If your wife or your husband ain't 100% down for the truth, like how you're down for the truth, maybe you're just not as down for the truth like you think you're down for the truth. It's as simple as that. Why? Because if you're half-assing, then why would they even consider you to be serious in what you're doing? So why would they be like, I'm going to go full steam ahead, but you're half-assing? Why? If my rib wanted to buy this house, but she's like, I don't know if I wanted to buy it. I don't know. It might be a little too pricey. I'm like, I don't want to buy it. You're half-assing. You're second-guessing yourself. So why am I going to roll and want to live in that house? It's the same mentality with us. You look at all the people that surround you. All of them. You try to tell them the truth, they don't want to hear it. Well, what is your example? What are they seeing from you? If they see you half-assing, you down for the truth 1 minute, next minute you're not down for the truth. You're supposed to be here at this time, but you're not. It's like, what? But you see what I'm saying? When it goes back into the Joshua chapter 1, verse 12 through 15, you see our brothers, they went through the same dilemma. You can pick up your sword and you can go fight with your brethren so that everybody can have the inheritance, so that everybody can be manifested into the Son of God. Or you can go back to your land, and this is the cold part, which Moses the Lord, verse 15, it says, then ye shall return unto the land of your possession and enjoy it. Because guess what? If you go and you fight with your brethren and y'all get the inheritance, then you will actually have joy. Then you will actually enjoy your life. But if you don't want to fight, you don't want to sacrifice with your brethren and your sister, but you have your inheritance, you have the stuff needed, then you just want to enjoy it. You'll forever be unfulfilled. You'll forever feel like, damn, I could be doing more. Damn, I should be doing more. Damn, I should be here at this point in my life, but I'm not. at this stage in the truth, I should be here, but I'm not, you'll forever just be sitting there with your beer, with your big screen TV on your couch, and you'll be like, damn,
Depressed.
on the Sabbath day, you'll have everything, but you'll be depressed. You'll have it all, but you'll just be depressed. Why? Because what's the point if your brethren don't have it all? What's the point if your sister don't have it all? What's the point of you flying in a first-class jet, but your brothers aren't, your sisters aren't? What's the point if you can go on a vacation to Hawaii, but your brothers and your sisters can't? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. But that's Israel, though, right? That's how Israel is. As long as I get mine, get yours.
But
I got mine,
But that goes back to 2 Timothy chapter 3.
And it goes back to the people of Noah.
Yeah.
That's
Done.
what they were on. You do you. I'm gonna do me. But who lived? That's what it was like. Nobody can say nothing to me about anything, because who lived and who died? The ones that died had to be shown why they died. Now Yahweh Shai got to come years later to show you, yeah, you niggas didn't sacrifice.
Yeah.
This is why you died. Look, Noah, he did what we said. He followed. Who died and who lived?
And if I could just say this real quick, I'm going to give it back. Like,
Oh, you got it.
think about 2 Timothy chapter 3, right? It says, perilous times shall come. And in verse 2, this is the very first thing that it goes into to show you why we're in perilous times. For men shall be lovers of their own selves. So that's going back to what you were saying. Like, that's Israel.
Yeah.
I got mine, so I'm good. That's the mentality that our people are in, and that's why it's a perilous time. That's the first thing that was pointed out. Men shall be lovers of their own selves. That's why it's perilous.
Yep.
Think about it. I'll use what happened to me as a perfect example. Somebody broke into my house, right? They broke into my house. This is way back before I came into the truth. And when they broke into my house, I was in my room. My two sisters was in my room next to me. They cleaned out downstairs. I didn't realize that we was asleep. And then they came upstairs. They saw my sister, and they just, by the grace of the Most High, they just dipped when they saw my sister. Now, yeah.
This is a new spot?
Nah, this is way back before I came into the truth.
Oh.
And when my sister called me, and I answered the phone, she was like, people's in the house. I was like, oh, crap. Ran downstairs. By the time I ran downstairs, everybody was gone. So I'm pissed. And I knew it came from the apartments next door to where I was living. Because those were some badass apartments. So I'm going over to the apartments just to see what's going on. I ain't see nothing. So when I come back to my neighborhood, I see my neighbors. They were outside. I was like, hey, listen, y'all be careful. My house just got broken into. They were like, we know. I was like, what do you mean we know? It was like, I was like, what do you mean you know? This is a true story. They was like, yeah, we saw them.
And they didn't say
I
nothing.
was like, y'all ain't say nothing.
No
Y'all said
warning.
absolutely nothing.
No throwing rock at the window like, hey, somebody's coming in.
No, hey, stop. What y'all doing? Like,
Nothing.
nothing. But why? Because men shall be lovers of their own selves. People only give a damn about themselves. They only care about themselves,
I
man.
mean, say, but Edomites would have done said something. They called cops, they
Oh,
did this,
yeah.
but our own
They
people
would
won't do
have
nothing.
been a Karen. They would have been a Karen like
They got
this.
that mentality, snitches get stitched.
They would've been-
Knocking at the door.
Hey,
Yeah, Esau would have been calling.
They know,
But-
I gotta give it to him.
they know they would have been next and saying, you
But-
can stop it now.
but that's the thing. That's the thing with our people right now, man. Like, your house can be on fire, and nobody cares. They do the little testing all the time, man. You can watch YouTube videos where somebody's out there crying, homeless, and people just walk by just looking. Well, I'm not crying, so I'm good. And that's their mentality. Like, you're crying, you figure that out. But I'm not crying. I'm good. Everything is good with me. You know what I'm saying? That's the mentality of I'm not going to talk about the world, but the 12 tribes right now. Our people out there suffering. What y'all going to do about it? I mean, it's real. Like, the scriptures tell you what we're supposed to do about it. The guns, the money, all that ain't going to help our people. The mentality got to change. So how is the mentality in our people change? Well, you grow, you become a teacher so that you can help. You can help teach somebody. You can give them fish or you could teach them how to fish, or you could just teach them how to fish. You can give them a fishing rod. I don't know how to work a fishing rod, so I'm not going to be able to catch a fish. This is real talk. So I'm screwed. But if you could teach me how to catch a fish, I don't even need a fishing rod. I can go out there and feed myself, and that's the thing. Like our people, that's how we get out. That's how we're going to get out the situation that we're in. Is for us to teach. We're building the ark. We're Noah right now. It's going to be a fire. These people ain't never seen fire coming from the sky and burning up everybody, just like they ain't never seen rain burning up, drowning everybody back in Noah's time. But while Noah's building the ark, he's teaching. Guess what? We're building our ark. Whenever we remove the things that we read about in 2 Timothy 3, whenever we're, okay, I got this in me. I got without natural affection in me. Let me remove that. That's me building the ark. I'm the ark. You see what I'm saying? Y'all are the ark. When you start removing the natural affection, the truce breakers, the false accusers, the heady, when you start removing those things out of your spirit, you start building an ark. But while Noah was building the ark, Noah was teaching as well. So while we start putting off the old man and putting on the new, we're building ourselves an ark. But at the same time, we should be teaching others how to do so also, so that they could be saved. And that's what it's about. I guess let's go back to the reading.
Let's go back to the. Yeah, we haven't even.
It's in the freezer.
I like it. I've been off that. I've been off that. Number 2.
Genesis chapter 6, verse 14.
And let's start the reading.
Genesis chapter 6, verse 13.
Oh my gosh.
And God said unto Noah, the end of all flesh is come before me, for the earth is filled with violence through them. And behold, I will destroy them with the earth. Verse 14. Make thee an ark of gopher wood. Room shalt thou make in the ark, and shall pitch it within and without with pitch. Verse 15. And this is the fashion which thou shalt make it of. The length of the ark shall be 300 cubits.
Now let me ask y'all a question real quick, just to piggyback on what we've been saying. The Most High told him to use gopher wood. What if gopher wood wasn't the wood that was prominent in the area?
Ooh. He had to travel far.
He might have had to travel or set something up to get that wood. Because the gopher wood had what was needed. If I'm not mistaken, when you look at the gopher wood, it's durable in water. It's like a water-resistant wood. It doesn't rot as much as other woods, because what is he building? A boat that's going to float in water for about 6 months, right? So the Most High told him to get this specific tree because it was going to sustain in the water, and then it was going to have animals in the boat. Remember, there was no shellacker, right? Like, oh, let me go get some wood finish, right? And shellac the wood, and so that way it's water resistant. Some woods are already water resistant. He said, go get gopher. I'll show you another thing. When the Most High, when he told Moses to build the tabernacle, and he told him to use what wood? Cedar, right?
Yeah.
What was significant about cedar wood? It was a repellent. It was also cedar has like an antiviral. Like if you take cedar oil, it's an antiviral.
Yeah.
But it's also a bug repellent. When you're in the wilderness, you need there's no off bug spray. Let's spray the off. There was none of that. Use the cedar wood, plus it also had a good smell, right? It had an aroma. So think about it. When Solomon built the temple and he needed cedar, there was no cedar where he was at. What did he have to do? He had to make the sacrifice and talk to what was it, Hebron? And set up. It was already set up, but he had to sacrifice something to get that wood from that place to where he was building the temple. He had to sacrifice. Noah had to sacrifice his way of, well, why gotta get gopher when there's pine right here? Pine trees rot, right? And cedar rots underwater. It breaks apart. This wood was what was going to be sufficient for the boat to be sustainable. His sacrifice is what saved him. We have to understand that the sacrifice is what saved them, and not going after his own way of doing things. He was given specification, he followed it. It was nothing for him to build a boat with sticks and twigs, but that wouldn't have worked. The wood had to be light enough to be able to float. So it couldn't be a heavy, heavy wood. What's a heavy wood? Oak is a heavy wood. Couldn't have built the boat out of oak. It would have probably sunk. And then you put the animals and the people, it wouldn't have been sufficient for what the Most High intended. This is what we have to understand. Now, did Noah, think about it. Do we always consider the operation of things when the moments get rough? Like, think about it. The water was high enough, it covered every mountain, right? But let's say it only covered the mountains ever so much, and that boat was just a little too heavy, and it did an iceberg, it did a Titanic, where it grazed the top of a mountain cliff and hit the boat, and the boat starts to sink because he used oak instead of gopher. He would have considered in a moment like, damn, I should have used gopher. Now I see why I should use gopher. But see, that's what we do, where the Bible says obedience is better than sacrifice. Now, what's sacrifice? Obedience. Just doing things. What he did was he did things. Instead of sitting there contemplating and trying to worry about, well, why did he say gopher and not oak or not pine or not cedar? Well, the cedar trees are here. Maybe he meant something else. No, the Most High knows what the hell he meant. He said gopher. Because he knew that that wood was going to do all the functions that needed to happen. It was going to be light so the boat can float and be lofty above, ride the waves, right?
Yep.
Right? It knew that it was a strong wood. It was going to be rough. All that rain, that boat was getting beat up, right? But it also had to not rot under just sitting around for a couple of months.
Yeah.
But what if Noah just sat back and was like, well, cedar is good enough to do all those things too. Cedar can float. Cedar is light. But what if he didn't think about the rotting part? See, now let's bring it back to us. Sometimes it's just about, let me follow. Let me just follow. And that's the sacrifice that's needed. Just following your faith. Just having faith, right? Just moving and not trying to consider every which way you go before the moment happens. Why I have to follow in this way. Just follow. Obviously, the person that's telling you to follow is still alive. Right? But they followed that path. But they're still here to tell you, hey, follow. So it's not that big of a deal. Shouldn't be that big of a deal, right? There shouldn't be so much to consider. But we get caught up in, well, maybe he didn't intend that. Or let me try to do it a slightly different way. But then now, everything that the Most High intended for you to get through with your sacrifice, you're hindered. You're hindered because why? You changed something before you even knew what you were changing. Follow, obedience. This is why you think the Most High gives the specifications of the temple, the ark, down to the cubit. Why was that significant? Because one cubit off and the whole boat's ruined. One cubit off in the temple, it's no longer the temple. You're going to have a wall in the middle of damn sacrifice and the wall's going to fall down? What kind of temple is that? In the middle of you the priest offering for yourself
Sin sacrifice.
A sin, yeah, you offered up your yearly sacrifice for yourself, and all of a sudden, the whole tabernacle falls to pieces because they didn't follow what Moses said, or Moses didn't follow the Most High's specifications. Do it like this. Use this. Don't do this. But who would have known? Who would have known that, well, if I didn't follow it exactly to the T, that it would collapse? You would only know once it collapsed, right? And then you're in a I shoulda, coulda, woulda, wish I woulda situation where you could have just been in like, damn, I'm glad I did that. Because look, there's no problems, right? I'm glad I just followed. But you know, the beautiful thing is you get an example. Y'all have examples on both sides of shoulda, coulda, woulda, and I'm glad I just followed. You have them in your life. You have them with people around you. You got them in the world. You get to look at people in the world as a walking example of shoulda, coulda, woulda, wish I woulda, shoulda listened. Yep. Damn, I shoulda listened. Damn, I wish I woulda. Man, I got regrets, man. Go out there and ask them. What do you wish you could take back? They'd be like, all of it. You know why? Because how much things would you want to take back? Well, up until this point, all of it. The 1% is the goodness you've been getting in the wisdom.
Yeah, bro.
But the 99% was your life before the wisdom. You like, man, I wish I could redo all of it. I wish I could redo my whole life and live according to this word.
That's right.
So that's how we know that the example out there is to just sacrifice and follow. And good will come. What happened to Abraham when he sacrificed and followed? What bad came? Well, y'all are here, right? We're here because of his sacrifice, because of his obedience, right? Moses, what good came of that? Well, he got us up out of Egypt. Joshua, Caleb, all these men, David, all these men that followed, sacrificed, good, only good. Show me a bad example. Show me where the righteous was forsaken, that followed and sacrificed, and I'll take this whole podium and set it on fire. I'll burn every book up here. You can't. But the ones that didn't sacrifice, I'm going to keep saying it, that didn't follow and obey, they were the ones that were forsaken. They were the ones that were left for the fowls of the air. Look at Saul and Jonathan. Look how they died. Right? Look at Nabal. Look at Eli. Look how he died. Nigga fell off a wall and broke his damn neck. Because he didn't want to sacrifice his feelings for his sons and do what was right and put their ass in check. He wanted to, oh no, those are my sons. Well, you're going to fall off a wall and break your neck hearing that your son's been put to death. You see how you got to really look at it, man. And y'all have to understand these stories and why they're there. They all have, when you look at a lot of the stories that we read about the characters in the Bible, these people, these not fictitious characters, I don't use that word characters as fictitious, but these men of the Bible, these women of the Bible, they had to give something up to get something. And they realized that what they were giving up really wasn't nothing. You know why? Because it wasn't worth what they were going to get. Even Abraham, when you read, he said, listen, if I do this, what am I going to get? Because he did ask. But that was after he already left his land. He asked, he said, if I follow you, what am I going to get? Yahweh Shai said, you're going to get the Most High said, you're going to get everything. You're going to get, the world will be because of you.
They asked Christ the same thing. Remember, they were like, we've forsaken all.
Right, we've forsaken all. What are we going to get? Right? So there's not a bad thing of asking, but they followed first. They followed first, and then they were like, well, damn, okay, I'm putting in some work. What am I going to get? No, that's not a bad question to ask. Like, what do I receive for this? Yeah. Well, the Most High is not unrighteous to forget your labor and love and the work you do in His name. Yeah. Part of that work and part of that labor and love, I think we're probably going to say this word 50 more million times before the night's over, is sacrifice. It's giving up. And not, sacrifice ain't something being ripped out of your hand.
Yeah.
Nah.
It's a sacrifice. Yeah. See, I sacrifice like, nah, bruh. Sacrifice is this.
Yeah,
sacrifice is this.
Yeah.
No, hold the pen. Hey, we need that pen. We know it's your last pen, but we need that pen.
Okay.
Right? Yahweh Shai had how many lives? He said, I lay down my life that no man take it. That's why the Father loveth me. I lay it down so I can pick it back up. That's the part that I think does not register in the brains of Israel. Once you give it, hey, I just needed to write my name. Here you go. Right back.
It's like
right back to you.
God. It's like it's funny. I was thinking about it with Noah's Ark, right? Like Noah, he couldn't have been like.
Oh, that's my hurt arm. That's my hurt arm.
Oh, my bad.
Damn.
My bad.
That's my hurt arm.
Well, you know, he couldn't like drag him on the boat.
Right, he couldn't drag him on the boat.
He couldn't drag him on the boat and be like, get the fuck on the boat. Get on. Everybody get on the boat. Like, he couldn't do that.
Couldn't do that.
It was like, listen, y'all can go on the boat, or y'all can not go on the boat. It's on y'all. You know what I mean?
I'm building this boat. There's space.
There's plenty of space.
But when did they knock on the boat? When that first raindrop hit the tip of somebody's nose, they were like, by that time the boat was closed. The boat was closed already. The raindrop started. You know when you outside and you're like, oh damn, it's about to rain. Smack, and you're like, oh snap.
You're like half a mile away from your car.
Yeah, you're like, oh no.
No.
Too late. Too late.
Hey, let me in.
Too late. Now you are the sacrifice. See, they became the sacrifice. All the people of the land became whose sacrifice? They became the sacrifice for the righteous. They became the ransom. The wicked will be the ransom for the righteous.
That's right.
And that is what happened. So ask yourself. You want to sacrifice or be the ransom for the ones that are put in that are sacrificing already? What role do you want to play in fulfilling prophecy? 2/3 of Israel is going to be wiped out. 1/3 is going to be saved. The 1/3 is going to be sacrificing. We know that, right?
Yep.
It said they gave up all. They came through the perils. They washed their garments in the blood of the Lamb. They lived that life. They was about it. The 2/3, they weren't about that. They want to wash their garments in Versace, Gucci. They wanted to wash their garments in pride. All the 2 Timothy 3 that we read. They wanted to have the garments, but not really actually be about what the garments represented. Right?
Yeah.
What role do you want to play? Do you want to be the sacrifice, or do you want to be sacrificed for? Do you want to be the ransom for the wicked? What do you want to be? Do you want to be the one that's pulled from the pit? Like we read in Job, and he said, I found a ransom. Which one do you want to be, the ransom or the one pulled from the pit? That's the question that everyone has to wrestle with within their self. I can't answer it. Only you can answer it about you. But what does it mean? If I say, well, man, listen, I ain't trying to go down and be the sacrifice in that way. I don't want to be the ransom in that way, right? In the wrong way. Well, what does that mean then? You got to do 10 times more than what you're doing to not be that ransom. And all you got to do is say, well, I'm willing to give myself first. My mind, my mentality. That's it. The living sacrifice. What was it about a living sacrifice? He gave up his mind. He gave up his mind. Yahushua was a living sacrifice. When you read in Luke, it said that he came. It said, like lightning go from the east to the west, so is the Son of Man. But many things will befall him before his death. Yahushua was here, and he was gone, right? But those 3 years of teaching, he gave up his mind to be in the will of the Most High, to be in the mind of the Most High, the mind of the Father. That was his sacrifice before the ultimate. Think about it. He was always sacrificing. Christ, let's go to your house. What, a Son of Man? Foxes have holes, birds have nests. A Son of Man? He got nowhere to lay his head, because why? We got to go travel and do this work. So I'm going to sacrifice my comforts. What you got?
This on the sacrificing of the comforts. You read in Jeremiah chapter 35. There's these sons. There's these sons that they sacrifice a way of living just because of what their father said. They're being obedient to their father. They said they wouldn't drink wine. They said they wouldn't build a vineyard. And they would only live in tents. They just moved around. They were tempted, like you got to read it, chapter 35, Jeremiah 35. They were tempted in all these things, and they're like, nah, you know what? We're going to obey the commandments of our Father. And the reward for it, I'm going to read it in Jeremiah 35:18. And Jeremiah said unto the house of the Rechabites, thus says the Lord of hosts, the God of Israel, because he obeyed the commandment of Jonadab, your father, and kept all his precepts, and done according unto all that he had commanded you. Therefore, thus says the Lord of hosts, the God of Israel, Jonadab, the son of Rechab, shall not want a man to stand before me forever. So they got an eternal position just for being obedient to their father's precepts. Everything that their father laid down, like Yahushua, being obedient to the Father, it's a similitude. I'm using it as a similitude because Yahushua was obedient to the Most High. He got an eternal place forever.
He sat down at the right hand of the Father.
Come on.
So where do we want to be at? When all the chips fall and all the dominoes is knocked over, where do you want to be? These are the questions you got to really sit down and be real with yourself.
God.
And say, man, when them angels pierce this firmament and break that sky, where do I want to be? I want to be the one sitting here getting burnt up in this place or getting taken out of this place. Where do I want to be in just my life daily? Where do I want to be? I want to be the one that's I want to be down openly, but really, truthfully, inside me, I'm like, I don't know about that. That's a hard demon to wrestle with.
It is.
That's a hard but that's why after a while, what happens? You can't hold that weight for so long. What do you say? If you ain't hot or cold, I'll spew you out. Right? But what's the point? If you're going to get spewed out anyway, what's the point of wrestling with it? Just do what you do, but do it quickly. Right? Do what you do, but do it quickly. Ain't no sweat off his back, my back, your back, anybody's back. If a man says or a woman says, you know what? This ain't for me. You're right. It's not. Because it's not for everybody. Somebody got to be the 2/3. Somebody got to be the 1/3. Somebody got to be the 144,000. Now me, I'm the type of cat that likes to try to strive for great things. So I'm going to try to at least try to strive. And wherever I make it, when Yahushua comes, whatever he judges me as, I can at least say I tried. I did the things that I read and thought were necessary according to what he wanted from us to get whatever position the Most High decides that I am deserving of. I can honestly will be able to say within my own spirit, I tried. I didn't do me. I didn't do what I wanted. I got uncomfortable. I gave up. I lost. I got things ripped out of my hands unwillingly. But some things I gave up, and that was the teaching that nothing should be in your grips. So tight it got to be pulled out. That you should be willing to, hey, if it don't belong, it's just gonna fall out anyway. Right. Some things ain't worth gripping onto. The only thing that's worth it is this wisdom. You see what I'm saying? I will be able to stand before the Most High. We all should be trying to fight to stand before the Most High in Christ without shame. Without the shame of, I knew I could have did more. Somebody sis, you got your hand up.
Can I get a quick one?
Yeah.
Wait, hold on. He had his hand up. They had a hand up.
Yeah, so while I was listening to you, what brought to mind, you saying that you're living sacrifice. And you're sacrificing your mind for Christ's mind, for the mind that the Lord has.
Right.
So you're getting rid of what you think, your old thoughts, your old ways, doing what
Right. Your old comforts.
Your old
Right.
comforts. And I thought about that verse, Philippians 2 and 5.
Read it.
Philippians.
I love Philippians.
The book of Philippians, chapter 2, verse 5.
Go ahead.
Let this mind be in you,
Right.
which was also in Christ Jesus.
And what was the mind that was always in Yahweh Shai? The Son of Man came not to be ministered unto, but to minister. Right? His mind wasn't about his self and how he felt and what was going to make him comfortable. We know it because he literally walked onto the cross. He might as well have took the hammer and nailed in his own nails. He might as well have nailed himself in there.
Yeah.
He might as well have just said, listen, I got this, y'all. Ding, 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 ding. Somebody help me out. He might as well have done that. That's the way he was rolling. Right? Now, we know there was a moment where he was like, okay, now, if this ain't the will, take it from me. But he went along with the will of the Most High, whatever that was to be. And we know what happened. That was his mind. Right? Go ahead.
Who being in the form of God,
Right?
thought it not robbery to be equal with God.
Right. Now, why is that in there? Because in being equal with God, it was nothing for him to just say, you know what? This ain't going to work, y'all. I belong in the heavens. The earth is my footstool. Find another person. Oh, kill the guy next to me. Right? It'd have been nothing for him to say, listen, I'm a God. I'm powerful too, because he was. Yahweh Shai was powerful. Being equal with God, he could have called angels out of the sky to destroy this earth. Or to just destroy those Romans. What would have stopped him from saying, you know what, this Roman captivity? Nah, bro. We ain't rocking with this. Michael, get him. Gabriel, Michael, Raphael, Uriel, and the other three that we don't have the names of. You 7 archangels, call the legions and let's eradicate Rome. He would have been like a god. He would have been doing God powers. Let's treat the Romans like the Sodom and Gomorrah. Right? But he said, no, wait a minute. I'm not equal with God. I was sent here to do something. And that's where that high-minded, who thinks that they equal with God? Ain't that Esau?
Yeah.
I think I'm the Most High. I sit in the seat of the Most High. Yahweh Shai was like, no, I can't roll like that. Hold on. I got to be obedient to the will of the Father. If not, then I'm putting myself in the position that I am the Father. Or greater or equal. No. I'm down here and Papa is up here. Go ahead.
But made himself of no reputation.
Right?
And took upon him the form of a servant.
And this was the example for all of us to follow. How do I perform servitude to the next man, the next woman, to the people of my nation? What is my willing sacrifice? What is my reasonable sacrifice, like it says in Romans 12:1? Well, be a minister. Be a servant. Sacrifice. Give up. Be willing to not hold on to your garbage carnal possessions. Your garbage carnal mind to the point where that's going to be your destruction. Think about it. Think about it. You got those of us that we're holding on so tight to the comforts, the amenities of life. But to keep those amenities, you got to stress yourself out, working 50 million hours a week just to hold on to a vehicle, hold on to this, hold on to that, right? Think about the people in the world that they got to work 8 jobs. I got to work 10 jobs just to pay for a place that they really can't afford or a car they really can't afford. But think about the stress that's putting them under just being at whatever jobs they hate. Just to drive around to hold on to something where, man, all you got to do is just give up. Not in the wrong way, though. You just give up, feeling like you got to live a certain way, and you'll live that certain way. I mean, when's the last time you stressed about a job?
Shoot.
When's the last time you stressed about a job?
Long time.
You got a vehicle?
Gone.
You got a vehicle?
Yep.
You got a house to live in?
See?
You got food?
See?
You brush your teeth?
See?
You got a nice garment?
Gone.
You see, but he don't got a care in the world about how am I going to get it. Right now, it takes a level of faith to be there. It takes a level of faith to say, man, if I don't let the amenities of life be the concern, and that the Most High is going to have me. Right? But too much of it, we're concerned. Remember, the Bible says there's things that are needful for a man's life. Food, shelter, clothing, house, oil, water. So what's that saying? That you're going to have those things regardless.
Yeah.
In some form or fashion, you're going to have them. But then there's the extras that we feel like we got to have. The extra amenity. I call them amenities.
They are amenities.
They are amenities, right? Remember when you grew up back in the day, you didn't have no AC. Now AC is like, I ain't walking in there if ain't no AC. I ain't walking up in there. Oh, hell no. There ain't no AC up in there. Nah, I ain't. Right? Or, I ain't got no leather seats. No, I ain't getting that. No, well, gotta have leather.
Yeah.
Gotta have this. Gotta have that. Power windows? Oh, no. I ain't rolling. My elbows hurt. Wind up the windows. Hell no, I can't stretch over and wind up that window. You gotta tell somebody when they get out, hey, lock the door. Remember that? Hey, lock that door for me. Remember that? Because you had no power locks, but now you just like, you could walk 10 miles away from the car. You can hop on your phone. Oh, let me lock. Boom. You can turn your heat up from your house. All that.
Yeah.
The amenities that, is your life going to be over if you can't change the AC temperature in your house from class?
Right.
Or lock your doors from a mile away? Or have the cold, dirty AC that filters through the car all the time, blowing your nose? Get some fresh air. Sweat a little bit. That's why a lot of us be sick. You don't want to do the things we did naturally. You want to breathe in AC, recycled air. You want to not sweat ever. I can't be sweating. It's a natural body function. We look at these amenities and feel like I got to die for the amenities.
Yeah.
When you don't have to die for the... Did Christ eat?
Gone.
Did Christ have clothing?
Yes, sir.
Listen, they say he had the best girdle.
Golden.
Golden. Did Christ... did he have a place to lay his head? Of course. Of course. Hey, go to that man's house and go ahead and set that room up. That's what we need. Right? He had the basics, but more importantly, he had brotherhood and unity. More importantly, he had a goal that he was trying to fulfill where he didn't let, like, man, well, bruh, this cat ain't got no AC, he ain't got no central air, so we can't go to his house. He ain't got this, so we can't go there. Or it's in a bad area, so we can't. Nah, he didn't move like that. We have to be in the mind that, what is the goal? What are we giving up to get? What are we giving up to get? And think about it. Would it be such a struggle if what you were going to get was the same exact thing that you have? Would it be even worth it? Hell nah. But that's how you know the kingdom ain't nothing like this. That's how you know unity is nothing what the world has to offer in brotherhood and sisterhood and coming together. And just look at even the feast days, right? We got 8-day feasts to the point where we got to take a damn break in the middle. If we were here for the last feast, y'all going to see when we do Hanukkah, y'all going to be like, God damn. Like, I'm still full from the last 3 days. Guaranteed. Y'all going to be like, whoa. For anyone that participates for the full 8 days, tell them. You gonna by the 4th day, you're gonna be like, oh, I can't breathe. You're gonna be coughing up food from the first day. Food and drink. But then you're gonna be like, well, I gotta go because we have fun the last 4 days. I gotta go. But think about it. You do Christmas, Thanksgiving, Easter, and you're like, damn, it was fun, but I wish it lasted longer. Right? It don't last, but then obviously Christmas, New Year's, Easter, we don't do those. But I'm just giving you the parallel of the ones, they wish that Easter lasted longer. They wish that Christmas lasted longer. Why do you think they got to keep making holidays? Why do you think they got, National Pancake Day? Yes. National Afro Day. Yeah. Oh, today is Taco Tuesday. Oh, today is Water Day. Today is National iPhone Day. They making up holidays. They making up holidays because they want to try to attain to the fun that we have naturally. 8 days, but listen, we're going to have to do a break on Hanukkah. It's 8 days on one of them days, we're going to take a break. Y'all going to be like, we need a break.
Sip some soup.
Yeah. Why you think the last day of the feast that we did, I was like, listen, soup and salads. Because we were eating so much. We was grubbing. When we was partying, we was coming together. But I bring those things up to show you that what you give up in the world is nothing compared to what the truth and the wisdom has to offer. But you'll never ever come to the full realization of the truth until you understand that you have to give up the world, that you have to give up that mentality, and that you have to give up a majority of the world. That's what it boils down to. You'll never ever come to the full feeling of the unity, the brotherhood, because you're entangled with other things. So it's like when we come together, like yesterday, what we do? We popped up at his house, right? And we just chilled for a little bit. Ran some errands, ran to his house, me, him. We just at his house kicking it. His babies are there. We holding the baby. And then we chilled. And it was like, oh, damn, 4 o'clock. Got to go to class. And we meet up here. But those little moments, I was like, damn, we gotta. That's fun. That was fun for me, just to pop up. Well, we ate some rice, some chicken. We talked a little bit, and then we rolled. For me, I'm like, cool.
Like an hour.
Yeah, I love that. But see, there's a lot of brothers and sisters that can't get that because they're caught up in other things. They're caught up in what they feel like they have to gain and get. I'm trying to gain them. They're trying to gain me. We're trying to gain each other. So I'm going to go spend time with them. I don't give a damn about anything else. Me, Noah, we kicked it. We hung out. I was like, we going to locker rounds. He was like, yeah, oh, locker rounds. He was hype. He was hype. He was more hype than me. And I'm like, okay, yeah. This is where it's at. Yeah. This is what it's about. Being around each other. Yeah. Building with each other. Late night phone calls. This dude hit me up at 2 in the morning? Oh, yeah. We're just rapping about scriptures. Like, it's what we do. Right. But our mind, where was the mind? What was the mind of Yahweh Shai? Did we go off? Oh, I just hit it. Where was the mind of Yahweh Shai on those same very things? The brethren, the people. How are we going to feed these people? I got it. Get the loaves, get the fish. Right? Yahweh Shai, we need wine. Got it. Get the water. Boop. Right? Yahweh Shai, they sick. Bring the multitude. It was never like, oh, they sick, but damn, bruh. Let's heal these niggas yesterday, man. Y'all gonna just keep being sick? So the multitude came, he healed them, and the multitude left. They took from him to the point where he felt it. I felt virtue leave me. I felt good qualities leave me. And go into another person, think about that. I mean, bro, was he concerned about self? Well, if y'all taking the virtue, where's my virtue gonna be at?
Right.
If y'all taking all my healing powers, what about when I get sick? Well, how can the healer get sick? How can the power lose power? You think the socket is concerned about giving too much electricity to the plug? Hell nah. He's the power. That's his job. But we're all supposed to be the socket giving electricity to one another and to the ones that need it. Not concerned about where is my power going to come from. That's here. The more you put your head here, the more you'll have it to give. So it's all these things that are synonymous with each other and go hand in hand. I could talk about it all day. But where is our mind? Well, the mind of Christ. If you really want to be in the mind of Christ, it wasn't about how many laws I kept or how well I kept the Sabbath. It was how much did I care about the next brother and sister? How much did I care about their well-being? How much was I around them? Why did he pull the apostles for 3 years around him? Why? What was the significance of that? Well, you can't do greater things if you don't know how. can't do anything if you don't know how to do it. I got to show you how that being a fisherman is good, but let me show you how to fish for spirits. It's the same concept, but look, you got to tweak this. You got to come this way. How do we know? If it was up to the apostles, every city they went to that didn't receive them, what would they have done? After they left, what would they have done? Every city would have been what? No. Every city would have been Sodom and Gomorrah. Lord, shall we call down fire from heaven and burn their asses up?
Yeah, they all would have been.
The Son of Man did not come to destroy men's lives, but to save men's lives. Dust your feet off, walk away. Next city. The apostles were like, no, let's wipe them out. But see, they have to be around to learn. No, that's not what we're here to do yet. If this was my kingdom, then we fight. You gonna restore the kingdom unto heaven? No, not yet. It's not our time. These things, they have to be around to learn and gain. Right? They have to learn the way of the right way and the right time and the right moment by being around. It's the little nuances and instances that we get into. Outside of this is just formal. I call this formality. Class is a formality. We do it every Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Yeah. But see, if I pop up to his house for an hour, it's on a different level of just conversation and thinking. Or if we sit on the phone for 3, 4, 5, 6 hours sometimes, in one day, it's a different level of conversation that's being had. There's a different mind that's being nurtured that a lot of us, you'll miss out on if you're not allowed to put yourself in it. I get it. It's just how it is for some. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. But my mind is, okay, all that, yes, my family got to eat. My family got to have, they need AC for some reason. They got to have it nice and cool up in there. Right? They need a fan going. They need electricity. They need it crispy. Right? That's them. I don't need all that. I don't care. I'm a bare minimum guy. But I understand my family got to eat. They got to, so yes. Do I think about those things too? Of course. But what do I think about more? And the more I don't think about those things, the more they happen. That's the funniest part about it. Like, that's faith though. The more I don't give a damn, the more that the Most High is like, oh, here you go. Here you go. Here you go. The more I don't care, listen, I got a nice vehicle. The more I don't care about it, the more the Most High is like, yo, here goes the payment. Here goes this. Here goes your rent. Here goes this. Here goes that. And I'm like, damn, where'd that come from? Okay, cool. Cool. Because I'm more here. I'm more here. I'm more here. You see that? That's where my mind, because that was the mind of Christ. He could have had anything in the world. Think about it. And I'm gonna let us go back to the reading. I know Nicodemus is like, man, shut the hell up. I've been up here all day. Every time I get up, you talk long, Quatazap. Right? But think about this. Satan came, the tempter came to tempt Yahushua. He said, listen, bow down to me, I'll give you the world. I'll give you all the kingdoms. He said, I'll give you everything. He said, nah, I'm good. I'm good. How many of us put in that position would say, nah, I'm good? Well, there's some of us that are living that right now. That are saying, nah, I can go make $40 an hour, $30 an hour. I could take the things I learned in the truth and go make $50 an hour. But I'm going to stay grounded to this because the $50, $60, $20, $10.50, whatever it is an hour is not going to suffice and be worth what I'm going to sacrifice for the money. What shall a man gain for his soul? The feeling of giving up, the feeling of not being around, the feeling of not growing with men in like mind, the feeling of having to report to these bastards in this world, man. It's terrible. It's a terrible feeling. So I'd rather not have that feeling. I'd rather go through all the things I got to go through in the wisdom and know that the Most High is going to have mercy.
God, you're right.
He's going to take things, he's going to give things, he's going to take away things that you don't need, take away things you do need to see where you at. But then he's going to bring it right back. Look at Job. Look at Moses. Look at David. Look at it. He killed one of David's sons and brought him a better son, Solomon, from the same woman. Look at Job. He killed all his kids and took everything, but gave him more kids and more of everything. Why? Integrity, obedience, being rooted, being faithful, going right back. Not traitor, not high-minded, not heady, not prideful, not egotistical, not feeling like we're entitled. Making ourselves as no reputation. I'm no one. I deserve nothing. I know that about me. I'm no one and I deserve nothing that I have. But why do I have it? Because it's an everyday proving that, okay, you're going to take care of what I give you. I don't deserve anything I have. If you go off my past track record, shit, I don't deserve any of it. Any of it. I deserve to be beaten with many stripes. That's what I deserve. But the Most High got mercy and grace. You want to finish that? Were you done with that, or was that it?
Nah, it's got a couple more. Philippians chapter 2, verse 8.
Right.
And being found in fashion as a man, he humbled himself and became obedient unto death, even the death of the cross.
Right. He humbled himself and became obedient. What are we willing to be obedient to? The scriptures say what you yield your members to is what you're going to follow.
The amenities.
Huh?
Are you yielding yourself to the amenities?
Yeah, is it about my comforts? Am I yielding to the comforts? Am I yielding my loins to women? Am I yielding my lungs to weed smoke? Am I yielding my mind to what the world says is acceptable? Or am I going to yield to the scriptures and the wisdom? Whatever you yield to is what you're going to produce, is what you're going to get. I mean, it ain't hard. Drug dealers got drug dealer problems. Show me a drug dealer that got CEO like Bill Gates problems. He don't. Show me a prostitute that got non-prostitute problems. Right? It's hard. It's hard. You can't, because you get what you put in. You reap what you sow. You see that? So a prostitute ain't gonna have CEO problems like, man, I don't know where to put this. I got all this money, and then I gotta put this in a CD, and I gotta run this company, and I gotta fire these people. Like, she ain't worried about that. She worried about turning her next trick, and not catching AIDS and getting pregnant. She's worried about, how do I stay on the block, not getting beat up by the other hoes, not getting scooped up by a whole nother pimp. Those are hoe problems and pimp problems. The righteous ain't worried about that. I'm not worried about the next time I'm gonna catch AIDS. I'm not. Why? 'Cause I'm not doing the things that help you to catch AIDS.
That's right.
And hepatitis. Like, I'm not worried about, well, man, if I run into that needle, I'm gonna catch hepatitis. I'm not worried about that. Leave that to them. Go ahead.
Verse 9. Wherefore the Most High also hath highly exalted him, and given him a name which is above every name.
And in him not making himself as a reputation, guess what he got? Guess what Yahweh Shai said? The Bible said he made himself of no reputation. But Yahweh Shai has the greatest reputation of all men that ever walked this earth. Think about it. Think about it. He gave up being reputable to become reputable. Like, you see how it's crazy, ain't it? He gave up a reputation and became reputable. That's the man you go to for healing. Hey, I'm going to heal you, but don't tell nobody. And the next thing you know, there's 5,000 people in front of him like, heal us? Heal us? Heal them all? Jump on a boat? Go to a next city? Nobody knows him. But no, that's the man. He's the guy to be with. He's the guy to follow. I mean, you got to see it. He gave up his life to get his life. Go ahead.
That at the name of Yahweh Shai, every knee should bow, of things in heaven and things in the earth and the things under the earth.
I mean, what else is there? When this earth is in judgment, they're going to be bowing to Christ. Yeah. Every knee shall bow, every tongue shall confess. Not because he said so, or because he said, listen, y'all going to bow to me, but because of the way he moved in the spirit and on this earth is what warranted the bowing. The fact that he followed the Most High wholeheartedly
Yeah.
is where every man is going to bow, and his reputation will be known. He'll be world renowned. Go ahead. Is that it?
Yeah, the last one.
Go.
Last precept.
Uh-huh.
And that every tongue should confess that Jesus Christ is the Lord to the glory of God the Father.
Yes, sir. Amen.
Amen.
Rakataya Hawabah Shem Yahushai. Let me get Nicodemus off this podium. He's ready.
Oh.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Genesis
Good,
chapter,
very good scripture. All right. Go ahead.
Genesis chapter 6, verse 15, starting from the top. And this is the fashion which thou shalt make it of. The length of the ark shall be 300 cubits. The breadth of the 50 cubits. And the height,
The breadth.
the breadth,
The breadth means the width.
The width, yeah.
the breadth of it 50 cubits.
Right.
And the height of it 30 cubits. Verse 16. And a window shalt thou make to the ark, and in a cubit shalt thou finish it above. And the door of the ark shalt thou set in the side thereof, with lower, second, and third stirs shalt thou make it. Verse 17. And behold, even I, do bring a flood of water upon the earth to destroy all flesh, wherein is the breathing of life from under heaven, and everything that is in the earth shall die. Verse 18. But with thee will I establish my covenant, and thou shalt come into the ark, thou and thy son, and thy wives, and thy sons' wives with thee. Verse 19. And of every living thing of all flesh, two of every sort shalt thou bring into the ark, to keep them alive with thee. They shall be male and female. Verse 20. Of flocks after their kind, and of cattle after their kind, and of every creeping thing of the earth after his kind. Two of every sort shall come unto thee, to keep them alive. Verse 21. And take thou unto thee of all food that is eaten, and thou shalt gather it to thee, and it shall be for food for thee and for them. Verse 22. Thus did Noah, according to all that God commanded him, so did he. Chapter 7, verse 1.
Right. So Noah did all that the Most High commanded. Get these animals, get this, get that. Follow me wholeheartedly, I'll preserve thee. Go ahead.
And the Lord said unto Noah, Come thou and all thy house into the ark, for thee have seen righteousness before me in this generation.
And let's not get it twisted. If Noah's family decided like, no, we don't want to follow, they would have been getting rained on too. Because they would have been out there with the rest of the people doing what the rest of the people were doing. You see that? So they seen the significance. Noah's wife. Listen, when you look at when the Bible says a bishop, he must have his children in subjection with all gravity. Right? His wife got to follow him. This was it right here. Noah was a bishop. He had all the qualities of a bishop. Y'all see this? That's why he was able to have his family saved also. A lot of you women, y'all ain't getting saved off of looks. No, none of y'all. Y'all ain't getting saved off looks. You children, you're not getting saved off of cuteness. If Christ came right now, he ain't judging your curly fro and how long your hair is and all that.
Right.
Oh, you're a child. He's judging your spirit. You think children didn't die in the time of Noah? Hell yeah, they did. Newborn babies and all.
Oh, yeah.
Why?
Come.
Because it was all filthy. Because the product of think about it. A righteous tree don't bring forth wicked fruit, and a wicked tree don't bring forth righteous fruit. The men were all wicked, and whatever children they had were going to do what? Continue and perpetuate wickedness. So it all had to be cut off. Now, how do you show that you're from the righteous tree? Because a righteous tree, The tree could be righteous, and guess what can happen? Like me, or a parent. Let's use a parent. A parent can show their child every which way to do things the right way. But everyone has to do what? Make their own decision, right? Make their own choices. Noah's children were grown-ass men. They had wives. His 3 sons had wives. They could have been like, Dad, you know, you kind of up in age. Because he had him when he was about 500, right? You kind of up in age and you sounding kind of crazy, Pops. We ain't rolling with that. For me and my house, we gonna go down the block, right? We ain't dealing with this.
Yeah.
But what did they see? They seen the righteousness in Noah, and they followed it. Being obedient children, they followed Noah. So this is a lesson also for the women and for the children. You better know what you have in front of you. You better know what you have in front of you, wife, child, because following the wrong thing is going to get you dead. Just like the children of Noah. Not his children, but the children of Noah's time. There were newborn babies, there were infants, and there was teenagers that died in the time of Noah. We can't be naive to that. How come the Most High is, let's preserve their life and let Noah teach them? They were already tainted fruit. They were already tainted fruit. They were virgin women that never even seen a man. Let them live. Nope. They already seen some things, be it their minds weren't virgins. So we wiping all of them out. The only ones that's trying to follow is these 8. So a lesson for people and families. You got to follow your husband, man. And not be so quick to question every single thing, go against, rebuttal, find an excuse, have an excuse why not to. I was going to do that, but, like, come on, man. Just do it. Just roll.
Sometimes it's frustrating, but when we watch The Matrix, they're like, there's a part where they did, one of the guys was like, I don't agree with what you're doing, and then the head guy was like, hey, look, you don't need to understand, follow.
You don't. You don't need to understand to follow. You don't. Think about it. Just think about it. Did you understand the effects of weed before you hit it? Hell nah. Did you understand the effects of sex before you did it? Nah. That's why a lot of us got mistakes. That's why we make so many mistakes. You didn't understand the effects of something before you followed it in negativity. But the thing with righteousness is that it will be explained. Things will be explained, but sometimes, Abraham, listen, get up out your family's land and move to this land. He didn't sit there like, well, why? But hold up. But, I got to pack up all this stuff and all these camels and people. And he was like, cool, let me just follow. And the Most High said he counted that for righteousness. Yeah. Him just following. Then after he followed for a while, he was qualified to ask a question.
Yes.
You know why? Because he already followed. He was already in good practice with the Most High. So now when he asked a question, it wasn't like, hey, just shut up and follow. It was, that's a good question. I see you already been faithful in following, so this is what I'm going to give you. I'm going to give you this, I'm going to give you this, I'm going to give you that. But a lot of us want to ask, but you think you're entitled. You're not entitled to a damn thing. None of us are. None of us are entitled. Like I sat here and said, I don't deserve anything but death and destruction and pain and anguish and torment. For all the pain and anguish and torment I've caused, that's what I deserve. So to sit here and act like we're entitled, we're not entitled to anything. The Most High could wipe us all out and do what? Start over. Start it over. Who are we? Who is man like other than grass that withereth? Well, did you do enough to even ask? Did you do enough to even be concerned about what you get? You still alive to keep following, right? You should be content with that for a time. Put in a little bit of time with the Most High. Put in some sacrifice with the Most High. Show some dedication to Him. Consistency to Him. What do I mean? How many of us pray consistently up in here? Daily. Half the room.
Yeah.
Daily. I mean, every day. Don't miss a day. I know we don't miss a day. I don't miss a day. I can't miss a day. But some of us be like, oh, damn, I didn't pray in a week. Oh, snap. I'll do it tomorrow. I'll do it tomorrow. You better develop some consistency with the Lord. You better talk to him. It's little things like that. Y'all think I'm talking about showing up to class? Hell nah, forget about that. What about what you do in your own home? You can't even pray, so you ain't going to show up consistently. I mean, it is what it is. Right? If you ain't doing the small things, you ain't going to do the bigger things. A little bit of prayer daily. Daily. And then you go to 1 time a day. Then you remember, damn, 3 times a day. Then you remember, oh, damn, 4 times a day, 5 times a day, 6. Then you remember, wait a minute, pray without ceasing. I'm supposed to be just talking to the Most High. It's supposed to be a never-ending convo where I don't got to set up prayers because I'm always in prayer mode. I'm always in talk to the Most High mode. What you want me to do on this? What should I do on this? Show me this. Right? Help me to stay away from this. You're ready a 4 time before something happens.
That's right.
You praying off demons that don't even got nothing to do with you, but you making sure. Develop consistency, man. In the spiritual things outside of man. It ain't got your prayer ain't got nothing to do with me. That's up to you and the Most High, right? Develop consistency with the Most High daily. And then you'll be able to develop consistency with man. You'll see the benefit. But a lot of us don't pray. Something as simple as that. So now what? Sister Mary.
I hold a conversation with the Lord. That's how I pray. Like I'm doing business, when I'm going to do business with somebody.
Hell yeah.
With the Lord, I hold a conversation.
She said I hold a conversation. Hell yeah, that line is always open.
When I'm finished, then
Yeah. You got to be on the wear out the footsteps of the elders, right? We got to stay wearing out the Most High's ear.
That's right.
He's our power. But if you're not doing those things, you're not going to put yourself in position to do greater things. Now you see why Yahushua had to the apostles had to be around Christ. Christ didn't have to be around the apostles. They had to be around him. Hey, stand here with me while I pray. Damn, y'all couldn't watch with me while I prayed? He was showing them. These are the things you got to do. How can we cast out demons? Well, got to fast and pray. Well, damn, we couldn't cast them. You ain't fasting and praying enough. Look, I'm going to show you. This is how we fast and pray. This is how we do it daily. This is what we have to do the things that are needed for the people. We got to give ourselves up. We got to sacrifice. I got to take a little sacrifice of my time to give the Most High some time. Because that's all it really is. Or develop a routine. Develop something to know that I'm going to be consistent with the Lord. It's very important. Read on. Where you at? Uh-huh. Thought I was going to keep going, huh? You thought I was going to keep going, huh?
No, yeah, chapter 7, verse 1.
Right?
Chapter 7, verse 2. Of every clean beast thou shalt take to thee by 7, the male and his female. And of every beast thou art not clean, that are not clean by 2, the male and his female. Of fowl also of the air by 7, the male and the female, to keep seed alive upon the face of the earth. Verse 4. For yet 7 days, and I will cause it to rain upon the earth 40 days and 40 nights, and every sustain that I have made will I.
Why did he say? Real quick, jumping back. Why did he say, take 7 of the clean, 2 of the unclean? What was Noah doing or going to do? What's that?
So that way they would be more clean animals than the
But why did he say 7?
He keeping the law.
He what?
Keeping the law in completion.
Nope.
For sacrifices and food.
For sacrificing for food. They had to eat. And well, when you sacrifice, you ate it. So you had you had, think about it. You got 7, 2 males, 2 female, 2 male, 2 female, right? They're going to produce babies that off male that you sacrifice, you ate. But they have to eat on the ship also. They have to eat on the boat. So more than likely, they may have had 2 producing babies, 2 to eat, 1 to I don't know how they did it, but it was for sacrificial purposes. 2 unclean, because they weren't sacrificing unclean animals. They would just produce, and 2 of them would be able to produce enough to keep the line going.
That's crazy. Like the Catholic Church only talks about the 2.
Say it one more time.
The Catholic Church,
Yeah.
they only tell you that like 2 animals of each kind were taken, so they're sticking to the unclean.
Well, because they don't read Genesis 7 and 2. They read Genesis 6 where it says take 2 and 2. Because the Most High first commanded him, he said take 2 of each. Clean, unclean, but then he come back and said take 7 clean. He was being more specific. Now imagine if he would have took 2 clean. They would have to starve, or we wouldn't have certain animals. We wouldn't have no clean animals. They would have starved, or they would have to eat the animals, right? And you can't have one without the other. So it was for sacrificial and for sacrificial purposes more than likely. All right, so I know because when you read it in 6, it tells you 2 and 2, but then 7 is like 7 and 2. Well, why? Sacrificial. Remember that. The first thing Noah did when we got off the ark was he set up an altar and he made sacrifice to the Lord. And they had to eat on the boat. They weren't vegetarians. They weren't just eating sea moss and things like that. They was eating meat.
Not the Irish sea moss.
They wasn't just eating sea moss or vegetables. They had to eat.
Yeah.
They had to eat. But it does it say anything about him carrying seeds? Because I remember I watched like the Nature Channel. It was like, yeah, the Noah's Ark was just a big vessel to carry seeds. It was just a big reseeding thing. I was like, what the hell are you talking about? The Most High made everything grow from the ground. Just because he flooded the earth and killed everything off, don't mean that seeds wouldn't re-germinate. They germinate in fire, in water, all these different conditions.
Yeah.
Right. So y'all get that, right? Right. Go ahead, read.
Genesis chapter 7, verse 5. And Noah did according unto all that the Most High commanded him.
Right.
Verse 6. And Noah was 600 years old when the flood of the water was upon the earth.
Right. So he had his sons at 500 when the flood hit. He had his sons at 500. He started building a boat around that time when the floods hit. He was 600. That's how we get the time of how long approximately it took him to build the ship. It's about 100 years to build the ark. I say ship. I'm sorry. To build the ark. Go ahead.
Verse 7. And Noah went in, and his sons and his wife, and his son's wife with him into the ark because of the water of the flood. Verse 8. Of clean beasts and of beasts that are not clean, and of fowl, and of everything that creepeth upon the earth. Verse 9. There went in two and two unto Noah into the ark, the male and the female, as God has commanded Noah. Verse 10. And it came to pass after 7 days that the water of the flood was upon the earth. Verse 11.
Man, think about this real quick. Think about the power that Noah had, where he had control of these animals. He had them walking 2 by 2. I mean, just think about it. He had some power.
Some big animals, man.
He had some power, man, where he had these animals obedient. Just like Adam was supposed to have. The dominion, Noah had the same dominion, but what did Adam and Noah share in common? Was it that the Most High liked Adam over Noah, or Vice versa? No, they both were obedient to wisdom. Their obedience to wisdom gave them the power to dominate. So it's crazy. It's a catch-22. In order to have dominion, you have to be dominated over. Right? Yahweh Shai has to dominate over you for you to have dominion over others. Yeah.
It's just like a follower. In order to be a good leader, you gotta first know how to follow.
You got to know how to follow. The best leaders are the best followers first. You got to know, you showing that what? To be in a position, you have to grow into that position in all facets. Right? A man that is not crowned unless he strive lawfully. You have to strive lawfully to be able to be king, leader, ruler. You have to know how to follow the king before. David was a perfect example. Read on.
Genesis chapter 7, verse 11. In the 600th year of Noah's life, in the second month, the 17th day of the month, the same day was all the fountains of the great deep broken up.
The fountains of the great deep. When we talked about Genesis, the first chapter, he said he made the firmament to divide the waters from the waters. How you know they haven't been into space? Because there is oceans of water above the firmament. That's what the Bible says. That's what I'm sticking to.
God.
There are oceans. There are springs within the oceans. There are springs in the deep. There are fountains in the sky. That's the purpose of the firmament, was that you didn't drown. When those windows were open, because the firmament is what? A clear molten glass, right? Like a window. He allowed the flood to flood in and flooded the whole earth. When you go back into Genesis and he said he made the earth stand out of the water, he made the earth part stand out of the water. There was water around the earth part. Now, I hit y'all with a little tidbit. One thing Esau didn't lie to you about was that all the continents were connected. They didn't lie about that. They called it Pangea, which, what was it really called? Nope. What was it called? Nope. What was it called? It's easy. Go back to Genesis. What was it called?
Eurasia.
No. Eurasia is what they call it now. Europe and Asia. What was it called? Eden. The world was known as Eden. That's what Eden means, paradise. So obviously, it was no longer a paradise, but that was the name of the land. The whole earth was called Eden. And the garden was in the midst of Eden. Right? It said he made a garden in Eden. So Eden wasn't the garden. The garden was in Eden. The world was known as paradise. Through time, I'm sure the world was no longer paradise. That's why you had to wipe it out. But that was the name that he gave it. It was paradise. Eden. What?
So, names of countries after the fact, after Eden and everything like that, was after like man started getting populated and kings started giving the signs.
Names of countries came with Shem, Ham, and Japheth.
Yeah, after, right? So there was not necessarily a name of a country.
Well, like even, well, when you go into it, there was, because Cain went where? Into what land? He went to the land of Nod.
God.
So obviously it did have a name on it.
God.
Nod was a land.
God.
But the whole world was known as Eden. That was the name of it. And yes, it was all connected. I'll prove it. As we read on, I'll prove to you that it was connected and that it was broken up.
That's so crazy about it all. It's just, everything's right here. But the other day, Shatak and I went to Home Depot. We were trying to find this thing. And then there was this Judah that came. And he was like, it's so complicated that it's simple.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is. All you got to do is just read. Read and comprehend. Reading comprehension is very, very, very important. The way we comprehend the scriptures and the way we use the Bible to edify the Bible, that's very important. Right? So, where we at? Read on.
Genesis chapter 7, verse 11, last precept.
Yes, sir.
Right. Okay. And the window of the heaven was open.
Right?
Verse 12. And the rain was upon the earth 40 days and 40 nights. Verse 13. In the selfsame day entered Noah, and Shem, and Ham, and Japheth, the son of Noah, and Noah's wife, and his 3 wives of his son, with them into the ark. Verse 14. They and every beast after his kind, and all the cattle after their kind, and every creeping thing that creepeth upon the earth after his kind.
Now, ask yourself this real quick. Going back to these windows of heaven opening and the earth flooding. If the earth was doing 10 trillion miles around in a circle,
Bring it out. Bring it out.
wouldn't you ever take a ball and spin it and try to pour water on it? The water does what? It repels off, right? How do you flood that? You won't be able to flood that. So think about it. You ever see anybody in here ever have a fish tank? Right? And you ever put your little fish tank little props on the bottom? And as you fill it, the water just rises up. Now I'm not saying that the earth is one thing or the other, but I'm just giving y'all the picture. How do you flood something that's spinning so fast that it's going to repel whatever you put, right? Whatever you drop in there. And then what window do you open on something that's a spear? What window is that if it's moving? Like, how do you open that window? You chop half the window off? Or, again, who in here got a fish tank? You slide that window or you lift that top window, right? And you fill your fish tank, and you see the water does this.
Yep.
Right? Wouldn't that, if we're trying to conceptualize even how the earth, the form of the earth, because it's part of creation. When you look at the firmament, the word firmament means firm, but it's firm, it means expanse, but it also tells you it's a curve. It's a curved dome. That was the thoughts of the Hebrews back then. Right? So, even if it's curvature, I can still open a window. If you want to use the terminology of the Bible, I can open up windows. But on something that's just straight, like round, like where's that window at? Spherical, what window do I open to get all that water in?
And it just run off.
That's what I'm saying. It would just run off because of this, all the spinning, and then it's moving. It's spinning so fast, and then it's moving around the sun, right? So it's doing 2 moves. Like, how do you? Nah. Nope. It don't work like that, right? But what makes more sense? Fish tank, right? It has. I hate saying it, but you know how a fish tank looks. Boom, boom. Open a window, pour some water. Water rises. Everything's flooded at the same time. If all the earth is together and not broken up like how it is now or how they say it is now, isn't it easier to accomplish the goal? Right? But there's something else that was going on too, where you'll see that the earth was together. Read on.
Genesis chapter 7, verse 14, last precept.
Hey, Bakar, why you think I didn't say either one of those things? I didn't say either one of those things because I know they're going to creep up. But, and start giving their opinion. I tried to stay away from those 2 words.
God.
I said spherical and fish tank. You put your imagination to that. I ain't going to say the F word or the R word. Go ahead.
Genesis chapter 7, verse 14, last precept. And every fowl after his kind, every bird after every sort. Verse 15. And they went unto Noah's and they went in unto Noah into the ark, 2 and 2 of all flesh, wherein is the breath of life.
Right.
Verse 16. And they that went in went in male and female of all flesh, as the Most High had commanded him.
So
And
there
the
was
Lord
so
set
there
him
was, so there was order and structure even with these beasts. There was order and structure in this time. Go ahead.
has commanded him, and the Lord set him in. Verse 17, and the flood was 40 days upon the earth, and the water increased and bared up the ark, and it was lifted up above the earth. Verse 18, and the water prevailed and was increased greatly upon the earth, and the ark went upon the face of the water.
Mm-hmm.
Verse 19, and the water prevailed exceedingly upon the earth, and all the high hills that was under the whole heaven was covered. Verse 20, 15 cubits upward, then the water prevailed, and the mountain was covered. Verse 21, and all flesh died that moved it upon the earth, both of the fowl and of cattle, and of beasts, and of every creeping thing that creepeth upon the earth, and every man. Verse 22, and all whose nostrils was the breath of life, of all that was in the dry land, died.
So the water animals lived. Anything on dry land and birds. Why did birds die? Well, birds need dry land to be able to nest and find food, and they need dry land also. They need trees to perch in, and
they got to be able to rest.
They can't just fly forever.
They couldn't feed and nothing.
They couldn't eat. So birds needed dry land. Obviously, we don't breathe water, so whatever breathed water lived through the flood. Go ahead.
Verse 23, and every living substance was destroyed, which was upon the face of the ground.
So all the trees that were on the ground, they need oxygen. They can't just be watered down.
Yeah.
They died. All the living things on the ground died. Read.
Both man and cattle, and creeping things, and the fowl of the heaven.
Right.
And they were destroyed from the earth, and Noah only remained alive, and they that was with him in the ark. Verse 24, and the water prevailed upon the earth 150 days. Verse 8, and God remembered Noah, and every living thing, and all the cattle that was with him in the ark. And God made a wind to pass over the earth, and the water assuaged, okay.
Or went away.
Assuaged.
So for 5 months, this flood sat. They stayed in this ark. 150 days is 5 months exactly. If you do 30 days, you go by the moon does a cycle every 30 days. 30, 60, 90, 120, 150. So 150 days, 5 months. It's a long time, man. It's a long time, but that's why that boat had to be built the way it had to be built, to sustain for 5 months. That's why they brought as many animals as they brought to sustain 8 people for 5 months. But I'm sure that it was going, if they had to, they would have been able to sustain more if needed. Right? So, was that it?
That was it.
Dang. Oh my gosh. Okay, next reader.
Yeah, you done it.
You said I done it?
Yeah.
Nah, I didn't do it. Bro,
God,
Quadazap has left the building. I've left the building a long time ago. It's locker out.
Shabbat Shalom, Yehovah, Bon Yasharallah.
Shabbat Shalom.
Song Shabbat Shalom, Yehovah, Bon Yasharallah. Ben Israel, Ahmad, Barak.
Yehovah Shem Yahushua Barakatam.
Yehovah Shem Yahushua Barakatam. Dang, we all messed up here. You don't sat up here too long.
I thought I was coming back up.
Let's be back in the room.
Genesis chapter 8, verse 2. The fountains also of the deep and the windows of heaven were stopped, and the rain from heaven was restrained. And the waters returned from off the earth continually. And after the end of the 150 days, the waters were abated. And the ark rested in the 7th month, on the 17th day of the month, upon the mountains of Ararat.
Ararat. Now, if you look at where Ararat is located now, that's Turkey.
Yep.
So the ark, if you understand where Turkey is, you got Israel, you got Saudi Arabia, you got Turkey. Right here. Then you move over, you got Greece. It's right across the river. You got Greece, Turkey, Israel, Saudi Arabia. You got Africa. That's how it is on the map.
Yeah.
But if you flip it around, Israel, Turkey, Africa, because y'all are there. Yep. So Turkey, Israel, Africa, Saudi Arabia down here, Russia, China over here. Mount Ararat. And we did a class, man, just on we did a class talking about the things of the Bible that are still there. Lot, wife, the pillar of salt. You can still go to Israel and see that. You can go to Mount Ararat, or the mountains of Ararat. That's what they call them now. And you go to this specific mountain, you will see growing out of the mountain a huge ship, right? The shape of an ark. That they've been trying to excavate it, and the government's like, hell no, leave that alone. But they have it all taped off and boarded. You can go visit it, and it's the ark. What's that?
On purpose, they want to.
Yeah, they don't want that to come out. They looking at it as like a national treasure, things like that.
Okay.
They don't want it to be disturbed.
Yeah.
You know, they're blaming it on that, but they just don't want the truth of the Bible. Come on, once you say that the damn ark is there, it's like, whoa, that solidifies the Bible. You see what I'm saying? Where they don't want to give no credit to the people from Turkey or what? What religion?
Ishmael.
What religion? They're Muslims. Mainly, it's a Muslim country. They got a little Christianity in there, but Muslim is their mainstay. So they don't want nothing of that for the Bible to be true to come out. You see that? So they're like, nah, leave that there. Let it overgrow. But the Most High, the scriptures say, the earth will help the woman.
Yep.
That's what it says in Revelations. The earth will help the woman. The woman is us. The earth preserved things that the Bible said happened for us to do what for us? What is the earth helping in us? Shouldn't it be our faith? Shouldn't it be our belief that, wait a minute, how the hell did a man live in a boat for 5 months with a bunch of animals pooping everywhere and stinking up the place? I don't believe that. That sounds fictional. But then when you go and you're like, oh, there's a boat with the same specifications as what it said was in the Bible.
Same location.
In the same location. What a coinky dink. That's a coinky dink.
You know, it's funny. I had watched a video on YouTube where there was a guy. He was standing on top of it.
Yeah.
And he had the little metal detector, and he was just rolling, walking with the metal detector.
Yeah.
And every couple feet, he'll get like the little beam. The little beam. So when he taped it all out, you seen it. It looked just like the framework of a ship.
Yeah.
So that's how they actually validated it. That okay, this is the actual boat.
Yeah.
Because then when they did the measurements, then it was like, oh damn, the measurements is
the width at least. They couldn't do the depth.
Yeah.
But the width, the breadth at least adds up to what it said in the Bible.
Yeah.
So what is that supposed to do in us? That's supposed to help to further solidify our faith. That the history, it's supposed to solidify the Bible as a history book. You see that? That this is real, live, factual history. The anthropology and the archaeology, of the Bible is now being substantiated by the things in the earth. Y'all see this?
Okay.
So the earth, like the scriptures say, will help the woman. Go ahead, read.
Verse 5. And the waters decreased continually until the 10th month. In the 10th month, on the first day of the month, were the tops of the mountains seen. And it came to pass at the end of 40 days that Noah opened the window of the ark which he had made. And he sent forth a raven, which went forth to and fro until the waters were dried up from off the earth. Also he sent forth a dove from him, to see if the waters were abated from off the face of the ground.
Right, because a dove needs somewhere to land. So he sent the dove out. If it didn't come back, that means it found somewhere, some dry land or a tree.
Yeah.
But if it came back, okay, this is the only land that it could land on, which was the boat. It was the only dry spot. You see that? So he sent them both out to do that. A raven, what does a raven go out and do? A raven was going to go out, grab some food, and come back. A raven, that's what ravens do. They hunt, they scavenge. He's going to fly back to the ark. So if he saw a rat in the raven's mouth, rats don't swim. Not in that flood, right? They might swim in your toilet, but not in that flood. They might swim in them sewers in New York, but not in the flood that the Most High did. So, yeah, so that's why he did that. Go ahead. Traffic is back.
But the dove found no rest for the sole of her foot.
Right, go ahead.
And she returned unto him into the ark, for the waters were on the face of the whole earth. Then he put forth his hand, and took her, and pulled her in unto him into the ark. And he stayed yet other 7 days. And again he sent forth the dove out of the ark. And the dove came in to him in the evening. And lo, in her mouth was an olive leaf plucked off. So Noah knew that the waters were abated from off the earth. And he stayed yet other 7 days, and sent forth the dove, which returned not again unto him any more. And it came to pass in the 701st year, in the first month, the first day of the month, the waters were dried up from off the face of the earth. And Noah removed the covering of the ark, and looked, and behold, the face of the ground was dry.
Yeah.
And in the 2nd month, on the 27th day of the month, was the earth dry. And God spake unto Noah, saying, Go forth of the ark, thou and thy wife, and thy sons wives with thee. Bring forth with thee every living thing that is with thee, of all flesh, both of fowl and of cattle, and of every creeping thing that creepeth upon the earth, that they may breed abundantly in the earth, and be fruitful, and multiply upon the earth. And Noah went forth, and his sons and his wife, and his sons' wives with him. Every beast, every creeping thing, and every fowl, and whatsoever creepeth upon the earth, after their kinds, went forth out of the ark. And Noah builded an altar unto the Lord, and took of every clean beast, and of every clean fowl, and offered burnt offerings unto the altar. And the Lord smelled a sweet savor, and the Lord said in his heart, I will not again curse the ground any more for man's sake. For the imagination of man's heart is evil from his youth. Neither will I again smite any more everything living as I have done. While the earth remaineth seed time and harvest, and cold and heat, and summer and winter, and day and night shall not cease. Chapter 9, verse 1. And God blessed Noah and his sons, and said unto them, Be fruitful and multiply, and replenish the earth.
The first commandment.
And the fear of you.
What's up?
The first commandment?
Well, the first commandment when they left the ark, I should say.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because they already had the commandments. Go ahead.
Verse 2. And the fear of you and the dread of you shall be upon every beast of the earth, and upon every fowl of the air, upon all that moveth upon the earth, and upon all the fishes of the sea. And to your hand are they delivered. Every moving thing that liveth shall be meat for you. Even as the green herb have I given you all things.
Real quick, without breaking the law, how did they replenish the earth? This is a big thing in church, right? Like, oh, they committed incest for a little bit. How did they do it without breaking the law? Benign. They dealt with cousins, right? It was easy. When you look at the lineage of Shem, Ham, and Japheth, Shem, we all know they had wives. They all had children.
Yeah.
So it's real easy. All Shem had to do was send his son to go deal with a Hamitic woman. You see that? Or deal with a Japhetic woman.
Yeah.
The child still came out to be Shem. And vice versa and vice versa. That's how you did that until now there was a separation, and it happened up until a time. But, and why do we know that was the case? Because Adam, when you deal with the bone taken from Adam out of the rib was synonymous with the bone was synonymous with close kin, right? So that woman was taken from Adam. Abraham dealt with Sarah, which was his niece. It was lawful. We always talk about it. Rebecca and Isaac, second cousins. Leah, Rachel, and Jacob, cousins. It was lawful. We dealt with close kin up until a time when it was no longer necessary. We did it to keep that righteous purity of the blood and of righteousness also. Who better to be with than someone that's in the right mind, the same mind as you? Right? Now, in the case of, think about Laban and Jacob. Laban was he lived in what? He lived in what was it, Ur Chaldees? Where did Laban live? Forget exactly, but he was following the Midianite gods.
Yeah.
Right? So he wasn't 100% in the right mind of Jacob, but they did that for that close kinship, that knowing what type of woman, at least this woman, was going to have some reverence of the Most High, as opposed to these damn Ishmaelites and Canaanites. You see that?
Con.
Right. So that's how that was done. Through close kin, but not that where it was unlawful. Like, they wasn't dealing with sisters. Like, I'm going to bang my sister and bring forth a baby with webbed feet and a cleft nose. No.
Yeah, it's not so much on the topic, but just something that you said.
What was that?
Because you said that, someone in the same mind. Now, I was watching something on YouTube, and this pastor, and he was trying to say that when the Most High created Adam and Eve, he just gave Eve for someone that was like-minded, but that also could have been a man too. So he was trying to push homosexuality, but using Genesis. So he was saying, like, yeah, all God was doing was bringing a suitable help. Now, a suitable help could have came in the form of a man too. Mm-hmm. And so he was using that as saying that being gay is okay.
Wait,
wow.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I missed all that.
You did. I know you did.
Wow.
I'm sorry.
You just said,
Yeah. No, because
I was like, no.
You see, I gotta be multitasking. I'm sorry. Go ahead. What?
He was using Adam and Eve. You know how the Most High brought Eve to Adam,
right?
And he was saying, well, all God was doing was bringing a suitable helper to Adam.
Right, someone in his like mind.
Someone in his like mind. And he says he could have brought him a man too, and it would have been just the same thing.
That's true.
So, but he was
to be a help, not no homosexual stuff.
Yeah, but he was using that in a way of saying, like, homosexuality and having a relationship with a man is okay. That's how he was flipping that.
Who was saying that?
This pastor.
Oh, right.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, well, we know that's off.
And then he flipped from that to going to David and Jonathan, and I was just like, dang, man, like it sounds.
Because the love surpassed the love of women.
Yeah.
Meaning that it had to be. But think about it. That don't even make sense, because if it surpassed the love of women, then it had nothing to do sexually.
Right.
That's what that was saying. That the love had nothing to do with a physical attraction or a physical carnal thing. It was the love of brethren that surpassed.
But he was the way he was flipping it.
'Cause they wicked.
He was flipping it like homosexuality is okay. It's just about companionship.
Right. Yep.
That's nuts.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
very nuts. Yeah, man. That's very crazy. Oh, what's that, Derek?
I got a question on verse 3.
Uh-huh.
It says, every moving thing that liveth shall be meat for you.
Where we at?
Genesis 9 and 3.
Well, all you got to do is understand that Moses knew. Did the Most High have to deal with Noah in a way of, let me take you back through the law, what's lawful and what's unlawful?
No.
He already knew what was lawful and unlawful. So when he said everything, it goes without saying everything that's lawful is clean or clean you can eat. He didn't have to go through with Moses and be like, and the swine and the shellfish. And he didn't have to do that. Moses already knew. He already knew how. Well, he knew what was clean and unclean by what he brought on the ship. He knew it showed that he knew the law. It's like we walk into a restaurant and they serve shrimp, pork. Let's go to Mike's Seafood, one of my little favorite spots that I go to. Mike's Seafood got all the abominations. You walk in, it smells like roasted clam butt, right? And I walk in and I say, hey, I get whatever you want. What does that mean? You gonna go pick the shrimp?
Yeah.
No, you gonna get whatever.
Seafood cloud.
Right, you ain't gonna do that, right? You ain't gonna be like, give me the gumbo,
Right.
mixed with let me get the raw oysters and ice. You're gonna get whatever is lawful. So you're gonna look at the menu and say, oh, I can get tilapia, I can get, what else they got? Trout, or I can get the salmon.
Yeah.
Salmon, right? Or the redfish, red snapper. Those are my 4 choices of everything that is lawful. You don't even look up to the shrimp, to this, or you look at it, you're like, oh, that got shrimp. Next. Oh, the surf and turf. Nope, can't get that. Can I exchange the surf for a different surf, for a lawful surf, right? Take the shrimp out, put a piece of salmon on top. That's what it meant. I don't gotta go through like, hey, I get whatever you want, but remember, Leviticus 11 says, and the swine, and the shellfish. Don't get this type of bird. Don't. When you walk into the grocery store, you know, get whatever you want, right? But the pork aisle, you move over, you read the labels. Oh, can't get this because it got enzymes. Can't buy this because that's what that is. They disguise, So that's what it was about. You know the law. Get whatever you want, but you don't go get the unlawful stuff. Yeah.
So he didn't say it because Noah already knew those laws already.
He just said it like, yeah, because he already knew, Noah knew the law. He was righteous.
Yeah, but knowing how the Most High could be, I won't say redundant or specific sometimes, or he could go on and on about something or tell you more than once.
Right.
Twice. Why in this instance he just...
Well, remember, how many times is a dietary law brought up until this point?
Once.
Nope, 4 times. He told us once in Leviticus 11, Deuteronomy 14, that he told Noah twice, clean and unclean. That's 4 times. Actually 5. Actually 6. Cain and Abel, that's 1. This is what you sacrifice. In Genesis 3, when he said he gave Adam and Eve coats of skin, that was the first sacrifice that they did. They sacrificed lawful animals.
Yeah.
So what was clean and unclean as far as animals, up until this point, it was mentioned 6 times. But it was mentioned twice to Noah. This is what, get these clean, these unclean. But, oh, you know what? Get 7 clean. That way you can have something to eat and something to sacrifice. So he already knew what was unclean and unclean. So the Most High didn't have to go back and restate the whole dietary law for Noah, a man that was already righteous and knew it.
Well, yeah, that's why he was the only man still alive.
That's why he was on. See, but it even goes into that. The pride, the headiness. Well, remember we talk about it. Lil Boosie was on damn Instagram talking about, I'm gonna eat this pork. I'm gonna eat this. He looked up at God like, F you, God. I'm gonna eat this pork. And then a week later, he got diabetes. Really, it wasn't a week later. He already had diabetes, but the nigga is so prideful, so heady, that he's going to eat pork. But that's another thing that the men of Noah's time, when it said they were partying, eating and drinking, married and given in marriage, just think about it. What is the most common thing that black folk want to actually go eat when they got a little bit of dough? Some what? Some scrimps, right? Some shrimp, some lobster. They always want to eat damn crawfish. They want to eat shrimp and lobster. Like, let's go to Sizzlers. Remember way back in the day, Sizzlers?
Yeah.
Let's go to the Sizzler. That was a date way back in the 90s. And then, what was the next one? After Sizzler, what was the other one? Red Lobster. That's how you showed you had dough. They wasn't buying the most expensive thing, though, was the salmon. The crab and all that stuff was what our people gravitate to. What's up?
Man, you know, I got partners in the world, man. I talk to them about this.
Yeah.
My dad a preacher, I know this, but man, I can't give up no crab, no lobster, man. I'm gonna eat my seafood.
See?
You know, they ain't happy about it. You know, that's that.
Yeah, but
You know,
those are the
I'm not
ones.
gonna stop eating
But
that.
guess what? In the time of Noah, when he was like, put down the shellfish, put down the unlawful food, they were like, but it's tasty. As they lick their fingers eating a ham sandwich right in front of him. It's tasty. But those are the ones that died because of, think about it, you died because of eating unclean. You died because you didn't want to put down certain vices. Hey, y'all got to stop drinking so much. Nah, I'm good. I'm going to keep drinking. I love drinking. Wake and bake. Wake and drink. They died not just because they were evil and vile, but because they wanted to do things that were against the law. So they were doing everything they do now. No matter where you go to any club that serves food. You can't just get macaroni and cheese. You got to get lobster mac.
Yeah.
It got to be lobster mac and cheese. You can't just get asparagus. It got to be bacon wrapped asparagus.
Yeah. Well, or they got bacon sprinkled in the
But you can't get a baked potato. It got to be an ultimate baked potato with pork sprinkled.
Yeah, bro.
Pig got to be sprinkled about like little crack rocks and everything.
Yeah.
Like they just be tossing pork and they just dice it up and just make it rain pig, right? And they throw it in everything, and you can't escape it.
Right.
They party, they eat. What we gonna go eat, man? Let's go to the Lotus. Go not to get lawful food. Let's get the unlawful food. What we gonna buy? Oh, pork chops. You know what I watch a lot of? I've been watching a lot of these grilling shows. I've been watching. They're on Netflix. You know, I get my grill game up, my smoke game up, and they always in every barbecue show, pork belly.
Yeah.
It's the thing to barbecue. And they try to, because the proportion to fat, to meat ratio, and I mean, this thing, listen, if you get a pork belly, it's two of these things together. That's what a pork belly looks like. But all this is fat, all this is skin. And it's just smack dab on it. And they rub it down with dry rub, and they flip it, smack it on the ass real quick, right? Rub it down, put it in the smoker. And then when they cut it, and it's just all fat and grease. They're like, oh, that fat is so crispy, but it's so sweet, right? They talk about it. I'm like, oh, how you want to like? But every one of these barbecue shows, it's always pork belly and pork chops. They don't believe in grilling beef and chicken. Like if you grilling beef and chicken, you're a rookie. You got to get that pork. What's that?
In Nebraska, I've only had pork brisket. So like here, it's like you gotta ask if it's pork or beef because in Nebraska it's always pork.
Brisket. Well, I can tell pork from beef in a brisket. Pork ain't got no color.
My dad would always smoke brisket, but it was always pork.
Yeah, but when you cut it, you can see like that ain't beef. The meat. Yeah, it's light skinned. Yeah.
Like, why are you asking?
You gotta ask though.
In Nebraska, that's all we eat.
You gotta ask, but if you can look at you can tell your pork. Pork don't string up like beef, like a good brisket. It strings up.
Oh yeah, yeah.
But they do. But that's the thing. They do pork brisket because they do pulled pork. The pulled pork sandwiches.
Yeah.
That's a big thing in barbecue shops and all these different places. But they're showing y'all, no matter where you go throughout this world, they're always pushing pork, shrimp, crab, lobster, unlawful foods, alligator. That's the new thing now, like smoked alligator. It ain't that new. Esau been doing that for a long time. But now they smoke it and give it flavor and like niggas want to barbecue it. Oh, got that gator? Got that, smoked raccoon and even the sausages, all pork, all pork. That's why I always wanted to be a chef, but I was like, you can't be a chef not cooking pork and scallops.
You gotta be careful too because with the beef sausage, they'll also mix pork
Inside the beef.
Yeah,
Yep.
and as well as like deer meat sausage.
Yeah.
Yes.
Mix it.
You can't get deer meat
Without the pork in it because the meat don't hold up, it dries. That's the thing. They use pork, like a lot of your tender meats that are tender and delicate from the restaurant, that thing is wrapped in bacon to keep the moisture, the moisturization.
That sucks.
Gotta be careful, but that's why you gotta, we gotta try to eat at home. But going back, he didn't have to repeat it because Noah knew better.
Yeah.
Just like, so that, what that goes into? That goes into Paul. When he was talking about going into somebody's house and eating for consciousness' sake. When I walk into this man's house and he's like, here's a plate, I'm not like, hey, what is this?
Yeah.
Chicken, beef, pork, crab, Yashikar, deal with him. Come on in, bro. Talk to him. Yashikar. I'm not conscious of, I'm not being damn, did he made curry chicken. He said it's curry chicken, but I don't know. What you got in there? How'd you cook it? What'd you put? He had me a plate, I'm gonna eat. Because I know that he knows the law. You see, my conscience towards him is not that he's gonna cook something unlawful and hand it to me. Or that if I just pray over it, it's good. Like the church teach us. You see that? Or I go to his house. It's the same thing. Or Tahawam's house, or Amawan's house, or his house. Or Yashikar, he came over the other day. He was like, what you want to eat? I said, bro, whatever you want to cook. Now those are my exact words to him. Whatever you want to cook. So did he think like, well, I could grab the pork? He was like, whatever you want to cook within the law. And what did he make? Chicken tacos. And we grubbed. And I didn't sit back like, man, that meat's looking kind of pink. What's that, pork? I was like, oh, chicken. Okay, cool. And we ate, so that's our mind, knowing the law. Who had their hand up? Sis.
I know that I'm having surgery on Tuesday.
Uh-huh.
And I'm going to my mom's house. And since she knows that I'm, a new Matanoid and I'm converted, she called and asked me what's on my menu. What can I eat?
Nice.
What can't you
Nice.
eat? Nice.
That's beautiful. That's beautiful. You know what's funny? When you operate in a certain way, I had Noah's teachers call me and was like, okay, what can he eat and what can he not eat? Because he was over there like, I guess he went to school and started blazing them. He was like, no, I can't eat that because it got pork in it. But the thing is, they don't even serve pork in it. It's funny. I'm learning at this school, the school that he goes to, it's ran by Turkish people. And they're Muslim. So they don't do pork in their menu. I didn't know that until me and my rib was talking. She works there too. But I guess he walked up in there like, yeah, I'm not doing no Pledge of Allegiance because he don't do it. I ain't doing no birthday. So they were like, well, so he don't do, I was like, nah, no Pledge of Allegiance. Like, she called me on the phone like, what are the do's and don'ts for Noah? I was like, no Pledge of Allegiance. She's like, yeah, I got that. He told me. I said, he ain't singing no happy birthday. She was like, yeah, he made that very clear. I said, she was like, yeah, he made that very clear. And I was like, well, he wasn't rude or nothing. She was like, no, he don't want to stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. And he don't want to, I was like, yeah, well, I told him that he don't have to. He don't have to pledge allegiance to the Texas flag or the American flag. We don't sing happy birthday. We don't acknowledge birthdays in that way. Happy birthday and gifts and singing. She was like, that's cool. And then she was like, yeah, one of the teachers, she's Mormon, and they don't do it either. And I was like, so what do y'all have in place? She's like, well, when we do celebrations and things, they can go to a separate room where they can do whatever they want in there, and we do what we want out here. And I was like, so yeah, no Christmas, no birthdays, no this, no that, no pork. She was like, well, the pork thing, I'm not sure exactly what's in some of the meats on the menu. So some of it she sent me the whole menu of the month. She sends the menu out. And I'm like, okay, I'll make them lunch this morning. Hey, when you go to school, don't eat the pizza. Because they say like pepperoni pizza. I'm like, don't eat the pizza. Got pepperoni. Or you can eat the pizza as cheese. But come to find out from what is being said, it's not even pork. But still, I'm going to err on the side of caution. Because they got something called, it's some sort of pizza with a bunch of meat in it. It's called, I had to Google it. What is it?
Meat lovers?
Not meat lovers. It had like a different name to it, but it was a pizza. But I had to, y'all might have it at your school. It's not something that you're used to having. But I had to go, I'm like, what the hell is this? Right? But it was like pizza with like it's almost like a closed pizza.
Hot Pocket.
It's almost not that, not a calzone, not a Hot Pocket. I forgot the name of it, man. I had to Google it because I didn't know. I mean, I know what a calzone. That's one of my favorites. Love me a good calzone, right? You can't really find them out here like that. But something like that. But it was more Italian. But anyway, it had meat in there, and it's like, okay, is this mystery meat or not? Because they're not telling you what meat. So, she hit me up. She was like, cool. I make sure that, I try my best to make sure he don't eat certain meats. But you got to make sure you send him with some food. I was like, cool. You got here, I'll send him with lunch every day. But the way we move, the reason why I bring that up, because we've been doing the online thing for a long time with the kids and even with that school. And they see how I operate with him and the way I move. I'm online sitting there with him. So they're seeing that and they're seeing the way he moves. So now they got to ask the question, how do we not offend? It's the same thing. You ain't going to budge, right? How do we appease you? If you do what's pleasing in the eyes of the Most High, even your enemies will be at peace with you.
Yeah.
That's what it breaks down to. And did you have to sit there and worry about, I got to go see my mama. They're going to cook pork and give me this and give me that. No, they calling you like, how can we serve you? But that's you. Your obedience to the Most High is showing forth that he's showing you, what am I going to get for my obedience? Well, here it is. I'm going to have your family now in subject to you. It's wild. That's them being in subjection to you. Yep. By calling you up and saying, hey, what can we cook that you can eat? That's them. That's you having dominion over them not even in a roundabout way. That's straight dominion. And did you have to get on the phone with them like, yo, you going to cook me this chicken, damn it? No, you didn't. You just kept your head down, followed your husband, listened in class, apply what you could, and look, voila. It's just like magic, but it's not. It's not magic. It's not magical or mystical. It happens with all of us in all of our lives. You see that? Go ahead, read on. I got to stop hitting the table. I keep hitting the table.
Genesis chapter 9, verse 4.
Right.
But flesh with the life thereof, which is the blood thereof, shall ye not eat. And surely your blood of your lives will I require. At the hand of every beast will I require it. And at the hand of men, at the hand of every man's brother will I require the life of men. Whoso sheddeth man's blood, by men shall his blood be shed.
So now here's the Most High laying down this law of eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth. Now think about it. When Cain killed Abel, did he die? Not immediately. Nobody killed him. He was exiled from the land. Right? When all these other men were committing murders and killing each other, how were they dying? Was it like, okay, obviously they were dying at the hands of man. Everybody was. But now the Most High has given the judgment that this is going to happen. But in order to have judgment, what you got to have before a judgment? You're right. You got to have a jury, but you got to have proper investigation, proper due diligence into investigating what really happened. Did this man kill this man out of just sheer hate, or was it an accident? But he's laying it down. If you shed blood, your blood's going to be shed. You see that? Eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth. But there had to be proper inquiry into the shedding of the blood. You see that? So it wasn't just some brute beast, oh, you kill me, then all of a sudden somebody going to come kill me. All right, no, you could kill you. You kill me, somebody comes and just knocks you over the head. Then somebody comes and knocks him over the head. Then somebody comes and knocks. No, why did you kill me? Was it hate motivated or was it an accident? Oh, it was an accident? Well, listen, that's when he put in place the cities of refuge and things like that. But there was always judgment and inquiry into why things happened. Without judgment, with judgment, you got to have inquiry to be able to judge fairly. Go ahead, read on.
For in the image of God made he man, and you be ye fruitful and multiply.
Right.
Bring forth abundantly in the earth and multiply therein.
Mm-hmm.
And God spake unto Noah and to his sons with him, saying, and I, behold, I establish my covenant with you,
right,
and with your seed after you, and with every living creature that is with you, of the fowl, of the cattle, and of every beast of the earth with you, from all that go out of the ark, to every beast of the earth. Verse 11.
What, in chapter 9?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Verse 11. And I will establish my covenant with you. Neither shall all flesh be cut off any more by the waters of a flood.
Now, he said, I ain't going to cut off flesh by the waters of a flood, but guess what he didn't promise? Guess what he did promise? What is life going to be cut off with now?
Fire.
Fire. Yeah. We're going to get cut off with fire. Oh, yeah. He promised I ain't going to do it with water, but you're going to catch them flames.
You know what's cool about that? You know what's cool about it is, so we got the rainbow to remind us of the water, right?
Right.
When he does the fire, we're going to have America with that smoke.
Yeah. That perpetual burning.
That constant reminder. It's
Yeah.
like the rainbow.
Yep. The rainbow was there to remind us that the Most High had a covenant.
Yeah.
Not that the LGBTQ community was a thing. Okay? The rainbow was there before that damn community tried to use it for something. They turned something good into something filthy. We want our rainbow back, damn it.
That's right.
Go ahead.
Verse 11, last precept. Neither shall there any more be a flood to destroy the earth. And God said, this is the token of the covenant which I make between me and you, and every living creature that is with you.
Right, so we know that the hurricanes that hit Katrina, that wasn't going to be the end of the earth. The end of the earth is not coming by no floods. The end of the earth, the end of America, the end of this world as we know it is going to come by fire. Thermonuclear destruction. Yahweh Shai going to have a fire and they're going to be dropping bombs. And that's what's going to destroy America and, bash some of these other lands that are round about. Go ahead.
For perpetual generations. I do set my bow in the cloud, and it shall be for a token of a covenant between me and the earth. And it shall come to pass, when I bring a cloud over the earth, that the bow shall be seen in the cloud. And I will remember my covenant, which is between me and you, and every living creature of all flesh. And the waters shall no more become a flood to destroy all flesh. And the bow shall be in the cloud, and I will look upon it, that I may remember the everlasting covenant between God and every living creature of all flesh that is upon the earth. And God said unto Noah, this is the token of the covenant which I have established between me and all flesh that is upon the earth. And the sons of Noah that went forth of the ark were Shem and Ham and Japheth. And Ham is the father of all Canaan.
Of all what?
Of all Canaan.
Right, and Canaan is synonymous with the Africans. Ham, the Africans, Japheth, the Japhites, Shem, Shemitic people. Okay? What verse, where you at?
Oh, that was it.
That's all you got to read?
Yes, sir. Next reader.
Next reader.
What's up? I'm on Izar, Shabbat Tashal, Yahoda, Bun Yashra'Allah, Men of Israel, Imagine. Right.
Yahweh Shem Yahshua Brakatam.
Yahweh Shem Yahshua Brakatam.
Sure. know what's crazy? Even if you didn't understand Genesis, like Adam and Eve, Noah was a restart. And the story of Noah gave us a lot of the laws and the way we were supposed to operate, even in this time. So even if you didn't really get Adam and Eve, and I don't get the little intricacies and how things were done, all you do is look at the story of Noah, and it shows you how things were supposed to be done. That they kept the law, they had the law, that, you know, how they were supposed to operate towards one another. Why were they destroyed? Why were men wiped off the face of the earth? What the Most High approved and didn't approve of.
I was gonna say too. I was just thinking when you were saying that, the Most High doesn't change. It's
Right.
like he's got this.
I'm the Lord, I change not.
Exactly.
Yeah. And because what was he this is the thing. When Cain killed Abel, and then the Most High had to have it where Adam and Eve had Seth, what was the Most High looking for? What was he looking to preserve? What's that?
The righteous line.
The righteousness. It didn't matter our line at the. It was, let me preserve righteousness. Let me make sure that there's something righteous, right? Adam and Eve didn't hold up to the bargain. Adam didn't hold up. Now let's see we talked about it last night. The generations. Seth. Then you go through Seth's generations. Noah, out of all the men of Seth's generations, right? Then Noah, Shem, out of all of Noah's generations, Shem. Then Shem, it goes all the way down into Adam. Abraham, Isaac, Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, then the 12. The Most High was always on the constant, let's preserve righteousness. Let's preserve my ways. I need someone to preserve my ways, and no matter what, there was always going to be good and evil. Good set against evil, evil set against good. There always had to be that. So when Cain killed Abel, what was in the earth? It was all evil. There was no good. There was no man good enough to keep the righteousness of the Lord going. Seth had to be created. So you got to see the Most High's purpose will always stand. His purpose will always stand regardless. He'll always make a way. You see that? It's just like Abraham. The prophecy was given to him. He would be the father of many nations. What does Sarah do? First thing she does is take it upon herself to give him Hagar. Because she see like, oh, well, there's no way the prophecy can come through me. Right? But what happened with that child? That child was cast off, and guess what? The child that she had was the one that was accepted. Right? So it was showing that the Most High's purpose, sometimes we try to move and do things, and that's not the purpose. Why didn't he accept Ishmael? Well, there was things in Ishmael that were messed up. He was the firstborn. Firstborn get the blessing, get the promise. But Ishmael, nah, there was some inconsistencies. There was iniquity found in Ishmael, where everything translated to Isaac. You see that? But if you read that story, Sarah gave Hagar to Abram. Hagar had Ishmael. They got cast out.
She was trying to control the situation too.
She was trying to move things according to what she thought the will was. Right. Where the Most High's purpose is always going to stand. Just follow. Just be patient. She ended up having the child that was going to be the blessing anyway. It's crazy. It's crazy when you look at it. You know, all these different stories. Esau and Jacob, Manasseh and Ephraim. Ishmael and Isaac. When you look at them, man, it was the Most High's purpose. Somebody had their hand up? Sabbath. I want to call you like five different names, and then Sabbath. Yeah.
That starts with Sa.
Yeah. I was like Shara. Sabbath.
Well, I know there was a scripture about the Most High keeping a remnant, because if there wasn't a remnant, there was nobody to pass it on. And then in Revelations 12, it mentions about the dragon being wroth with the woman, and then to make war with the remnant of her seed.
Yep.
To keep the commandments of the Most High.
Yep.
So that's what they were here to do, to act in that, I guess, of soldier or warrior mode, you know, to defend, you know, the people who were trying to live righteously. If they weren't there, then, you know, we would be done for or seduced by the world or whatever, you know, but by them keeping that righteousness, they kept keep, you know, the righteous righteousness.
Yeah, I'll read it. You quoted it. It's Isaiah 1:9. Except the Lord of hosts had left unto us a very small remnant, we should have been unto as Sodom and as Gomorrah. The righteous is more excellent than his neighbor, but the way of the wicked seduces them. If there wasn't a remnant that kept the integrity and righteousness of the Lord, this whole earth would be overrun with wickedness. And that's what it was about. The Most High, but why did he have to wipe the slate clean? Well, Noah wasn't going to be able to combat all the wickedness on the earth. One man wasn't going to be able to do that. So let's start over with this one righteous man and this righteous family. But then what started to happen? The righteousness started to splinter off. Ham became filthy, right? Cursed became it. Japheth just got dissolved out and they became filthy. Even Shem became filthy to a point where I'm going to preserve the righteous within Shem, a very small remnant. One man, Abraham. One man, Isaac. One man, Jacob. 12 men, Israel, right? But even in the 12 sons, think about it. Think about the 12 sons, the way they operated. When they gave up Joseph and sold him, that was unrighteous. Think about one slept with their father, one wives. They went out. The two sons went out, killed all the Africans because of Diana. They weren't moving in the spirit the right way, according to the will of what the Most High would say is the right way. They moved according to what they thought was right. Even now, there's only remnants of us out of the whole 12 tribes that are trying to keep the purity and the righteousness and the integrity of what the Most High intended from the beginning. He intended for all mankind, which was not all mankind, but Adam. He gave them the law, right? He intended for them to be in his image and then rule the world through the law. They left off of that. So now we're here trying to get right back to that same thing. The Most High ain't leaving off of his game. The Most High is steadily on his game of, nah, y'all are going to do this. Y'all are going to be righteous. Y'all are going to have dominion. Y'all are going to control this world. You see that?
But like even in that though, there's only going to be a small, like 1/3.
Yeah.
That are
going to actually make it in the first entrance into the kingdom. Yes, but then remember, all Israel will be saved. Yeah. So, what are you saying with that though?
That even up until that very, like even to like the end, we're still gonna be.
There's still gonna be splintering. Yeah. Oh yeah. But I mean, even if you bring it down to a household, those of your household should be your foes. There's probably gonna be. It says 2 will be in the mill grinding, 1 will be taken. 1 will be on the house, 1 will be taken. 1 will be laying down, 2 will be laying down, 1 will be taken. What is it showing? That the righteousness is only going to be within a few. Everybody ain't going to make it. Those that will escape by their faith and by their works. Everybody's not going to have faith and works. And that righteousness will be preserved though. Right. That's what the Most High is trying to show us, that you can do nothing against the truth before the truth. You see, there's nothing we can do against it. Somebody's going to be righteous and somebody got to be wicked. And there's going to be a more majority of wicked than righteous. So once again, it goes back into who you going, what part what part are you going to play in this? What part? There's only a few righteous seats to be had. 1/3 is 1/3.
Yes, sir.
That's a number of people. We don't know what that number is. We know there's 144,000, but there's a 1/3. What is that number? We don't know, right?
Because we're the sand of the sea, right?
Because we're the sand of the sea. So 1/3 could be 1 million, 2 million, 3 million. We don't know, but 1/3 of Israel, right? Ooh. What are you willing to jeopardize your slot with folly? and foolishness and procrastination and not taking things seriousness and childhood. When I was a child, I spake as a child, but when I became a man, I put away childish things. Are you willing to jeopardize an unknown spot for your comfort? That's the question to be asked. That's the question to be answered. Let's read.
I got a question to ask after
What's
class.
that?
It's after class, though.
Okay, go ahead.
It's gonna be good, okay? 19. Okay. Genesis chapter 9, verse 19. These are the 3 sons of Noah, and of them was the whole earth overspread. And Noah began to be an husbandman, and he planted a vineyard, and he drank of the wine, and was drunken, and he was uncovered within his tent. And Ham, the father of Canaan, saw the nakedness of his father, and told his 2 brethren without. And Shem and Japheth took a garment and laid it upon their shoulders, and went backward, and covered the nakedness.
Because it's one thing if he's seen the nakedness, but then why he got to go tell his brothers? Why was he telling his brothers like, "Oh, Pops is in the thing naked"? See, what these stories are showing you, that there was some iniquities in certain men, and why the righteousness stopped. My bad. Why the righteousness stopped at that man. There was iniquity in Ham. There was some type of deficiency in Ham where he laughed and mocked at his father, and then went and told his brothers. But what did Shem and Japheth do? They were like, okay, the dude's naked in his tent. Let's go walk backwards and cover him. We don't even want to see that.
That's your father.
That's your father. Yeah, like what type of thoughts are in you to be in that way? But there was something in Ham. You see that? So these situations, and that's what situations do for us. They point out your inconsistencies. They point out the deficiencies. Why? Just to point them out? Just to point out that you can't long suffer, or that you're impatient, or that your lack of charity, or that you have charity? Is it to point them out? Like when you get into a situation, it calls for long suffering, and you got through that situation, and you're like, damn, I was able to long suffer. I can tell you how, right? Is it to show you? What is it to show you? Well, it's supposed to be a stepping stone to the next instance where you got to long suffer longer than the first instance. That, no, you can do it. Because you will get into the mind of, I can't do this. Man, I can't do that. I can't. But wait a minute. You fasted for 8 days, so you can definitely do 9. No, I can't do that. Yeah, you can. You did 8. Just push yourself. You did 8, so you can definitely do 9. If you do 9, you're like, oh man, 10, I don't know, I can't do it. But you did 8, and you did 9, and you thought you couldn't. Try it, push yourself. Now, that's on one side. The other side is to show you where you're weak at, and where Satan is going to try to catch you at. And he catches you in your lack of certain virtues and qualities. He catches us in our lack of patience. He catches us in our lack of charity. He catches us in our lack of long suffering, lack of humility. That's where we get caught. Slothfulness, pride. He catches us in those things. Those are the temptations. Those are the temptations that we get caught up in. And the instances that you're put in to show you what side you're on in your virtue, whether you have it or not, that's both sides are to help you. One side is to keep you pushing, and one side is to show you what you have to work on. So, why do we take correction so bad? Right? That's all it is. No matter how it comes, that's all it is, right? Is to get you to do better and to see what you don't have. But see, we don't take it well because we don't want to work on what we don't have sometimes. We don't want to put that work in. We don't want to be told we don't have it. We don't want to. We think sometimes we already are at the epitome of a virtue. Like you can never be at the epitome of brotherhood. You know why? Because there's always going to be somebody that comes along and shows you how unbrotherly you are. Meaning that not that you don't have it, but that you lack. we can never reach the epitome of charity, not until Christ comes, where we don't have to sit there and stress those things. You see that? But you're always going to be put in positions to show long suffering, charity, love, patience. We'll never reach the epitome of these things, the situations. This situation with Ham was to show something about him.
Yeah.
What's that?
You know, with Ham, just reading this part about Ham and everything like that, like, it's like the Hamite priests that always be doing something sexually vulgar or trying to prophesy through, like, oh,
you're right.
Let me get this. Let me get your
Let me rub on your genitals for a blessing. Yeah.
Rub the demons out.
Let me rub the demons off your private parts to get you holy again. I told you I seen the one Hamite priest. He was sitting there rubbing the man's frontal. He was rubbing the man's front. Talking about he was trying to get the lust off of him. I'm like, that look like you putting lust in him. Gay lust. You like you putting homosexual lust in that man because you a grown man rubbing on this man. Come on. Or they rub it, or I gotta ejaculate in your woman to get the demons out of her. That's what these Hamite priests out there are on. Why did the Most High is running through Nigeria? The Most High is running through Nigeria.
He is running through Nigeria.
He's running through these African countries because they over there pushing that filth and blaspheming his name. So he's like, okay, I got something for you. I'm going to send a militia right up in Nigeria. It's going to wipe y'all out. What happened? Oh, is somebody on there beefing?
No.
You know me. My fire is hot. I'm ready to cook all beef.
No,
right? I got coals in the fire, baby.
Stay burning.
Stay burning. I'm like the burnt offering fire. It'll never go out.
It'll never go out.
You know,
Ready. Damn, did he do that? Wow. That's terrible.
He did do that. no, you know what I was going to say? You know, when you look at this story in particular, we here you could look, sometimes you can look at Ham and be like, man, he must have been like a kid. But no, he wasn't a kid.
Nope.
Remember, he was born about 90 or 99 years before the flood, something like that. So here he's about 90 or 99 years old. I forgot the exact.
He was a grown man with a wife.
He was grown. So he sees his father's nakedness. But look, in verse 23, it said that Shem and Japheth took the garment and covered him.
Yeah.
So it's like Ham saw it and Ham didn't do nothing about it.
What were they doing, though? They were preserving the integrity of their father. Where Ham didn't care about the integrity. He cast away integrity, just like who? Who cast away their birthright? Esau. You see these men in the situations, they cast away the thing that's good for them. Esau casted away the thing that was going to be beneficial. Ham, he casted away integrity. Whereas Shem and Japheth were like, oh no, hold up. Let's cover him up. We can't have pops out here like that.
Yeah, all he had to do was cover him. He didn't even have to go and say nothing to Shem and Japheth.
All
he had to do was just go in there, cover him. But he went and told Shem and Japheth and didn't do nothing about it.
And let's imagine how he went in there and told them. Come on.
Yeah.
How did he go in there and tell them? Man, this dude is up in this tent drunk. And he's butt naked. What the hell is his problem? He's off. Yeah. See? I can almost guarantee it. That's how he came in that pride, in that, see, what makes it better? Yeah. See, he always telling us what to do, but look. Right. Papa always on us, but look. Right. Got him. Got him. He ain't blameless. Like, right. Oh, he would have been World Star. Yeah, this pops on YouTube butt naked, running around.
Talking mad crap.
You'd have had Noah on World Star on Hood site. That's his. You'd have had Noah on Hood site.
Look at this man.
Yeah, like see, he's supposed to be the follower of God. He came in that. I'm only assuming. I'm not saying because the Bible don't say. But you can only imagine our people.
Look at his descendants.
That's what I was saying right here.
Look
at how they are.
There it is.
That spirit is on them. That prideful. I'm better than
Nimrod.
And Nimrod.
Yeah.
He came in that pride.
Yeah.
Wow.
What qualified you to be the man if you just up in here drinking and can't even put clothes on?
Right.
He came in that high-minded. In the last days, men shall be lovers of themselves, high-minded, blasphemous, Disobedient to parents. Now you see why Canaan was cursed? Disobedient, no care for the next man and the next man's perseverance and integrity. As long as I look good.
Wow.
Wanted to be reputable. See, look, got him. Traitors.
Yeah.
This dude traded on his dad.
He wanted his father to be seen, I think.
He wanted him to, because what does that do for man? When you see a man in his, what's the word I want to use here? When you see a man that is portrayed as strong and strength, like when you look at a leader, like I'll give y'all one. When y'all like think about how some of the world felt. Like let's say Bill Cosby, right? Obviously he's nobody, but I'm using him because he's a world figure. Yeah. When he got hit with the whole roofian chicks, hitting them with mollies and sleeping with them, people were like, oh, not the father of the world. Like Bill Cosby was like the father of the black Americans, right? Not Huck Cliff.
The middle class black Americans.
Yeah, not Cliff.
Success story.
Not this, right? They were like, oh no. But some were like, see, told y'all. Told y'all he wasn't as good as he acted. Told y'all.
Yeah.
They wanted that fall. They wanted that chink in the armor to be able to say, now look, he's not worth following. No different Korah, Dathan, Moses. What were they looking for in Moses? They were looking for him to have that lack of meekness, the lack of integrity, lower down to their level so they could say, look, see. But what do they come with? Well, we're richer, we're older, we're wiser, we can speak good too.
Yeah.
All they could do is come with carnality. That's it, to lower a person's stature. Because of, when a person is at their weak state or when a person falls, that's when people gonna come and kick them. Yeah. Right in the groin.
You can only imagine what Nathan and Korah would have said had they been around still.
For this?
Moses actually hit the rock. And the Most High was like, you can't.
Y'all see? Oh my God, they would have had a field day on Moses.
It would have been mass. Like
they would have had a field day on Moses if they was around when he hit that rock and didn't talk to it. See, we would have talked to the rock. This is who you choose. Yeah, it would have been like Chakala and Killmonger. This is your king. That's that pride though. That's that pride that Ham be rolling with. Curse be Canaan. Go ahead, read. Let me shut up.
And they saw not their father's nakedness. Verse 24. And Noah woke from his wine.
Why did they do that? What were they following? The law of nakedness. Where did they get that law from? Did they just make it up on the spot like, we shouldn't see this man's nakedness today? They got that from all the way from the time of Adam and Eve when they weren't seeing each other's nakedness. That's where that came from. They weren't running around butt naked like jungle bunnies. Just swinging and looking at each other. It was unlawful. It was unlawful for a son to see his father naked. You see that? So they followed the law that was given to Adam. This is another way to prove Adam and Eve didn't roll around naked. They got the sacrifice from Adam. They got the wearing of the clothes, amongst other laws. Read.
Verse 24. And Noah woke from his wine and knew what his younger son had done unto him. And he said, Cursed be Canaan. A servant of servants shall he be unto his brethren. And he said, Blessed be the Lord God of Shem, and Canaan shall be his servant.
And you know why I can attest or say, man, it had to have been Ham's pride where he seen his father in his weak state and called him out on it. Cain was rejected. He said he'd give grace unto the humble, but he reject the proud. And then again, look at his descendants. Look at the tree and look at the fruit. The Most High was like, well, that tree ain't going to bear the right fruit, so get him out of here. Can't use him, right? That's how we can say this. You don't need 50 million scriptures to understand the psychology of the men that were moving around at the time.
Yeah.
Ham was prideful, man. That was it. Wow. And the Most High rejected him because of his pride. You can't carry the righteous torch because of your pride. Moving on to the next. So now we process of elimination. 2, 3 up, 1's down. We got 2 to go. Go ahead, read.
Verse 27.
Right.
The Most High shall enlarge Japheth.
Right.
And he shall dwell in the tents of Shem.
Right. So now he's giving these little blessings or what is going to befall these people. Canaan was going to be cursed, servant to his brothers. Japheth was going to be enlarged and dwell in the tents of Shem. Go ahead.
And Canaan shall be his servant.
And Canaan shall be his servant. Go ahead.
And Noah lived after the flood 350 years.
Right.
And all the days of Noah were 950 years, and he died. Chapter 10, verse 1.
Right.
Genesis.
Any questions on that?
Yes.
What's that?
So is that where Ham lost their blessing there right there, or Ham?
Well, basically, this is where a curse was put on Canaan, or on Canaan, or Ham. Not Ham specifically, because who was Canaan? Canaan was who? Wasn't he? He was the grandson of Ham. So he cursed him to the 3rd generation. Yeah, you see that? So he put a curse on his descendants. So if it was about a blessing and a cursing, he got cursed.
Okay.
Shem got the blessing. Why? Yeah. Because the righteousness came through us, through Shem.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
You see that?
Yes.
Isn't there a scripture that also talks about how the Most High hears like the prayers of the fathers? I want to say it's like in Ecclesiasticus or something, but it just talks about like, and maybe it may, yeah, it's like the prayers of the fathers. So like if your father or your husband pray against you or something like that, the Most High hears that. If you're like being off or something.
Let's see.
I know we talked about it. I just can't remember the scripture. But I was just wondering, is that like
Ecclesiastes 3 and verse 5?
Is that what does it say?
Whoso honoreth his father shall have joy of his own children, and when he maketh his prayer he shall be heard.
Yeah. So like, but like if you go against him and your father prays or.
Well, this one is saying that the person that honors his father, like let's say he's my father and I honor him when I pray, Most High hears my prayers.
Okay.
Because I'm doing right by my father.
Okay.
Right. Is that the one you were thinking?
I think so.
Oh, okay. Yeah. But that's what it's saying. The one that prays is actually the son.
Okay.
And his prayers are being heard.
The son that prays.
Right.
Is being heard.
But he has to honor his father to be heard.
Okay.
Right. Where are we at?
Genesis chapter 10, verse 1.
Right.
Now these are the generations of the sons of Noah.
Right.
Shem, Ham, and Japheth. And unto them were the sons born after the flood. The sons of Japheth, Gomer, and Magog, and Madai, and Javan, and Tubal, and Meshech, and Tiras. And the sons of Gomer, Ashkenaz, and Riphath, and Togarmah. And the sons of Javan, Elisha, and Tarshish, Kittim, and Dodanim. But by these were the isles of the Gentiles divided in their lands.
Now I'm going to show y'all something. We went through Timothy's 3 and we were talking about ever learning, but not coming to the knowledge of the truth. At one time, there was a brother that used to come up in here. He was ever learning, but in his learning, he swore up and down, and he still swears it to this day, that the Gentiles were only Japheth, based on this scripture. Oh, he swore to the high heavens that the Gentiles were only the Japhites. Somebody give me 2 Esdras 8. First Esdras 8 and 69. Let's dispel that myth. Let's dispel that myth that the Gentiles are not only Japhites.
First Esdras 8 and what?
First Esdras 8:69.
First Esdras chapter 8, verse 69.
I mean, if he could have, he would have put his firstborn on it. That Japheth was on. See, it says the isles of the Gentiles. They're the only ones that are Gentiles. That means Ham wasn't a Gentile, and that means Esau wasn't a Gentile, according to his learning. But let's come to the knowledge of the truth. Read.
First Esdras chapter 8, verse 69.
Go ahead.
The nation of Israel,
right?
The princes, the priests, and Levites have not put away from them the strange people of the land.
Go ahead.
Nor the pollutions of the Gentiles.
The pollutions of the what?
Of the Gentiles.
Who does it name? Read.
To wit, of the Canaanites.
Wait, so Canaan was a what?
Gentile.
Who else? Read.
Hittites.
Africans. Go ahead. Same thing.
Pharisees.
The Pharisees. Go ahead.
Jebusites.
The Jebusites. Who else?
And the Moabites.
Wait, who?
And the Moabites.
Wait, Moab came from Shem. The Jebusites, the Hittites, they came from Ham. Go ahead.
Egyptians.
Wait, come on now. Surely that the only Gentiles was Japheth. Them Egyptians can't be no Gentiles. But you see, ever learning, but not coming to the knowledge of the truth. You don't need 50 million scriptures to understand who Gentiles are, according to the Bible. Go ahead.
And Edomites.
Whoa, there it is. Papa Esau. Daddy Esau, Gentile. So, an example of ever learning but not coming to the knowledge. Why? Because instead of sitting back, listening, and applying certain other things on one side, you fought against everything. Then when it was time for you to get edified on another thing, you couldn't get that edification. You couldn't get that clarity in your spirit. The Bible says to be sober. A bishop must be sober-minded. But if you caught up in everything over here, when it's time for sobriety over here, you're not going to get it. And Yah is not going to come down and endow you with wisdom. Sorry, don't work like that. It don't work like that. The wisdom comes it comes through reading, yes. It comes through studying, yes. But it also comes through man and dealing with brothers and sisters and understanding what needs to be applied and when. Jump back to Genesis. So we understand the Gentiles are everyone outside of Israel. Go ahead.
Genesis chapter 10, verse 5, last precept. Every one after his tongue, after their families, in their nations.
Right. You see that? Go ahead.
Verse 6. And the sons of Ham, Cush, and Mizraim, and Phut, and Canaan. And the sons of Cush, Sheba, and Havilah, and Sabta, and Ramah, and Sabteka. And the sons of Ramah, Sheba, and Dedan. And Cush begat Nimrod. He began to be a mighty one in the earth. He was a mighty hunter before the Lord. Wherefore it is said, even as Nimrod the mighty hunter before the Lord. And in the beginning of his kingdom was Babel and Erech.
So that's why the righteousness didn't go all the way into Shem or to Ham. Well, it was cut off with Ham, but then look at what came after. You had Nimrod. I mean, when you read Genesis 10 and verse 5, it says that Japheth was Gentiles. He called Japheth Gentiles in verse 5. So they weren't going to be the righteous line. So it fell to Shem. Because there was something, not because it just, the Most High wanted it to fall to Shem. Couldn't Ham been righteous? Couldn't Japheth been righteous?
Absolutely.
Couldn't Judas have been righteous? Didn't they have a choice? Right.
I think you said this earlier. It was either earlier or the other day. You said that the prophecies weren't a specific people, but it was what was going to happen. It was up to the people.
It was up to the people. Like, again, it was prophesied that Yahushua was going to be betrayed. Peter could have did it. Matthew, Luke, John, they could have did it. But Judas fulfilled prophecy. It was his choice.
Wow.
You see that? So again, but you know what? It shows you that the Most High's will is always going to be done. What part are you going to play in his will? Again, are you going to be the sacrifice or the one that sacrifices? Are you going to be the ransom for the wicked? Or the wicked shall be, or excuse me, the wicked shall be the ransom for the righteous. Are you going to be the ransom for the righteous or the righteous? We all have a part to play. What it is what is found in you determines your part. A lot of us played the ransom for the righteous most of our lives. And then we said, I don't like this role. I don't like this script. You know why? Because they're about to write me out. They're about to write me out the movie. What they always do to a rebellious actor. They write his ass out with a death scene. And you was reading forward and you was like, wait a minute. Hold up. I'm going to die? Nah, I can't be written out of this movie. I got to live to the end of this movie. And what'd you do? I need a new script. I got to do something different. But guess what? Someone took your role, the old role. Someone fulfilled that slot. Someone's doing that slot right now. But what are they waiting on? They're waiting to see, oh, wait a minute. I die? Hold on. How do I get life? Let me give that role up. And then somebody else is going to, oh, I like this role. I like being the whore. I like being the prostitute. Man, I love selling drugs. Damn, they got me selling drugs. Damn, I'm making a lot of money. Oh, snap. Woo! All them women? Damn, bro. And they're reading, they're seeing all the good things like that they think is good. Wine, women, damn, club? Now I gotta go through a little bit of pain and suffering. I'm gonna try that Benz though, I'm gonna do that. Oh yeah, you're reading the script and you're reading and you living the script. Until things start, you're like, damn man, they didn't say it was gonna be this much pain. They ain't gonna say it was gonna be this much suffering. And then you like, man, let me fast forward real. Oh snap, I died? And they drop this, and it keeps happening. It keeps happening. Yep. But the will of the Most High is going to be done. And on the other hand, we're sitting here like, yeah, discipline, yeah, charity, communication, yeah, doing that, yeah, long suffering, yeah, sacrifice, yeah. But at the end, we like, whew, I get this kingdom. Oh my God. You like, God. And then you're reading like, damn, but the kingdom, I can't even fathom the kingdom. But I know I'm going to get it. I know I'm going to have it. I'm going to just have to keep living this role until I get that. Because the other role was death. It sounds better than death. Right? And that's all it is. Somebody's fulfilling roles in the Most High's plan. What role are we fulfilling? Ham didn't have to do what he did. It could have been Japhet. It could have been Shem. What was found in man is what decided whether or not they were going to be righteous. That's all it was and what role they played. It's real easy to understand, right? So Japhet discounted, he's a Gentile. Something in him where he wasn't going to carry the torch. So it was in Shem. Go ahead.
Verse 10. And in the beginning of his kingdom was Babel, and Erech, and Akkad, and Calneh, in the land of Shinar. Out of that land went forth Asher, and builded Nineveh, and the city Rehoboth, and Calah, and reason between Nineveh and Calah, the same is a great city. And Mizraim begat Ludim, and Anamim, and Lahabim, and Nephtahim, and and Pathrusim, and Kalshim, out of whom came Philistim, and Caphturim, and Canaan begat Sidon, his firstborn, and Heth, and the Jebusite, and the Amorite, and the Girgasite, and the Hivite, and the Arkite, and the Sinanite, and the Arvadite, and the Zimmerite, and the Hamathite, and afterwards were the families of the Canaanites spread abroad. And the border of the Canaanites were from Sidon. And as thou comest to Gerar, unto Giza, as thou goest unto Sodom and Gomorrah, and Admah, and Zeboim, even unto Lasha. So these were all African nations that Sodom and Gomorrah that the Lord destroyed.
Yeah, the Sodomites were 5 African nations. Yep.
Right. Okay.
Yep. So they were doing the homosexuality. They built their stuff off of Nimrod. They built their kingdom and all their stuff off of Nimrod.
Wow. Whoa.
So you can see where they had a bit of wisdom from Noah. When you read into Josephus, it said that the Most High was very. He blessed the Sodomites. But how? It was just through Noah. The wisdom that Ham had and passed down, the little bit of righteousness he kept, that was passed down. It passed down into the Sodomites. But then they said they became very unpious towards the Most High and dealt with their neighbors sodomatical practices. They started to get into that. And what brings that on? Worshiping other gods. You start worshiping other gods, next thing you know, you're doing a man doing a man. So that's where that comes from. They ushered into worshiping other deities. Y'all see that? Yeah. Somebody had their hand up. Nobody had their hand up. No, Yashikar, you had your hand up. He didn't have his hand up. Go ahead, read it.
Verse 20. These are the sons of Ham, after their families, after their tongues, in their countries and in their nations. Unto Shem also, the father of all the children of Eber,
right?
The brother of Japheth, the elder. Even to him were children born.
So Shem was the elder of the three sons. So it was automatic that what? He was supposed to get the blessing. But was it really that it was automatic because he was the eldest? No, we know that's not how it rolled. You had Ephraim and Manasseh. You had Esau and Jacob. You had Isaac and Ishmael. Right? It didn't go to the firstborn all the time. So, what was it about Shem? He held on to what Noah taught him. He held on to it. Being the firstborn, you could only imagine your firstborn son, what you do with him. You pour all in. You pour all into him. Not saying that he didn't teach his other sons. It wouldn't have been fair if he didn't teach them, right? They could always come back, well, you didn't teach me. So, what did you expect me to mess up? What did you expect me to do? We know he taught his sons, right? But only one son, the eldest, held on to it. The strength, the firstborn, it says is your strength. He held on to that, being the firstborn. Go ahead.
And the children of Shem, Elam, and Ashur, and Arphaxad, and Lud, and Aram.
Right.
And the children of Aram, Uz, and Hol, and Gether, and Mash.
Right.
And Arphaxad begat Salah.
Right.
And Salah begat Eber.
We begat who?
Eber.
Right. Eber meaning keeper of the past. What did he keep from the past?
Law, statutes, commandments.
The language, the law, statutes, and commandments, the belief in the Most High, in purity. It wasn't that he just kept it like, yeah, I know I'm a Hebrew, but I'm going to mix Canaanite language with Hebrew. See, I'm a Hebrew. I'm going to mix American with Israelite. American mentality with Israelite mentality. No. He stuck to what was given to Adam and Eve through Noah. Or excuse me, what was given to Noah through Adam and Eve and through all those generations, Methuselah and all those men, Lamech and all that. He kept to that. He kept the past, the language, the custom, the law. Very, very important. That's why it singles out Eber in verse 21. So when it does that, it talked about him and it jumped him, then it talked about him again. It's a very important man. Eber, it says it. Unto Shem also, the father of all the children of Eber. Eber didn't come till about 6 generations later, but it named him first. Out of all Shem, right? It named Eber because he was a detrimental figure in keeping what the Most High wanted as far as righteousness and purity. It could have been a turning point where, he wouldn't have been Eber. He would have been somebody else, right? He would have let go of the past, whatever that is in Hebrew. Let go. right? But he was Eber, keeper of the past. Ibarium, right? Who had their hand up? Yashikar.
So, Asher in 22, is that the same?
That's
Asher?
Ashur, not Asher. That's Ashur.
Ashur. Is that the same Ashur that's in verse 11?
Verse 11. Nope. Wait, hold on. The sons of Ham. Let's see here. Before I just say nope.
Okay,
And he was a mighty man hunter, verse 9, and he was a mighty hunter before the Lord. Wherefore it was said, even Nimrod, the mighty hunter before the Lord. And the beginning of his kingdom was Babel, and Erech, and Akkad, and Calneh in the land of Shinar. Out of that land went forth Ashur, and builded Nivea. Yeah, it was the same guy. It was the same man. Remember, they were all in the same place. They were all in the same place. They were all in the same land.
I just asked that question because it was not registering to me that they're all still in the same land. I'm already thinking future tense that everybody's already fighting and warring with each other. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? And everybody's already separated and stuff. So, calm the water.
Watch. This is how I'm going to prove they were all in the same land and there was nothing divided yet.
Verse 25.
Read verse 25.
Verse 25.
Right.
And unto Eber were born 2 sons.
Right.
The name of one was Peleg.
Right.
For in his days was the earth divided.
Now, hold that, jump down to 11 and verse 1. Let's understand what it means by divided. 11 and verse 1.
And the whole earth was of one language and of one speech.
So, they weren't divided in language. What did Peleg mean? What is the meaning of Peleg? Well, when you look it up in the Strongs, it means earthquake. Mm-hmm. Not that the land was divided, but there was an earthquake that happened in the land. Something did something to the land where the land was now broken up. Remember, it was all one at one point. You can look at the little maps, how they have it, and you can see where Africa nestles right into the Caribbean, like the Caribbean Sea and all that. The west coast of Africa, if you move it over, it goes right into the Gulf of Mexico, the Caribbean, the Central America. That strip, that connects right there with Africa.
That's like that Florida all the way down to
Cancun. The whole Florida all the way down to Chile. All the way down to South America, Chile. That's the bottom of South Africa. Africa goes right in there. Like a puzzle. When you go up into Greenland and Canada, you can see how that goes right up into Russia. And all the other lands, obviously things been broken off, things done fell into the sea. But if you look, you can see where this, if it just joins together, yeah, it slides right in. It slides right in. You got a photo of it. But it slides right in there. It was just one land. And the central part of the land was where the garden was. And that even makes more sense because that makes it centralized. Mm-hmm. It makes it the center of the world.
Yeah.
You see that? When you do it like that and then you put the garden in the center, it's right there in the center. Mm-hmm. What's that?
So he named his son after the earthquake?
Yeah, because when we named our children, we named them after things that were going on at the time. You know, it was a spiritual naming. We named them according to what was happening. Mm-hmm. Peleg, Nabal, churlish, foolish, right? All the names, Manashah, made to forget. What is it? Judah, son of the right. Like, everything was named after a purpose.
It had a meaning.
It had a meaning.
All the way until today.
All the way until today, but what's the meaning of Thomas? Like people name kids today after like the most popular names.
That's true.
They have like a most popular name of the year database.
America.
Yeah, they're naming your kid Thomas. There's no meaning behind that, really. It does have a meaning, but does it fit what is the spirit? It's funny. It sounds good. Yeah. You know what was funny when I named Noah? When I named him Noah, you know what was happening at that time in Colorado? It flooded there for it flooded there for like 2 months straight. It was a straight flooding. Because what happens in Colorado is if it gets, it snows, and then when it gets a little bit too warm in the winter, the ice caps will melt and it'll run off, and it'll flood, it'll flood the foothills and those places, and that's what was happening. That happened, and then it was raining. It was like, what's the month before September? August. It was August, and it rained like the whole month of August, which was weird. August is one of the hottest months in Colorado. It's 100 degrees, 90 degrees. But it rained the month of August. Usually in August, like now, Colorado is burning down. It's hot in the summertime and it's dry. This was a wet August. And it rained 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 and it rained. Right? And I was like, yeah, that's Noah. He came on September the 1st. But that whole month it was rain, it was cold, it was crazy. But I had that name for him before that even all happened. But then the spirit was like, oh, it's raining, it's flooding. And look, that's what happened. You see what I'm saying? But we name our children after spiritual things that was happening.
So the most popular name in the world is Jack.
Jack?
Yeah, Jack.
Ooh. Right now? Like right now. Because the most popular name ever is like Muhammad.
No, I'm saying like
right now.
Right now.
Right, Jack.
It's Jack, and then Noah, and then Connor.
Connor?
And then it's James.
White people loving it. They love naming their kids Connor. They love it. They love Tyler. They love Connor. They love naming their kids Brooklyn.
I got Hank right here.
London. They love Hank. They love that.
I'm playing. Ain't no Hank.
Oh, but they love naming their kids Hank. Hank. Bartholomew. What is a Bartholomew? Skylar. Yeah. And Taylor. Tyler.
Liam.
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 And you know them Russians, they love naming their daughter Sasha.
Sasha, yeah.
It's like popular.
Sasha. A belligerent.
You met what?
A belligerent.
That was the name?
That was
Belligerent?
his name. Belligerent.
Hopefully he don't live up to that spirit.
He probably did.
That was his name.
That's crazy. You put that name on a kid, belligerence?
Belligerent.
Damn. But then why you think when you name your kid Chardonnay, she on the damn stripper pole? Or she in the club getting, what they call it? Getting when they pour the liquor in their mouth? What they call it? A waterfall. She getting Chardonnay poured down her throat because you named her Portia. You named her Chardonnay. Or you named her Hennessy. Why do you think she's always faded? Or you named her Portia, so she's chasing after riches. What you expect? Oh yeah, you name her Candy, and then she got every dude licking up on her. Well, that's what you put on her. That's the spirit you put for her to get licked on. For her to get licked on and put back in the wrapper and here. Somebody else lick on that. Oh, let me get a look, and then somebody else lick on that. Like passed around like used candy. But what you expect? I'm saying you got to be better with our names. We got to have some meaning because the names have power, and they have meaning and they hold weight. And a good name, we want to put the meaning. But that's why we name our kids Hebrew names. You ain't coming with no American. Hey, what should I name my kid? And you throwing out American names.
Todd.
Janet.
Yeah, what should I name my man? What's a good Janet, right? Rihanna. Nah, name her with something that got some meaning spiritually. But that's what we did. See, so that's why these readings are good, because you can understand Peleg. For in his days the earth was divided. Peleg means earthquake. That's what it means when you look it up in the Strongs. So there was a significant earthquake where they had to name this child Peleg. You see that?
No.
Right. Go ahead.
Genesis chapter 10, verse 25, last precept. And his brother's name was Joktan. And Joktan begat Alomodad, and Shalef, and Hazar Maveth, and Jerah, and Hadaram, and Uzal, and Diklah. Verse 28, and Obal, and Adamel, and Sheba. That's it.
Right, and obviously they pointed out Peleg because it was significant. They didn't give the meaning to every other name. They pointed out Ibar or Eber because there was some significance to this man and his role at this time. Y'all see that? There's a reason why they're pinpointing certain things and certain names and certain meanings. He's giving us the clues of who to look at. All right. Well, next reading. Oh.
Yashikar, Shabbat Shah Yashikar, Ban Yashra'Allah.
Yashikar, Shabbat Shah, Yashikar. Ban Yashra'Allah, men of Israel, Imagine. Barak.
Yahweh Ba Hashem, Yahweh Shah Barakatam.
Yahweh Ba Hashem, Yahweh Shah Barakatam. Okay, you said it right. What happened?
I was going to say.
You said Yashikar?
No, I was going to call him Benjamin.
Hey. Hey. The way he be cooking, man, he can slide right on over. The way he be chefing.
Nah, I don't use that one seasoning.
You don't use that allspice.
Nah,
you need allspice and pimento, baby.
Yeah, I'm gonna overdo that. I was wondering why now everything tasted the same.
Nah, I don't all taste the same, but it got a similar cake.
That's a cake. Oh, that was a cat.
I know. Hard. Issachar and Benjamite food battles.
Wow.
That's what we do at the house.
Fusion.
We be having food battles. Who's gonna cook the best wings and yeah. That's what we be
Ramiro
on.
come up. Ramiro.
Ramiro, I heard about you.
Nah, he's a beast.
Ramiro. Hey.
What's crazy on the sense of like the okay, so I have for like a month or two straight a season of jerk sauce in the cupboard because I ain't gonna try to attempt it. You know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna do that.
Jerk pros.
I ain't gonna do that to myself.
You gotta get that to this guy.
Nah, to this guy.
Hey, we all got our talents.
So right now, the brothers from Rochester, they've been watching the class since the beginning.
Right, Reed.
Brother Asa, brother Shem,
Shalom, y'all.
Lamont, Rochester, you know what I'm saying?
Shalom, Rochester in the building.
Yeah.
Hopefully we can get out there, man. Hopefully we can. We trying. Again, I sent out the text about getting a little help for us to be able to get out there and stay out there for a couple of months. So, again, sacrifice. Somebody gotta go. Think about it. Every man up here got wives and children, wife and kids. But we're trying to be out in Rochester to help them brothers out for not just a week, but a couple of months. So the ones that got wives and children be as though you have none. They got to sacrifice their wives and their children for a couple of months to go be and help brothers. Be with brothers and help those brothers to be able to secure their family in that way. You see that? That's what it is. Why are we going out there? To help them build.
That's right.
So that way that when they got to move around, their wives and children ain't tripping out. Where's daddy? It's solidified in their heads that, wait a minute, I be about my father's work.
That's right.
Their kids and their wives understand that. That's the whole purpose.
That's right.
It's to get everybody on the same mentality. So, it's a sacrifice in all aspects, and we just ask the brothers and sisters want to help out towards that so we can get out there. We want to do to them what we said we was going to do, which was get out there. So, yeah. Go ahead, read.
Genesis chapter 10, verse 29. And Ophir, and Havilah, and Jobab. All these were the sons of Joktan. And their dwellings was from Meshach, as thou goest unto Sephar, a mount of the east. These are the sons of Shem, after their families, after their tongues in their lands, after their nations. These are the families of the sons of Noah, after their generations, in their nations, and by these were the nations divided in the earth after the flood.
Right, so now the nations were divided, and it was easy. Now they can separate the different land masses. At one time, it was one big landmass. Even when you read in Genesis chapter 1, when it said the earth came up out of the water, and when you go to Peter's, it said that you go to Psalms, it tells you that it's not a mystery that the earth stood out of the waters. Why? That it was just that one earth, that one mass of land. It's easy for them to be divided now. Why? Because now we have natural borders that divide it. And when you look at, you need a map up here. When you look at the land of Shem, Ham, and Japheth, well, we know where Ham went, right? Ham went up into North Africa, right? Egypt, Ethiopia, Eritrea. What's the other one? You got Ethiopia, Eritrea. Right, Egypt, and a little bit over going west. They had that land of Africa, and Canaan was across the Red Sea a little bit, right? So they had all that land. Then Shem had what you know now as the Saudi Arabian Peninsula, that little land that triangles down, right? We had that, and a little bit up, what you call Iraq today, Syria, right? She's putting it up there. Japheth, they went up into what you know as Spain, Italy, Greece, Turkey, because remember the ark landed in Turkey, so they really didn't move nowhere. They just stayed there. Everyone else migrated. They went Turkey. They went west, the lower parts of Russia and a little bit of China. They were in there. That was Japheth. That was their land. And it was easy because now the land is divided by a bunch of water. There was natural borders. But then when it said it said Japheth shall dwell in the tents of Shem, there was a little small, like you had Shem, and you had a little small Japhite community within Shem when you look at the map. If I'm remembering it correctly. I'm going off of my map mind. But that's how that went. You see that? So Ham took Africa and those lands, part of the Saudi Arabian Peninsula, and then up a little bit, and then we took, Israel and all that down, and then Japheth was up here. So we were like this, boom, boom, and then boom, across that land, that Europe and all that. That was Japheth, right? So all they did was migrate. All we did was migrate south. They migrated, we migrated south from Ararat. Then Japheth migrated west into China and Russia. Right. Very, very. It's important to know that. You know why? Because, Japheth, Magog and Gog, they come from Japheth, right? That's Russia. That's Russia, Italy, German, right? Well, who's in that land now? All Esau did was migrate into everybody. Esau is even in Shem. And when I say Shem, they are Shemitic, but Esau is in the 12 tribes. You see that? Esau is in Israel. How do I mean? There's a lot of Edomites that we think are Israelites. That they're not. No different. Esau has been scattered through the four corners just by his loving of the world. He's in everyone. Esau, just like we are. They're the twin brother of us. They do what we do. It was to our cursing to be scattered, but that's his blessing. Because now I can go with the sword, overtake you. Overtake you. Overtake you. I'm going to wear your skin. Right? Ain't that what Esau does? I'm going to make a handbag out of you. Right? I'm going to be like you. If they can be like God, they can be like anybody on this earth. Think about that.
Yesterday I watched that movie Dora the Explorer. Oh. That movie went hard, I ain't gonna lie. But
is this a car, right? No.
Yeah, no, it was live. But the Incan princess in that movie, she was born in Germany, but has connection with the Daina people or the Navajos of this side.
See that?
She looks like
that was in the movie, right?
It was heavy, like just the features and everything like that. And I was like, oh man.
Yeah.
Come on, Dora.
All right. God.
I mean, but you can see it just, bro. I seen a picture of Jessica Alba.
I thought you actually watched the cartoon.
No, it was.
No, there's a movie.
It's a movie.
I recommend that movie.
I'm thinking of cartoon.
There was a picture I seen the other day.
Subscribe.
It was Jessica Alba and it was another dude, man. They both look white as hell. They both look Edomite all the way. But when you look at it, Jessica Alba pops is Issachar.
Yeah.
Darker Issachar too. And this white man that looks like a white man, his dad was a black actor. But
That's her husband.
that's her husband, right? What's his name?
I don't know. But he,
Look up Jessica Alba's husband. You're gonna be like, it's a
Yeah.
white man. But then look at his daddy. His daddy was a dark skin that looked just like him. But he married a white woman. Married a white woman. Yeah. Jessica Alba's mom is white. She's white. That's why they come out looking light skinned like that. And Edomite features. Thin noses, fish lips, all that. What's his name?
I'm not gonna lie, Jessica Alba she looks like she's 12 tribes.
Come on.
But at first you were like, oh, that's a white girl. When she first came out without all the makeup, without being famous, you're like, who's this rusty white chick? Look at her husband though. He looks like, man, come on. He looks like any other pasty Edomite in this world.
but you know he's
Google his dad.
You know he's not an Edomite though, just because of his name, Cash.
Right? What's his dad's name?
Warren, Cash Warren? Michael Warren?
Michael Warren,
yeah. Cash Warren.
Cash Warren, Michael Warren. If you look up Michael Warren, he was, I believe, a singer or actor. Dark Jew. He just married an Edomite. So it's just showing you that. And on the other side, you got Tia and Tamara. Bro, you would think I was watching Sister the other day. And I was like, damn.
But
their daddy is white.
The easiest one is all of Lauren
Hill's kids.
All of her kids.
Edomites.
They're all my complexion. They're all Edomites.
Lauren Hill, the singer, the R&B woman, she married one of Bob Marley's sons.
Like the one you used to sing
with the Fugees.
That's yeah, but she knows she's Israel.
Yeah, she knows that, but she don't know that her kids ain't.
She probably know that now, though.
She probably know it now, but her kid's daddy is white.
And the song, everything. Look at the beginning of it. The symbolism of it.
Yeah. That was one of my favorite. Her and D'Angelo.
Yeah.
Yeah. But the point is, her kids is dark chocolate, but they Edomites. Robert De Niro's kids. Robert De Niro got a black wife. Yes, sir. Robert De Niro got a black wife.
I always thought Robert De Niro was Israelite too.
Man, that boy is Italian all the way.
I know he's Italian, but you know they got chocolate Italian.
He ain't chocolate though.
What I'm saying, the way he act.
Bro, the way he acts is like a white boy.
He
probably act like a nigga because he married a one. He could be. I'm not judging either way. I'm just saying, as far as we know.
You ever looked at his nose?
I seen it. I've seen it. Yeah. But the Ashkenaz got big nose.
Who was that? Oh no, they got hook nose.
You talking about Amalek?
You can tell them though.
That's not his wife. No. His wife is a darker woman that's shorter, I believe.
Hang your clothes on.
His wife is older. That's his wife?
That's his wife.
Really?
Grace, they're not together anymore. I guess he's got a couple different wives.
He might, because look at Robert De Niro's children. But yeah, just showing you like Esau's and everybody. So when you get caught up in the land and not how the people move, the reason why I'm bringing this out is because the people move. The people migrate and move around. Y'all paying attention? The people migrate and move around. So when you get caught up in, well, Japheth ain't where Japheth's supposed to be. They're not supposed to be there. They moved. And Esau overtook them. That was part of Esau's rulership, is being able to overtake. Being able to overtake these other people. But read where we at. Y'all pay attention. Read where we at.
Genesis chapter 10. Oh, Slacker. Genesis chapter 11, verse 1.
Yep.
And the whole earth was of one language and of one speech.
Right, so even though the earth was divided, they all spoke the same language. Go ahead.
And it came to pass as they journeyed from the east, that they found a plain in the land of Shinar. And they dwelt there. And they said one to another, Go to, let us make brick and burn them thoroughly. And they had brick for stone, and slime had they for mortar. And they said, Go to, let us build us a city and a tower, whose top may reach unto heaven, and let us make us a name.
Right. So when you understand, this was at the direction of Nimrod. Nimrod was the one that was pushing this mind state to build the Tower of Babel. Why? His pride. He wanted to reach up to the heavens. He wanted to have access to the Most High. He wanted to avenge. He wanted a way to avenge the death of all the people that died back in the flood when you read through the Josephus. Right? So, here's Nimrod, this prideful man, building this tower up to heaven, and they would have succeeded. They would have succeeded. Go ahead.
Lest we be scattered abroad upon the face of the whole earth. Verse 5. And the Lord came down to see the city and the tower which the children of men builded. And the Lord said, Behold, the people is one, and they have all one language. And this they begin to do. And now nothing will be restrained from them which they have imagined to do. Go to, let us go down, and there confound their language, that they may not understand one another's speech. So the Lord scattered them abroad from thence upon the face of all the earth. And they left off to build the city. Therefore is the name of it called Babel, because the Lord did there confound the language of all the earth. And from thence did the Most High scatter them abroad upon the face of all the earth.
Right, because if I can't speak your language,
Con.
the thought is, well, let me go deal with the ones that can.
Yep.
Right? Let me go deal with. So Ham had his language. Shem had kept the language of the past, which was the Hebrew. And Japhet, they developed whatever language they had. And then what happened after that? Then another language, then another break off. Then, Egyptians speak different than people from Ghana. Ethiopians got their language or their dialect. Then you had not just languages, then you have dialects. Even in America, you got the English language, but the English language got so many different like pseudonyms and different things mean different things in different places. You go to New York, one thing means something different than when you go to California. And one thing will get you jumped and the other thing will get you paid. It's weird. The same word. One to get you beat up and one to get you a hug. It's just different places. Things in the South mean, you say top lady in the South, that means mom. I'm like, what? Top lady?
It's you don't say top lady, you say tea lady.
Oh, my bad.
You say tea lady or T Jones.
Or T Jones.
Why Jones though?
T Jones.
T Jones.
Like
Why
Jones?
Jones?
Like Mama Jones.
Jones is a common last name.
Yeah.
Oh.
So T Jones, right? Or T lady.
T Jones.
Now you say that somewhere else, it might really mean like a tea lady, like she brings tea. I would think. You see, but they're showing you that even in the English language, there's different, same word mean different things in different places. So all these dialects and languages were created after this happened. Go ahead.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Can you expound on verse 6? Because they're in unity and wickedness.
Right.
Right, and if you, I remember you had a class about that. You brought this up because they're one in this, so therefore the Most High had to come in.
Yeah, well, it tells you. Go to read verse 6 one more time.
Verse 6.
One of my favorite scriptures.
And the Most High said, Behold, the people is one, and they have all one language.
So just to expound on this a little bit more, of course it's speaking of when they were building the Tower of Babel, right? But think about it. You can correlate it to today. As long as the people is one, and we all speaking the same thing. Somebody give me 1 Corinthians 1 and 10. 1 Corinthians 1 and 10 real quick.
First
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
1 Corinthians chapter 1, verse 10.
Go ahead.
Now I beseech you, brethren, by the name of our Lord Yahushua Mashiach, that ye all speak the same thing,
Go ahead.
and that there be no divisions among you, but that ye be perfectly joined together in the same mind and in the same judgment.
Con, so it's not that when you correlate it to today, right? It's not like we all going to be speaking English. It's talking about like more of like a 1 Corinthians 1 and 10. If you were to look at the scripture in today's sense, where as long as we're in the same mind and the same body, read on in Genesis 11 and 6.
And this they began to do.
Whatever you want to put your mind to do or put your hands to do, as long as you're in the same mind and the same judgment, go ahead.
And now nothing will be restrained from them.
Ain't nothing going to be restrained from you. As long as everybody is in that same thought process and moving in the same way, it don't matter what we do. It's just like here, like, think about it. These, and I'm going to call them fools. These fools back then, they were like, we're going to build a tower to heaven. You're going to build a tower to heaven. You're going to try to fight God, because that's what Nimrod was thinking too. He's going to revenge the people. So you're going to build a whole tower to heaven and try to fight God? Like, when you think of it in today's sense, you're like, man, how retarded can you be? He just flooded the earth. If he flooded the earth, even if you were to build a tower that high, you don't think he could bring a strong wind to bring the tower down? He flooded the earth, but it shows like, even in stupidity, if everybody's joined up in stupidity, things can get done. Like look at the white man. You're gonna build a whole space force to fight Christ, but why can they do that? Well, they're all joined together in stupidity. So, what's up? Yeah. So it's like, it's stupidity. But think about us moving in righteousness. If we were all to be in the same mind set, the same mind frame, think of how much we can get done.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, think of how much we can get done. The scripture literally says nothing will be restrained from them, which they have imagined to do.
You know why? Because everyone understood one thing. By any means necessary.
Con.
So if I'm called to sacrifice, guess what? No problem.
Yeah.
I'm a sacrifice. If I'm called to give up, no problem. I'm going to give up. Whatever role I needed to play in accomplishing the goal, the common thought, it wasn't about that they spoke all English or all Hebrew.
Yeah, it was.
The common mind was that we got to get this tower built. And whatever is called upon me to do, I'm going to do.
Like whatever the tower needs.
If I needed to be there for 13 hours a day, I'm going to be there. Mm-hmm. If I had to carry all the bricks on my shoulder alone, I'm going to be there. Every man at that time was in the mind of, I'm going to be there at the job. I ain't going to wait for nobody else.
Yeah.
If you ain't going to be there, you ain't going to be there, you ain't going to be there, I'll be there. Done. But guess what? He thought like that, so we were both there. He thought like that, so them three were there. He thought like that, and then when they all thought like that, everyone showed up. Everyone put in. Everyone sacrificed. Yep. Nobody ran and shrugged the responsibility of building this tower.
You know what?
What's that?
It's the same thing when you look at the building of the Titanic. They did the same thing. They had these people working 7 days a week, 13 hours a day, building this thing, and they never had a day off until they got it finished.
And they all agreed in one mind, like we ain't gonna take no day off.
Yep.
They all agreed in one mind. When they built the atom bomb, we gonna build this bomb. We gonna get it right. When they built the White House, when they built America, because America is like, listen, we gonna build this thing until we can't build no more.
Yeah.
Right? We're gonna keep pushing the mentality. America is in consent with itself. And whoever wants to be with it, that we're going to keep pushing the mentality. By all means, no matter how much we got to lie to them Negroes, no matter how much we got to kill them, no matter how much we got to keep them mentally enslaved, no matter how much bad rap music, bad clothing, bad food, and bad decisions we give them, our whole point is to keep them down. says that in Psalms. What is that, 83?
Yeah.
Said they were of one consent. They were confederate with one another. In one mind to keep a,
Crafty counsel.
Crafty counsel. But when it said they were confederate, they were all in that same mind. That's why he said, be in the same mind, same judgment. It had nothing to do with the language.
Yeah.
It had to do with what are we trying to accomplish. And you know why it's so hard for Israel to build. What does it show?
No unity.
It shows that we're not all in the same mind.
And in the same judgment.
We're not in the same we're not in the same thoughts of what are we building. That's first and foremost. And we're not in the same judgment of how to build it. Right? What we got online?
Oh, you got a question?
That's why you have brought out the 2 Timothy chapter 3, right? Because that's what the mind. Everybody's in all these minds, and we're not being able to build correctly. It's just making more sense. I'm just, thinking out loud right now, but the water. Right on that.
Before you go in, if I can say one thing on this too.
Wait.
Oh.
When Diana got raped, nobody tried to stop or convince the person that was wrong. So everyone was in the same mindset to get killed by Levi and Simeon. That's wrong.
Yeah.
And let me say why that's wrong. Diana, sorry to burst the bubble, but she didn't get raped. Now, Amnon raped his sister. What is it, Tamar?
Yeah.
Amnon raped Tamar. Diana didn't get raped. The whole thing was that she got laid with by a damn African, and that's what they hated. Wasn't that she didn't get raped? Because then she would have been raped and kidnapped. Remember, she went with him. When you read that story, you just got to read the story. And then you got to look up the Hebrew words when it says take and things like that. It doesn't mean that in that story. Amnon raped Tamar, his stepsister. Oh boy didn't rape Diana. Said he loved her. What it was is that he was an African that laid with an Israelite woman, and the brothers didn't like that. You got to be able to put the different stories together. So those men weren't in the same consent to do anything but follow the Israelites. They all were in the same consent to get circumcised.
Yeah.
That African nation, think about it. They were in the consent to be circumcised to be what? To be accepted as Israel. Right? Simeon and Levi went off. Because if it was right what they did, why did Jacob come back and say, you caused my name to stink amongst the heathen? Because what they did wasn't right. So just a little clarity on that. I know a lot of people think like, yeah, she got raped by this guy. No. Amnon raped Tamar. Diana, she laid with that Hamite, and it said he loved her and he wanted to marry her. He wasn't trying to rape her.
And if I could just add in on that too, like when you think about rape and how traumatic that is for a woman, right? If you're a father or you're a mother and your daughter gets raped, right? It don't matter how much this person might love your daughter. You're gonna be like, bro, you raped her. You're not gonna be with her. But when you look at Israel was like, when we look at Jacob, when you look at Israel, the father, right? He was like, okay, he talked with the father, he talked with the son, and they started putting things together. Mm-hmm. Now, if it was a rape, he would have been like, bro, I don't want nothing to do with you. We would have went to war. Think about it. Think about what happened. Lot was in Sodom and Gomorrah. Mm-hmm. Abraham went to war with all of them to get Lot out of Sodom. Abraham went to
get them away from the captives that beat Sodom and Gomorrah.
Yeah, sorry. Mm-hmm. Abraham went to war with them, right? So don't you think Israel would have did the same thing? He would have sent his 12 sons, like, yeah, let's go slaughter them.
Yeah.
But it wasn't a rape. It was just, there was no betrothal period. There was no, and then remember the law was we weren't supposed to give our daughters to them. Mm-hmm. And we wasn't supposed to take wives from them. So that's what ended up happening. And then when it happened, that's when the sons weren't messing with it, because they were like, yeah, there wasn't no betrothal period. They just kind of did their own thing. it wouldn't have been an agreement made. Because think about it. If you're, because it was all the sons were pissed, but Simeon and Levi, they took it into their own hands, right? But the rest of the sons, they held their peace for the most part. But think about it. If you're a brother and your sister gets raped,
we all about to ride out.
Yeah, it ain't no talking. It ain't no.
We all about to ride out.
Yeah.
We all about to go in.
Think about when homie raped Tamar.
Anon, yeah.
Absalom wasn't trying to hear nothing. He was like, yeah, you finna die.
And, he got it,
and that was his own brother.
Yep.
So how much more a nation?
Especially one that we had the license to wipe out at different times, but not at that time. That's why Jacob came back and said, you caused my name to stink amongst the Canaanites.
Because if it was a rape, then when no pact would have been made, and then when they wiped them out, the name wouldn't have sunk.
Yeah. Yeah, so you just got to look up the Hebrew words when it was talking about like take, and you go into that. We've been into that extensively, but you'll see that the two stories, they parallel, and if you don't dig a little bit deeper, you'll think like, oh, it was the same thing. No.
And one more thing too, if I could point it out. Remember when if I could find it, remember when Tamar got raped? As soon as he raped her, as soon as that lust brought forth to where he raped her, he said, the scripture says that he literally hated her right afterwards. And that's usually what happens in rape cases when you look in society. It's not like the person just constantly rapes the same person unless they have them kidnapped and everything. Usually after that's done, they dip off. It ain't no I love the person, it ain't no none of that. They that lust spirit came on them, they did what they did, and usually they either kill the person, they either kill the woman, or they flee. But when you look at the story, he stayed and said that he loved her.
Said he loved her when he spoke kindly to her.
Yeah, whereas the Tamar rape, as soon as he did it, it said that he hated her.
He said he kicked her out the damn building.
Yeah.
Kicked her out the bed chambers and just discarded her like she was nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah, just a little bit on that. I know it says he took her, but think about it. When a man find a damsel that is not betrothed and lay hold on her, does that mean that she was raped? The lay hold or the take. Look, he took her. Like, I'm going to be talking to this. I'm dealing with her. None of y'all talk to her, y'all fall back. This is mine. Doesn't mean he raped her. He claimed it. Like, that's what we did. We claimed what we were gonna deal with. We claimed that he put his claim on that woman.
Kind of like you're saying, it's a figure of speech.
Yeah.
Almost like you can't lay hold of a landmass, but
right.
you can take it over and set up shop there, or you can't lay hold of a house.
Right.
You can live in it, but you're not holding it.
Yeah, see, and that's the problem. It says in the book of Jasher, but in Jasher it stated that Diana got defiled and the people didn't stop it. Well, yeah, that's the book of Jasher. That's not the scriptures.
Okay.
That's the problem, and that's where the book of Jasher contradicts with the Bible. That's why we don't deal with the book of Jasher, because if we deal with the scriptures tell us that they were trying to make a union. This king tried to make a union with the Israelites. Right? I mean, we can read it real quick. Genesis 34. Let's go there real quick. Give me the one about Amnon and Terah. Amnon, yeah. I'll read it real quick. Genesis 34:1. And Diana, the daughter of Leah, which she bare unto Jacob, went out to see the daughters of the land. So she went out to go see the daughters of the land. And when Shechem, the son of Hamor, the Hivite, prince of the country, saw her, he took her and lay with her and defiled her. What was the defilement? The fact that, what's that?
He's not Israel.
He wasn't an Israelite. That's what defiled her. It was defiled for an African to lay with an Israelite, and man or woman, vice versa. Verse 3, and his soul clave unto Diana, the daughter of Jacob, and he loved the damsel and spake kindly unto the damsel. No one rapes a person and speaks kindly unto them. Because what was he speaking to her? Hey, babe, listen, you man, we got to be together. I love you. Let's make this thing work. I know that your laws don't permit us to do this, but we did it. So what we gonna do now? Right?
Mm-hmm.
And Shechem spake to his father Hamor, saying, get me this damsel to wife. So he's like, look, let's do the ceremony, because that's what kings and princes did. He wanted to do the ceremony so it could be openly known. And Jacob heard that he had defiled Dinah, his daughter. Now his sons were with his cattle in the field. And Jacob held his peace until they were come. And Hamor, the father of Shechem, went out unto Jacob to commune with him. Now let's think about that. You hear that your daughter is raped? And you gonna commune with somebody? That got something to do with that? Hell nah, bro. I'm gonna have my 12 sons ready to behead you. You gotta ask yourself, why did 2 sons take it upon themselves? There was a little bit of rebellion in those sons. There was some rebellion in those brothers. Right? And the sons of Jacob came out of the field when they heard it. And the men were grieved. And they were very wroth, because he had wrought folly in Israel, in lying with Jacob's daughter. He said he lied with her. He didn't rape her. This is why we don't deal with these outside books like Jasher, the book of Enoch, Jubilees, Adam and Eve, the Apocalypse of Moses, the Apocalypse of Paul, the Apocrypha Part 5. We don't deal with those books because if they speak not according to this word, Isaiah 8:20, there is no light in them.
Come.
The folly was that he lied with her, not that he raped her. He laid with her. It would have said that he raped her or that he took her by force. When you read the story of Amnon, she said, you don't take me by force. That was the rape. Right? Let's see here. Which thing ought not be done. And Hamor communed with them, saying, the soul of my son Shechem longeth for your daughter. I pray you give him to wife. If he raped her already, wouldn't he have just been like, hell no, I'm not going to their... Who rapes a person and goes to their father? Like, oh, she wants to be his wife. Who does that? What rapist you know ever raped a woman and then went and was like, I'm a wife her now? It don't make sense, right?
Come.
Because that's not what happened.
And then also in the law, it speaks of, in the law, how the father can reject the marriage.
He can reject the marriage.
Like, say they lay together and
Yep.
they lay together and everything.
Yep.
Then the father,
Perfect point.
He can reject it. So think about it. If she was raped and she didn't want to be with him, and then especially because what woman wants to be with her rapist?
Right.
Especially if she's a virgin. What woman would want to be with her rapist? Especially not being an Israelite and she knowing everything. Especially, just think about Dinah in this situation if she was really raped. Why would she want to be with him? So then,
why would Jacob give his daughter to a rapist?
Exactly.
Especially when the Bible tells you that rape is close and synonymous with murder.
Yeah.
A rapist is as good as a murderer. See how we're using the Bible to edify the Bible. The law is what substantiates these stories. The other books are not going to substantiate the mindset of what was going on. That's why we got to go to the law to understand if Jacob was a righteous man she was raped and he could reject that marriage, he would have rejected the marriage, because no man righteous is going to give his daughter to a rapist. And Hamor should have, not Hamor, but Shechem should have been put to death. Not in the way the sons did it, but he should have been put to death. How come the Most High didn't say, okay, hey, this man raped one of the daughters of Israel, one of the lead family in Israel, go wage war on them? Because the sons took it upon themselves and they made a mistake. Because it wasn't about a rape. It was about, they didn't like the fact that their daughter, the sister was defiled in that way. But what was that?
I was saying, and she didn't say she was raped.
Right.
She never cried rape. She didn't like even. I mean, I'm sure she feared her brothers and her father because she was the only girl, right?
Right.
The only daughter. So I'm more than positive she knew how her brothers and her dad would roll, but she never cried rape either.
Yep. So we'll give our daughter. What's that?
Hamar was his dad. Was Shechem's father?
Shechem's father. Yeah.
Yeah, and why would if he raped his daughter, why would his father go and ask him hit her father
for the hand in marriage?
For her hand in marriage.
Yeah.
If you know he had already.
Right.
Kind of crazy.
Yeah, like if you what man knows that his son raped a woman and is gonna go to her father like, hey, he wants to. Bro,
yeah.
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
That father is gonna meet you and try to take your head off and your son.
Yeah.
Right?
Trying to get your son.
So he was better off doing what? Just kidnapping Diana, because then how did he get a chance to lay with her? How did he get a chance to lay with her? She went out there and he rapped to her and she went with him. It don't say nothing about him kidnapping her or stealing her away or anything like that. Or seducing her in a way. He rapped to her, she liked him, he liked her. She messed up, he messed up. You see that? And it was already done that she was laid with, so was Jacob going to make his daughter a whore? This man already de-virginized this woman and used her up. Well, might as well marry him. But how? Y'all have to become like us. Go get circumcised. You see that? Now they're as if they were, they weren't Israel physically, but now they can be like going up the law of the stranger. They had to assimilate. What did the circumcision, what did that show? That they were going to assimilate into our customs and leave their custom. They were going to be as one born in the land. So that they were willing to go to that extent to be with this woman, the whole nation? I mean, were they, you know what it was showing you also? Were those people in this instance that bad of people? Were they just like some terrible, just garbage people? The whole damn land went and got circumcised after the custom of someone else, so this man can get married.
Yeah.
I mean, wow.
Unity.
They had unity. They had one consent because we want this man to get married. But y'all see what's going on here, right? Right. The story with Amnon and Terah, that was. We said is Amnon and who? No, Amnon and what was his sister's name? Tamar. I keep saying Terah. Tamar.
Yeah.
It's totally different. That dude lured her in. He was in love with her lustfully. He lured her in, laid with her, and then kicked her to the curb. And got put to death for it by his brother. Huh? No, the wrought folly. Wrought folly is rape. The word rape wasn't used back then. She couldn't go back because she was in the land of another people. The law of rape was instituted, yet she couldn't yell out. The law of rape was instituted. You know why? Because the law of marriage was instituted.
Yep.
So we knew what was rape and what was marriage. Unless you're saying that we had no morality about us and we went around and just start taking women against their will. Is that what you were saying? Now, the wrought folly. Let's go back to that.
And if I could say also, wrought folly don't just mean rape. Like, wrought folly is just, bro, you done foolishness, or you done. I'm sorry. Like Nabal, right? Wrought folly wasn't just rape. Like you got in Deuteronomy 22:21.
Hold on real quick.
Go ahead.
Verse 7. Read that. 34:7. Read that.
And the sons of Jacob came out of the field when they heard it.
Go ahead.
And the men were grieved, and they were very wroth.
Right.
Because he had wrought folly in Israel.
Go ahead.
In line with Jacob's daughter.
And doing what?
In line with Jacob's daughter.
Go ahead.
Which thing ought not to be done.
So what was not to be done? That this woman was not supposed to be laid with by any man, or she wasn't supposed to be laid with by a Canaanite? Right. That was the folly. Let's stop it with the games. All right. Let's stop. The book of Jasher, that's not doctrine. That's why we don't follow the book of Jasher. It's confusion.
Which the heathens knew too.
The heathens even knew it.
That's why they consented to go get
circumcised. As you read down.
Yeah.
And they said unto them, we cannot do this thing to give our sister to one that is uncircumcised, for that were a reproach unto us. But in this we consent unto you, if you will be as we be, that every male of you be circumcised. Then will we give our daughters unto you, and we will take your daughters. So that means that they were going to go rape every daughter of the sons of Israel. We're going to go out raping because it said take. You got to understand. Stop looking at these American words and and then these other outside sources to mold your mind into a certain thought process. And let's read the story for what it is and what's actually happening. It said they was going to take their daughters. Does that mean that the 12 sons were going to go out and start raping Canaanites? No. Let's say they didn't go kill these men. And they was going to just go out and start raping the Canaanites? Of course not. To take the daughters mean take them to wife. Get into the Hebrew mind. We got to get into the mind of the Bible and put down Jasher, Jubilees, Enoch. Those books, man, a stumbling stone to Israel. I mean, do I got to go through the 50 million scriptures that tell you not to read those books? Isaiah 8 and 20, Isaiah 36,
Isaiah 34,
16. We did that last week, right?
Yeah.
Anyway, let's move on. Let's move on. Let's move back onto the radio. Y'all trying to get the oven hot. Let's see what y'all trying to do. Y'all trying to put coals inside the grill for this smoked jerk chicken to keep cooking.
Fresh timber in there.
Yeah, you trying to put wood in my fire.
So we left off at Genesis chapter 11, verse 10.
What's the story with Amnon?
Genesis chapter 11, verse 10.
13 and 12.
Right.
These are the generations of Shem. Shem was 100 years old and begat Arphaxad 2 years after the flood. And Shem lived after he begat Arphaxad 500 years and begat sons and daughters. And Arphaxad lived 35 years and begat Salah. And Arphaxad lived after he begat Salah 403 years and begat sons and daughters.
Sir,
What's that?
was Shem? Was he around when Nimrod was around? Was this happening whenever he was around?
Oh wait, let me go back. I was looking at something else. Where we at?
Genesis chapter 11, verse 10 through 15. That's what we just
Genesis chapter
right.
11, right? Let's see.
See, because it goes back to Shem, and we already read about Nimrod.
Genesis 11. These are the generation of Shem. Are facts that, because you know what it's going to give you?
Mm-hmm.
It's going to give you now the extended version of Shem's lineage into Abraham.
Okay.
That's what this is going to do. When you read verse 29, and Ophir and Havilah, no, where's it at? There's a cutoff. So Eber and Peleg.
Right.
Peleg, 30 years, Reu. But see, Peleg, in his days, there was. So what it did, when you read in verse 11, it goes into Eber, it goes into Peleg,
Right.
then it goes into Joktan. Who was Joktan?
Joktan was
Peleg's brother.
gone.
And it goes into his lineage of Joktan.
Okay.
But then when you read over here, in 11, it's going into Peleg's lineage. Watch. And in verse 16, and Eber lived 40 and 30 years and beget Peleg. And Eber lived after he beget Peleg 430 years and beget sons and daughters. Peleg lived 30 years and beget Reu. So now it's going into Peleg's actual descendants, his actual sons.
Okay.
In chapter 10, it dealt with Peleg, and then it went into Peleg's brother
Right.
and his sons. So it's showing you where the righteousness got cut off, even in Shem. With Peleg and Joktan, it rolled with Peleg, but Joktan it didn't go with. You see that?
I understand what you're saying.
Right?
But was this around the time when, when Nimrod was, were they around the same exact time, or this is a?
Yeah, this is the same time.
Okay.
This is all the same time. It's just giving you now the lineages. So it's the same time. It's all around the same time. Yeah. Because Ashur, how could Ashur go up? Ashur was the son of, we read it earlier, right?
Right.
Ashur was the son of Shem.
Verse 22.
The children of Shem. Elam, Ashur, Arphaxad, Lud, and Aram. Right. So it was all around the same time. Shem was around, because it's going to tell us how long Shem lived. Shem lived after he begat Arphaxad 500 years.
Right.
So he was definitely around at the Tower of Babel.
Wow.
But were they out there building it? Nah. Some of them were. Ashur was. It said it. He went out there to the Tower of Babel when you read in Genesis 10 and verse 10 and 10. And the beginning of his kingdom was Babel, and Erech, and Achad, and Kelna, and the land of Shinar. Out of that land went forth Ashur and builded Nineveh.
Right.
So the Ashur was around. He left out of that land and went and built Nineveh. And the city Rehoboth and Calah. You see that? So they were around. They were living hundreds of years still. Yeah, so they were able to see, but where good is, evil is present.
Right.
You had to have that balance. You had to have that balance. So yeah, they were around. Yeah.
Wow.
Why? What's up? Why you at? What's so intriguing about that?
Well, you see all that you're following the Most High, and you're seeing all this stuff coming to pass, and just like we're seeing now, basically, it's constantly, to me, it's like an astonishment to see.
Right.
You know, and you're just you're just tripping out. That's all. You know.
Yeah. Well, think about it. Think about how many generations was around with Adam. Adam lived to about 900. What? 930.
Right.
Think about how many generations were around.
Right.
Basically, lived all the way till Noah's time.
Whoa.
But think about how much wickedness was happening in between Adam and Noah.
That's right. So, because Adam, I don't know this, but I'm thinking that Adam could have died in the flood then.
No, he already died before the flood.
Was it?
I
mean, I got to put all these timelines together.
Yeah, he died before the flood. He died before the flood, but the point is, he lived 900 years. He lived into 10 generations. The point is, he was able to give them his instruction and give them the experience to not perpetuate wickedness. But the whole earth became overran with wickedness. They didn't want to hold to the righteousness.
Right.
You see that? Think about it. Imagine, I'm going to let you come in. You got grandkids?
Nah.
No, right? Now, I got a grandkid, right? I got a grandkid, and I don't know, I feel like I might live until I have like a great-great-great-grandkid. I might see, I feel like it. But you know what's crazy? My grandpa is alive. So you got my grandpa, you got my dad, you got me, you got my son.
4 generations.
But then you got my grandkid. That's 5 generations on this earth. My grandpa's only 102. Think about it. Well, I say only because these men were living till 500, 900 and seeing these generations. He's seeing 5, there's 4 generations after him in 100 years.
That's true. That's true.
You see what I'm saying? Which it might not be a lot. That's not really a lot either. I forgot what we calculated a generation as what?
Every 10 years.
It's every 10 years, right? But no, it couldn't be because they weren't having children at 10.
Like 20 years.
It's like more like 20 years.
The scriptural generation was like every 30.
Or 30 years. That's what it was. The scriptural definition of a generation was like 30 years. So think about that. My dad didn't have me until he was 30. Now it's like 10 years. Yeah. 20 years. Now it's like as soon as you can impregnate.
It's about 30 to 40 years.
It's about 30 to 40 years is a generation that a generation is going to live and wipe out, especially in these times. But imagine having 5 generations on this earth. 5 generations. He ain't going to live to see 6. He ain't going to live to see 6 generations, but you have people that they have babies early and they do it. There's somebody that got 6 generations walking around on this earth.
Yeah, that's true.
But imagine the wisdom that trickles down, or the folly that trickles down.
That's
Either or.
That's true.
To have 6 generations walking around, you literally got to be having kids at 15, each one of you. You got to literally be having kids at 15 to have 6 generations walking. Now, mind you, my grandpa's 100. He didn't have my dad until he was 30. My dad didn't have me until he was 30. But I had my first kid at 21. My kid had a kid at 17. You see what I'm saying? Now, what if her kid has some kid at like 12?
Right.
Just saying, like, and you keep that folly going, yeah, you'll see those generations, but is it a good thing? But are they looking at now, I'm here to be able to say, no, that's not how you got to move. That's not this, that's not that. Or are they going according to what the world is saying and following the world? You see what I'm saying? So I got 2 generations under my belt. It's wild, right? You got 2 generations under your belt.
Grandpa fucks us up, huh?
Con. Grandpa, priest.
Abuelo.
Huh?
Abuelo.
Abuela. Abuelo, grandma. Abuelito, right? That's what I'm saying. But I don't even think about it. But it is what it is. So it's not a hard concept to understand that. Yeah, they was living and seeing their generations, man. What's that?
So in Matthew chapter 1, verse 17, it goes on to say, so all the generations from Abraham to David are 14 generations. And from David unto the carry away into Babylon are 14 generations. And from carrying from Babylon and Christ are 14 generations. So that's 14, that's 42.
We did this one time.
42.
Yeah, we did this one time.
But that's not consisting of the generations from Noah to Adam. It doesn't say on this part. Right. But even at that, 930 years, right, of Adam's life. It's 2,000 years plus since Yahushua walked the earth, right? But 930 years of this time, you had 100 million slaves being killed. You had 100 million natives being slaughtered.
That's true.
So just millions and millions of people in 930 years, just in our most recent, that's a lot of people, bro.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of generations as well.
Yeah.
Yep. Yes, sir.
I left off at Genesis chapter 11, verse 12. And Arphaxad lived 35 years and begat Salah. And Arphaxad lived after he begat Salah 403 years and begat sons and daughters. And Salah lived 30 years and begat Eber. Verse 15. And Salah lived after he begat Eber 403 years and begat sons and daughters. And Eber lived 34 years and begat Peleg. And Eber lived after he begat Peleg 430 years and begat sons and daughters. And Peleg lived 30 years and begat Reu. And Peleg lived after he begat Reu 209 years and begat sons and daughters.
You know what I got at the house? I got this beautiful map of the genealogy. All the way from Adam, all the way to the 12 sons. A lot of them were overlapping in time. A lot of us overlapped.
Take a picture and send it to me.
I will. I will. Yeah, I'll send it to y'all. Yeah, it's a beautiful, there's just one inconsistency I found with it. It was Abraham and Sarah. They got that part wrong. Yeah, they couldn't tell you where she came from.
Wow.
But we go through the scriptures, we know where she came from.
That's right. Verse 20. And Reu lived 32 years and begat Serug. And Reu lived after he begat Serug 207 years and begat sons and daughters. And Serug lived 30 years and begat Nahor. And Serug lived after he begat Nahor 200 years and begat sons and daughters. And Nahor lived 29 years.
Now, I gotta say one thing. Let me just go back real quick because I have to. And this right here, back to the Diana thing real quick, and the Tamar. When you go into the definition, when it said took, he took her. When you look up that word took, what's that again? L'chwa? What is that? L'chwa. L'chwa.
Yeah.
Right? Took. To take, to get, to fetch, to lay hold of, to seize, receive, acquire, to buy, to bring, to marry. Take a wife. Take away. Right?
So marry away?
He took her. He married her.
He married her, yeah.
The green book on my left has the timeline. Oh, there it is. Yeah, I'm going to hit that. Okay, that's that. I know what book that is. He got one with the timeline. It's right here, actually. We can look at that in a second. When you go into 2 Samuel, what was it? 2 Samuel. Just gotta clear this up. 13. Just clear it up for him, man. You just go into the Hebrew. Forget about the Jasher. 2 Samuel's chapter 13 and verse
12.
14.
Yeah.
Where it said he forced her, howbeit he would not hearken unto her voice, but being stronger than she, forced her and lay with her. Well, we know his strength was that he held her down and lay with her, right? Forced, right? Which is aina, to be afflicted, to humble oneself, to bow down, to be humbled, to weaken. Let's see here. To depress, literally. To let's see here. To abase, to afflict.
It says to defile.
To deal hardly with, to defile. Exercise force. To hurt, to ravish. To weaken in any wise. So, was Diana raped or was she married? By definition, she was married. The book of Jasher, that's why you got to put it down. That right there, you know it's about to get cold? That'd be some good kindle. You got a fireplace, throw that boy up in there. Get them hands nice and toasty.
And the Quran.
You get the Quran, Book of Enoch, Jasher, Jubilees, Adam and Eve, Book of the Dead. I said Enoch. We could say Enoch twice. Which version of Enoch you want?
All of them.
All of them. All 8 versions, right?
Con.
Put them right in the fire because it's crispy out. Light that boy up. Oh, man. Get them hands warm. Or get you a light to be able to read the book.
And you want to know why? You want to know why all of them deserve to be burned? I'll tell y'all why all of them deserve to be burned.
Man.
Because you see what it does to our people, man. They stumble over basic. And I'm not calling you out by any means. I'm really not. I'm just saying, just in general, whenever you deal with somebody that deals with those books, they stumble over simple things. When it's like, why is that even something that you're stumbling over? Well, it's something that you're stumbling over because it wasn't meant for you. It's not doctrine.
This boy is too long.
Yeah, it's not doctrine. It's not. And usually you stumble over things that don't even matter. You know what I mean? And that becomes a big hiccup where it's like there's more serious things to worry about, to deal with, but you'll look at something like that and you won't be able to get past it. You know what I'm saying? And then that becomes a bigger issue to you than what you should actually be worried about. So, and that's how you know. That's why the scripture says that abstain from those things because they gender strife.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And that's what it do. They just gender strife, man. They go against the scriptures. And so you read what you read in those books, but then the scriptures saying what the scriptures say, and then it's like, but I got this in me from these books. So it's like I can't mesh the two. You see what I'm saying? So yeah, man, all they do is gender strife. They're not for edification. They don't edify.
Oh.
God.
You know,
what you got? Y'all want to go in, huh?
Ecclesiastes chapter 12, verse 20.
We ain't doing that today.
We ain't doing that?
Nah, but we can read that. We can read what you got.
Con.
What you got?
Ecclesiastes chapter 12, verse 12.
Read it.
Hold up.
You know what?
Give me a second.
Here we go. Shem, Ham, and Japheth.
And further, by these, my son, build monies of making many books.
Read.
There is no end.
Yep.
And much study is a weary of the flesh.
Yep. Now, the scripture also says, the scripture also says, why is it that all of you got a proverb, a psalms, a doctrine? There's always going to be some doctrine out there to implant and take you away from what you're supposed to be looking at.
Yep.
The book of Jubilee is not canon. Okay? Because and how do we know? It goes against what the Bible is saying. I mean, that's irrefutable. The book, I'm actually reading the book of Jasher and finding all the anomalies and inconsistencies with the Bible.
Because it's not just that.
It's not just one thing. I'm doing it with the book of Enoch also. So when I drop these classes, I hope y'all put these books down. I mean, Tahawam already ripped the book of Enoch 8 different ways without even opening a page.
God.
He went to the first little, what you called it? Not the index.
But
what is it? The little first page when you open it and it tells you about
the author.
The author and this and
preface.
The
preface.
The prefix. Yeah, he went up in there and was like, that's why the introduction, it ripped the whole book apart. Because the book told on itself. It told on itself, man. Now the Bible does say, I'll say this to the Bible does say that there's a book of Jasher. It does say that.
Mm-hmm.
But that book of Jasher don't line up with what the scriptures say. It don't.
So that's how we know that it's not that.
That's how we know it's not the book of Jasher.
That the Bible speaks.
Anyone could write a book of Jasher because it says it in the scriptures, right? Anyone could write a book of Enoch. Never said Enoch had a book. It said Enoch prophesied. Just because you taught don't mean you had to have a book written. There was many prophets that didn't have books written. And there was some that had only a page written. Only one letter. Paragraph. Like, come on, man. We gotta stop being so naive to all the information that's out there thinking that it's all beneficial. And David said it.
Yeah.
Your tables are full of vomit. Book of Jasher is regurgitated nonsense that don't line up with the Bible.
Come. And also too, you know, the scripture talks about the simplicity in Christ and that the Most High is not the author of confusion. So when you read the scriptures, listen, if Dinah got raped, it would have said that she got raped.
Yep.
It wouldn't have made it where you're like guessing.
Nope.
Where you're like, oh my God, did she or did she not?
Nope.
It would have just said she got raped because that's something significant.
Yep.
It's the same thing with Tamar. It said that Tamar was forced. Why? Because that's actually what happened. That's how you document something the correct way. Like, whatever was what was being documented of Dinah, if she was raped and this is what's being documented, why would you not put that she was raped?
The Most High is not the author of confusion, man.
Exactly. But that's this Tamar. Think about it. Dinah was only really mentioned right there. So if Dinah was mentioned right there and something significant happened, why wouldn't you just put she was forced or she was raped?
Well, they put the significance, but it wasn't that she was raped.
Exactly. If that was what happened. Mm-hmm. Tamar was really mentioned right here, along with Amnon. So what was the significance between what happened with these two? Well, the rape. So that's what was put. So that it's the same thing. And I don't mean to throw it off, but think about when the Queen of Sheba came to Solomon. That's the only time that it documented the Queen of Sheba coming to Solomon. So guess what? If they laid together, the scripture would have said they laid together.
Especially if Solomon had a son, that would have been a son of Israel. The Most High would have made sure to put that in the Bible.
But then the scripture tells you that Solomon had one son. One son.
Yeah.
Which was Rehoboam.
Yep.
So it would have put that he had two.
Yep.
That's going into that angle, right? But you got to remember, man, when you read the scriptures, it's simple. It's very simple. And again, all these other books, they gender strife, and they're not for your edification. And then they make what's simple become difficult. So now it's easy for you to tie your shoe. The Bible teaches you how to tie your shoe. But now it's like, nah, but see, you got to do all this and do all that. And yeah. Keep it simple. Stick with the scriptures.
Yeah. So what's that?
So, I came to the truth like around 21, 22. And when I first came into the truth, fresh out of gangbanging and just doing all these things, high school and being a fool and everything like that. So the Hebrews that were all over YouTube was white, all white camps and everything like that. That was pushing heavy Jasher. So I was eating it up. There was pushing heavy Enoch, so I was eating it up. There was pushing heavy round and flat, and I was eating it up.
Nimrod went
And
into the leg.
it caused so much confusion about like the Shabbat. Like there was one day I had my 2 children. I didn't want to make them food, or I didn't want to go buy them nothing to eat. And then the little kids were like 2 and 3, like, "Oh, I'm hungry." Right? there was no teaching on growing of the spirit to where I just kept going into just hitting walls. It's like, oh no, the Enoch says this and Joshua said that and the Shabbat is this and so on and so forth. To where now I'm 31 years old. It's like, wow, I gotta play catch up, right? But I like the scripture that he brought out earlier with that 2 Timothy chapters 3 verse 7, which says, "Ever learning and never able to come to the knowledge of the truth." It's like I'm learning all these things. I was taught all these things to where like I just got a tattoo on my face.
Yeah. Is that the word folly?
What?
Well, got you, bro. Yeah, I understand that scripture too, but he was talking.
Yeah.
Take and brought folly. Well, I already crushed take and force. That's what it was about. Take and force. One was rape, one was marriage. Can't get around it. Sorry. I mean, we've been through this. We've been through this so many times. It just shows you that those books are not what you want to lean on. Seek ye out of the book of the Lord and read. None shall want her mate. None of these shall fail. The prophecies, the history is not going to fail. None shall want her mate. Now, they were asking about a little bit of a timeline. Just to give y'all a little just a little bit of what was going on. So you had Japhet, who lived up until the time of Peleg. On Ham's side, or Japhet's line, according to this, and this may not be 100% accurate either. See, that's why it's hard to deal with these books, because they're not 100% accurate. But Nimrod went into the time of Peleg also, because you were asking about that, right? Who asked about that? It was you? Yeah, you asked about that. So Nimrod was up until the time of Peleg. You see that? So Nimrod was around the same, so all this stuff was happening around the same time. Peleg was born, Tower of Babel. So all it was doing was jumping back, whereas into the lineage to give you, like Shem. Shem had his line. He had Arphaxad, Salah, he had Eber, Peleg, right? And it goes all the way through. The Bible breaks it down more to showing like Peleg's brother, Joktan, and his lineage, that got cut off. Like even this, Ham, and it goes into Mizraim. And it says he settles in Egypt. It just leaves it there. It don't go nowhere else. But we know the Egyptians, or Mizraim, they were all the way into the time when we got there with Jacob, right? It don't continue on this timeline.
Right.
You see that? So, I have to go in. So, yeah, it's hard to get caught up in these timelines, these endless genealogies, and you got to look for the inconsistencies. This is not always 100% accurate. But they were living, listen, I'm trying to show y'all this. I want someone, it's a lot of pages, please be careful with it.
It opens up.
Yeah. So we're going to do it like this real quick. Oh, shit, I'm telling y'all to be careful, huh? Hold it. Block her out. Back up a little bit. Just to give y'all an idea. Just to give you an idea. So, obviously you had Adam. Adam here. Look, Adam is going all the way to Lamech. All the way to Lamech, right? You have Lamech. So he lived 930 years. Noah is here. Adam died here. So there was a little gap between Noah and Adam. Right? Not that much of a gap, but there was a little bit of a gap. Methuselah was with Adam. He was with Noah. Check this out. Methuselah lived he was the longest living man, right? 969 years. Methuselah went from Adam all the way to Shem, Ham, and Japheth. You see that? Remember, this is pre-flood.
Fine.
So Methuselah down here went all the way. Shem, Ham, Japheth. He went all the way. He's seen them. So you talking about 1, 2, 3, about 3 or 4 generations, but it was a long time. 969 years, man, between his birth and Shem and Japheth.
So he died right before the flood.
Died right before the flood, yeah. He died right before the flood. So, I mean, you get an idea. If you look at these top, no, spread it out some more. You look at these long lines, if y'all can see it on the camera. You look at these long lines, it's people's lives. Methuselah, 969. Adam, 930. Noah, 950 years, man. Noah lived 950 years. He lived all the way from pre-flood, all the way through the flood, all the way after the flood. You see that? So there was a lot going on. Don't mind the Edomite images. We apologize for that. You know how Esau likes to do it. Right? And again, not all of this is accurate in here. But for the most part, the timelines are on point. And they go according to what the scriptures say. And you can see who lived where, who lived with who was around who. But think about it. Look at Seth's line. Enos, Canaan. Right? Who else you got from Enos? They got cut off. Canaan got cut off. Seth, he died off. I mean, you see it, right?
Yeah, he died right before Noah.
He died right before Noah. Yeah, so Lamech. What is that right there? Adam, Seth, Enos, Canaan. What is that? Mathaliel?
Yeah.
Jared, Enoch, Methuselah, Lamech, Noah, Shem, Arphaxad, Salah, Eber, Peleg, Reu. You know what it's giving you down here? This is the righteous line. It's giving you the actual righteous line of where the righteousness came. It's giving you the line of man, but this is the light. Watch, because you have Salah, you got Eber, Peleg. Oh, Salah.
Yeah, that's.
Fold 2 pages. That way we don't rip it. I don't want to rip his book. He's had this book for a while. Right? So you got Noah, Shem, Arphaxad, Salah, Eber, Peleg, Reu, which we're about to read about, Serug, Nahor, Terah, which is Abraham's father. I'm going to open one page, you close one page. There we go. And then boom. Terah, Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, Judah, Perez, Esrom, Aram. It goes all the way in. It goes all the way. There we go. Close. Watch. It's going to go all the way. Watch. Solomon, Boaz, Obed, Jesse, David, Solomon, Rehoboam. You see that? Wow. It goes all the way. Uzziah. It shows you all the righteous. Jesse. All the righteous line. Solomon, Nathan. Right? I believe that, right, that was in the line. But it goes all the way through, man. In this book, it keeps doing it. It keeps doing it all the way. Zerubbabel. Right? Eliud. Man, I got to look at this. I haven't really sat down and looked at this. And then I think, oh, here it is. Yeah. Eleazar, Mathan, Jacob, Joseph, Yahushai.
Wow.
Right, it goes all the way through to Yahushai. You see that? So there was a righteous line. There was a righteous line that it started back in Genesis. So, I mean, when y'all get a chance, y'all can check this out. It's up here for y'all to look at. It's been up here. Adam's chronological chart or map of history. So even the white man, I don't know, bro. Tahawan went to a bookstore. I think Tahawan went into like the Christian bookstore, and it was going out of business. He probably got this for like a few bucks.
Yeah, it's selling on Amazon right now.
How much?
41.
He definitely didn't pay 41. He went into a bookstore that was closing and got it for a deal. He'll probably tell me right now how much he got it for, but he got it for cheap. Yeah, so let's jump back, man. Let's finish this up. Whoa, okay.
I left off at
the book of Joshua and Jubilee does not go against the Bible. Anyway. No, you ain't gotta do nothing. You're fine. You're fine. You know, that's why the scriptures say, he that have an ear, let him hear. We broke down the definition of rape and forced and took. We broke that down. If you don't want to accept it, then you don't want to accept it. If you don't want to accept, if you want to accept what the book of Jubilees says over what the scriptures say, that's fine. I can't. Remember, we can't force nobody into a way of thinking. We can only give the information, and then the Most High will, if the Most High pre-adventure, then they'll be able to get it. One man plant, one man water, the Most High get the increase. That's all we can do is teach. We can't make anybody accept what we teach. All right? And, you know, she ain't being disrespectful or anything like that. Or he or she, I'm not sure who it is. But let's move on.
I left off at Genesis chapter 11 and verse 24. Genesis chapter 11 verse 24. And the whore lived 29 years.
Oh, Dawam said you paid 35. Okay, that's still not bad. Yeah, that's still a good deal. For all the info that's in there, that's still a good deal. $35.
What's the name of the book again? Sorry.
The Adam's synchronological chart or map of history. Synchronological chart or map of history.
That price gonna go up now.
Right.
Right.
Start buying it.
Yeah.
2 orders, and y'all about to make that price go to $250. That's what they did with the Babylon Timbuktu. It was like $4, man. 5, 6 years ago, it was $8, and then all of a sudden it went up to like, I see one for $250. I'm like, because people start getting into the knowledge and buying it, they were like, whoa, we got charged for this. Yeah, price start going up. Anyway, go ahead.
Verse 25.
Right?
And the whore lived after he begat Terah 119 years, and begat sons and daughters.
Right?
And Terah lived 70 years.
Right. Terah lived 70 years. Go ahead.
And Terah lived 70 years and begat Abram.
Right.
Nahor and Haran.
Right.
Verse 27. Now these are the generations of Terah.
Wait, so when it says these are the generations of Terah, this is very key. It's telling you all the people that come out of his loinage. That's what, so everyone named after this to a certain point came from Terah's loins. Or else how would he have generations? They came from him, his lineage, right? That's how you determine lineage, through the man's loins.
Right.
They came from his line. This is how you understand who Sarah was. That she came from Terah. In some way, shape, or form, she was kin to Terah. That means she was kin to Abraham, but it wasn't what we thought, like sister. Remember, Abraham called Lot his brother. That was his nephew. It was just a way of talking. Hey, that's my sister. That's my brother. Because one thing that stood out was that we were a nation of people. Go ahead. Same thing we talked today. That's my kinfolk. That's my cousin. Ain't really your cousin. That's my, like, play cousin or real cousin. Or that's my brother. That's your real brother? Or what's up, cuz? Yeah. Or what's up, bro? Everything. Hey, what's up, bro? What's up, fam? What's up, fam? Fam is abbreviation for family. But we ain't all family like that. But fam is like the notion that we're all brothers and sisters. What up, fam? What up, fam? Go ahead, read, fam.
Verse 27. Now these are the generations of Terah.
Right.
Terah begat Abram, Nahor, and Haran.
Right.
And Haran begat Lot.
Read.
And Haran died before his father Terah in the land of his nativity in Ur of the Chaldees. And Abram and Nahor took them wives. The name of Abraham's wife was Sarai, and the name of Nahor's wife, Milcah. The
Now,
daughter of
all Nahor did was marry Haran's daughter. All Nahor did was marry his niece. So you got to ask yourself this: why would Abraham do something different? He wouldn't. He did what was in the law to do. He did what Shem, Ham, and Japheth did. They didn't marry sisters; they took nieces and nieces and cousins. Go ahead.
the daughter of Haran, the father of Milcah, and the father of Iscah.
Right.
Verse 30.
Right. Go ahead.
But Sarai was barren; she had no child.
It's Sarah. It's Sarai. Sarai.
That's that salsa.
Yeah, you putting that extra R on it.
Verse 31.
He said that's salsa. Go ahead.
And Terah took Abraham his son, and Lot the son of Haran his son's son, and Sarai his daughter-in-law, his son Abram's wife. And they went forth with them from Ur of the Chaldees to go into the land of Canaan. And they came unto Haran and dwelt there. And the days of Terah were 205 years. And Terah died in Haran. From there, we're going to go to the book of Isaiah.
I'm going to say this. We're not going to argue over the validity of the book of Enoch. I think what you're missing, the book of Jasher. I think what you're missing, and we'll lay it to bed here. I think what you're missing is that if one little part goes against the Bible, it's no longer a book that you could say is doctrine. You got to take it for what it is, and it's a reference. It will tell you some truths. I'll give you a perfect example. The Zonder Van Pictorial Bible Dictionary, we use that, right? It tells you who Shem, Ham, and Japheth came from. It tells you that the Negroes are not part of Ham, right?
Yeah.
But it also comes back in the same breath and tells you that Japheth is Esau. Biblically, we know that's not the case. So there's going to be some truths and some not truths in these books. That's the stumbling block. And that's where the confusion comes in of what do I follow? Where in the scriptures, it's all truth. I don't have to decipher like what part of the Bible do I follow or what part of the Bible is true. I think that's where the misunderstanding is with the ones that lean on these books. There are inconsistencies with the Bible concerning these books. They don't line all the way up. There's some things they line up with, but then there's some things that contradict the Bible. That's all we're saying. Again, if you want to read the book of Jasher, I'm not going to pop into your living room and stop you. I'm definitely not going to do that. I'm just going to show you the inconsistency of what the Bible says. We went to the definition of 2 different scriptures that was debated on. We looked up 2 different words in 2 different chapters and saw that the took and the forced, when it said he took her, that meant that he married her. That's what it says by definition. We don't need the book of Jasher to prove that. And when he forced her, that was the rape or the abuse. Again, if you want to read book of Jasher, that's fine. And obviously, if you don't agree with what we're doing or teaching, look at it like this. When you found out that they were teaching things in church that you didn't like, what did you stop doing? You logged off from church, right? So all you got to do is log off from us. It's that simple. Yeah. All you got to do is log off, right? All you got to do is go to create your own channel and teach book of Jasher. Or go to somebody that's teaching the book of Jasher. There's a camp or a school out there that's doing that. It's not, I'm not here to argue the validity of the book of Jasher. Like, you're not going to sway me, obviously, and I'm not going to sway you. So it's a stalemate, right? So when you found out that church didn't agree with your spirit, what did you do? You didn't show up. When you seen that Islam wasn't for you, what'd you do? Or Kemet, what'd you do? You unsubscribed. to church. You unsubscribe to Islam. You unsubscribe to the things that you didn't agree with. So what you do is slide your phone down, go to our page and hit the unsubscribe button, man. I don't want to argue. Scriptures, Isaiah 58:13.
Especially on the Sabbath.
Isaiah 58:13. The scriptures say, on the Sabbath, we do not our own pleasure. If it's your pleasure to argue right now about the book of Jasher, that's going against the Sabbath. Our job is to teach, to bring out this reading,
That's right.
and to keep it moving forward. We've been here long enough already. It's 5. What read are we on? Everybody's going to be mad at me. We got 3 more readers, man. And the book of Jasher ain't part of it. So, all you got to do, man, listen, there's a bell and something that says subscribe. If you hit it, it'll say unsubscribe. Just like how you did church. Just like how you did Islam.
And if I could say one thing, because she said, she or he said maybe the book of Jasher is for the meek and humbled. Well, I know that the Bible's for the meek and humbled, so I'll just stick with that. That's what we'll stick with, the Bible.
Yeah.
So, I mean, like he said, man, just unsubscribe.
Yeah. Because if you keep going back and forth, we're just going to block you. And I'm trying to be diplomatic and nice here, man. I'm trying to be...
It's really not...
I'm trying to keep the peace.
Yeah.
Please, come on. Let's get through this, man.
So we're going to the book of Isaiah, chapter 54.
Oh, did we read all Genesis?
God.
See, man, we missed all the good parts. Where did we end off in Genesis?
32.
Yeah, Genesis.
We're gonna go next week. We're gonna go into chapter 12.
Okay.
Genesis.
Oh yeah. Okay. So we did all. Wait. Oh, there it was. Okay. So we finished 32. We'll start at verse 1. Perfect.
Isaiah chapter 54, verse 1. Sing, O barren, thou that didst not bear, break forth into singing and cry aloud, thou that didst not travail with child. For more are the children of the desolate than the children of the married wife.
Right, and what this was going into was Hagar and Sarah. When you parallel when you look at the parable, and you know, the desolate woman was Sarah, right? And Hagar was the one that brought forth the first child. But then it said that what about Sarah? Do we know she was the mother of many nations, right? She helped Abraham bring forth Israel, Isaac, right? One of the forefathers that in turn brought forth Jacob, which in turn brought forth the 12, which in turn made the earth populated sands of the sea. The barren, it said, was going to have more than that handmaid. Go ahead.
Verse For more are the children of the desolate than the children of the married wife, saith the Lord.
Right.
Enlarge the place of thy tent, and let them stretch forth the curtains of thy habitations. Spare not. Lengthen thy cords. Verse 2. I'm about to finish.
Right. Isaiah 54 is a beautiful chapter. When you read it, it's a very good chapter. Very inspirational. No, what's up? Is that it?
Yeah. I know. And strengthen thy stakes. For thou shalt break forth on the right hand and on the left, and thy seed shall inherit the Gentiles, and make the desolate cities to be inhabited.
Yep. We are going to inherit the Gentiles, and they're going to be what? Slaves. It's funny how it always goes back to slavery at the end of class, like every Sabbath. Like we always talk about. Now brothers is doing like a competition. Who's going to put the hardest bondage on their slave? Bro, we need that. What'd you come up with?
The one she sleeps under the bed.
This is kind of weird though. It's like
I'm the cracker.
He gonna have a slave under the bed so that when he wants to get his feet scratched.
Yeah.
I was like, you ain't gonna let him just live in the closet.
You got somebody else.
Shalom. Please explain why you worship the New Testament when it is against y'all's word in the Old Testament. Specifically, Yah says we can't eat pork, but New Testament, Ray Allen.
Basketball player.
No, Ray Allen. My brother, I know you're probably new to our channel, and maybe your understanding of what the New Testament is saying, but nowhere in the New Testament does it say for you to eat pork if you pray over it. It wasn't saying that. If you keep watching and keep learning, ask your questions, and we'll answer them. But for you to hop on here and say that we worship the New Testament, bro, you don't even know us.
Done.
You don't even know us. So have a little bit of respect. And let's deal like the scriptures say. Let's deal like men. If you got a question, ask the question. But don't just jump on here accusing brothers of worshiping things. What does the Bible say about accusing? Where's your witnesses? Where they at? Don't do that, man. Don't start this with me today. Please. Let's not go do what we did last week. Let's not do that. Every week, it's like people want to come on and try to accuse. The Bible says, hear the matter and then rebuke.
I mean, have we even hit like any New Testament scriptures in?
We haven't even hit the New Testament. You don't even know what the hell we could be. We could be Old Testament Israel up in here. We're not, but we haven't even hit the New Testament. We've been in the whole Testament this whole 8 hours. And you talking about us worshiping the New Testament? That's why Israel got to stop. That's why y'all get blocked. That's why y'all get checked hard, and that's why you get gone into, because y'all moving around like niggas online. Y'all acting just like Jake. Y'all acting like y'all ain't got no Bible. The same way y'all acting online is how they act in the world, man. Just going up and accusing people. Go back to 2 Timothy 3 real quick. Get me where it says false accusers. Read verse 1 and then get me where it says false accusers for Ray Allen.
2 Timothy chapter 3, verse 1.
Read verse 1.
This know also that in the last days perilous times shall come.
Go ahead.
For men shall be lovers of their own selves.
They shall be what?
Lovers of their own selves.
Go ahead.
Covetous.
Go false accusers. Give me that one. Whoever got it, read it. Verse 3, read it.
Verse 3, without natural affection.
Go ahead.
Truce breakers.
Read.
False accusers.
What?
False accusers.
Y'all gotta stop it, man. You know what you're doing? When you hop on and you just start accusing and throwing out false facts, you're showing what type of man and woman you are. You're showing that you ain't got no love for your people. If you are an Israelite, you might not be. You might be an Edomite. But then you're showing that if you are an Israelite, that you're moving in the Edomite mind. You're moving in that last days mentality, dog eat dog. There's no love in you. You have to stop doing this, people. Brothers and sisters, we implore you. Stop hopping online and making yourselves look foolish.
God.
If you have a question, we will answer the questions. We love questions. But if you're going to hop on here and make statements, it's not going to turn out well. You making yourself look like you don't know the Bible, but it shows you don't know the Bible. It shows that you don't have no respect for your people.
God.
It shows you don't even respect the Sabbath, the one day that y'all harp on, the Shabbat, the Shabbat, the Shabbat, but you don't even have respect for the Sabbath, to not argue and to not go off on a tangent in your own mind.
And to not throw out a question knowing that you're just trying to start a debate, knowing that you're just trying to start back and forth. You know what I mean? Can I get one scripture? It's actually right on the same page. You can go to 2 Timothy chapter 2, verse 23.
See, now they about to go in on the...
2 Timothy chapter 2, verse
23. And before you read, I don't have social media, but every time I come across somebody that wants to debate, they throw out the same questions. Or they throw out the same accusations, I should say. They ask the same questions, they ask the same accusations. And then, knowing that it's going to do this. Read 2 Timothy chapter 2, verse 23. Go ahead.
The book of 2 Timothy chapter 2, verse 23. But foolish and unlearned questions avoid.
And again, this is how you make yourself look. You make yourself look foolish because it is a foolish statement or question that you just made. And it's unlearned. Because again, it's just an accusation. You ain't been on here to know what we do or how we do. Read on.
Knowing that they do gender strife.
Knowing what?
That they do gender strife.
So that's all we gonna do. We gonna avoid you because we know what you're on here to do. You're just here to. You just want some strife. You want to be in a debate club. You throw out your questions. You throw out certain things just because you want to start a debate. You're bored. You ain't doing nothing. You ain't doing nothing. You just want to debate. You just want to go back and forth. That's why y'all do this, man. But the scripture says, "But foolish and unlearned questions avoid, knowing that they do gender strife."
Revelation
Like,
22:9.
You're not throwing that out because you actually want edification or you actually care. You're just trying to gender some strife, man. That's what everybody that throws these questions out, that's what they're about. It's just about strife.
Now let's show you. Let us show you who we worship. Revelation 22 and verse 9.
Yep.
Revelation chapter 22 and verse 9.
Read.
Then said he unto me,
Right.
See thou do it not,
Right.
for I am thy fellow servant.
Right, because this is when John fell down before the angel and tried to worship at the angel's feet. The angel said, don't do this. Don't worship at my feet. Don't worship no angels. Don't worship no man. Read. Don't worship no writings. Don't worship a book. Read.
And of thy brethren, the prophets.
Go ahead.
And of them keep the sayings of this book.
Go ahead.
Worship the Most High.
Worship who?
The Most High.
Worship who?
The Most High.
Class?
The Most High.
Class?
The Most High.
That's who we worship. So when you hop on here with these false accusations, you showing yourself that you fit the bill of 2 Timothy 3. You a nigga.
And
sorry, but you are.
And then you got the other scripture that says, a sinful man disquieteth friends.
Yeah.
So you just coming in just trying to, a sinful man disquieteth friends that be at peace.
We were at
It's
peace.
Sabbath, bro. We at peace.
Yeah. But I'm telling y'all, man, y'all trying to throw these logs in the fire. We can do it. We can do it. I got a lot more energy in me. I've been sitting here, what? We've been sitting here for how long?
Going on 7.
Yeah, you got sisters pulling scriptures on y'all. Let's move on, man. Let's move on. If they still roused up in there, we can block them. Oh yeah, see, see, Marcy, in there. Sisters blazing y'all. Y'all gotta stop it, man. Don't come out here doing this, man. Don't do it. Don't make yourself look foolish. We're trying to edify one another and be at peace with one another. Don't come out here with that ignorance that you did in the world.
Okay.
Let's finish it up. Let's get up out of here. Let's get up out of here, man, because the chat is they're about to start burning the chat down.
The scripture says, Ecclesiasticus 28:9, a sinful man disquieteth friends,
right,
and make it debate among them that be at peace. Ooh. Come on, man. We're not trying to debate on the Sabbath. We're at peace, man.
Nope. We're not gonna debate with you, especially when you're not trying to be respectful. That's my whole thing. Be respectful, man. Where's the brotherhood? Where's the sisterhood at? And we know you haven't learned it because that's not what they teach out in the world.
Yep.
They teach you to be wild dogs, brute beast animals. David said it. I was a beast. I was ignorant before thee without the wisdom. We're trying to move in a different way, man. How many more readers? Revelation. Mine? Oh, him? Where were you at? The one you just read?
Ecclesiasticus 28 and
yeah.
9.
28 and 9. Ecclesiasticus.
28 and 9.
See, when that ram's horn starts to get real whack, that's when you know it's time to go. I got energy. Let's go.
Shatak, Shabbat Shah, Yehoda, Ban, Yashala.
Shatak, Shabbat Shah, Yehoda, Ban, Yashala. Men of Israel, Ayman, Hurrah.
Yehoda, Ba, Shem, Yahshai, Brakathum.
Yehoda, Ba, Shem, Yahshai, Brakathum.
Threw me off earlier.
I know.
That's what you're doing now. Ooh, damn. Bakar Gabar.
Every man be swift to hear, slow to speak, slow to wrath.
Dropping fire in the chat.
Yep. I mean, they don't be knowing what type of chat they jumping on when they start going crazy.
Oh, man.
We dealing with people that are learning. So when you hop on here in ignorance, bro, you got to be careful because the sisters in the chat will check you.
God. Not even a shalom. Not even a shalom.
Nah, not even.
Yeah.
And that's why you got to get checked. Where we at?
We are at Isaiah chapter 54 and verse 4.
Now, I know we going long. We thank the water for everybody riding with us. We're gonna try to wrap it up. We're probably not gonna do. Listen, we're probably not gonna do this.
Okay.
Yeah. So that means that. Go ahead, Shadok.
Isaiah chapter 54 and verse 4.
We just gonna redo it. Right.
Fear not, for thou shalt not be ashamed, neither be thou confounded. For thou shalt not be put to shame. For thou shalt forget the shame of thy youth, and shalt not remember the reproach of thy widowhood anymore. For thy Maker is thine husband.
Right.
The Most High of hosts is his name. And thy Redeemer, the Holy One of Yasharallah.
Mm-hmm.
The Most High, the God of the whole earth, shall he be called.
We're supposed to stop at verse 5.
Oh.
Yeah. That's it. Jump over to Luke.
Okay.
Yeah.
Luke chapter 17, verse 20.
We're almost done. We're going to read through this. Go to Luke 17.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, 55 and 5. My bad. You keep going. My bad.
Oh, you starting at 54 and 5?
Yeah.
Keep reading. 55 and 5. Go ahead. Salah. Oh, my God.
54, 6. Isaiah chapter 54 and verse 6. For the Most High hath called thee as a woman forsaken and grieved in spirit, and a wife.
Hold on real quick.
You call him a woman?
Hold on real quick.
Yeah.
Well, first of all, Ray Allen, I didn't say whether man or woman, but you see how you didn't like that you felt like I accused you of something, but you hopped on here and did that to us? I'm not a man, and I specifically had a question. No, you didn't have a question. Because there was no question marks. You made a statement. I'll read it. Please explain why you worship the New Testament when it's against Yah's words in the Old Testament. You don't know what we worship. That's you making a statement.
Yep.
The way you teach is not okay. You have a lot of hate in your heart. How can you define me as an Israelite woman and disrespect me like that? I don't know if you're a man or a woman. How fast you strike me down when I'm trying to learn Yah's word. What type of God's people are you? How fast you came and accused before you even understood what we were about. So no one likes that being done. There's a way to ask a question with respect where it doesn't seem like you just coming to bash and talk against what we're doing.
Yep.
Because what you did was you put out an accusation. You didn't ask a question to us. Now, I'll show you how you could have did it. Shalom, brothers. I have a question. Do you guys worship the New Testament? Oh, sister got a question? Hey, no, let's go here. But you came on here in the spirit of the world. Please explain why you worship the New Testament when it's against Yah's word in the Old Testament. Now, if you're a woman, first of all, where's the meekness and humility in that? And if you're a man, where's the brotherhood in that? I don't know what gender you are. I was going off of the name. Ray Allen, I was going off of that. Where's the humility if you're a woman? If you knew about the Old Testament so strongly, the women had humility towards any man. Now, I'm not your husband. I'm not not saying you got to respect us as a husband, but as men that are teaching, there was supposed to be a respect. If you're a man, there was supposed to be a brotherhood enough to say, hey, what is it that you guys believe in? Do you guys believe in the New Testament? Do you guys believe in the Old Testament? We would have answered the questions as they came.
Yep.
You come with a question. You came disrespectful. But here we go again, pointing out the things that people are doing wrong, and here's the rebuttal. So I'm gonna wait for the rebuttal. I'm gonna wait for the rebuttal.
You, mister.
You, Mr. in the locks, should be ashamed of yourself talking down to me as if you're better than I. Who in the locks? Okay, listen. This is what I'm gonna do. If y'all want to keep going, we'll just pause everybody on the chat and finish the reading. Or we'll delete this person off the chat because there's no point in going back and forth. You came disrespectful. And then you wanna personally call out something personal about me? This is part of my hair wrap. Part of my headband, excuse me. So, if I had locks, so what? I mean, I don't get it. What's wrong with Israel today? What's going on? Are y'all here to learn something or argue with us? Or try to argue? We're not going to argue, man. If you feel disrespected, well, I'm not going to apologize for the way I came because the way I came was just answering the way you came. Right. But at the same time, we're not here to disrespect anybody, and I don't feel we disrespected you. We checked the situation. We didn't beat you down. Yeah. We didn't cast anyone down. Y'all, Israel has to learn how to respect one another. We don't come into your house and just start running through your kitchen and cupboards talking about gimme. We don't do that. We don't hop on here and just start blasting everybody. Why is it that it's okay? Yes, you are learning. So how is it that you're supposed to learn? With humility and with respect. That's how we all supposed to learn. But if you come on here with the disrespect, trust me, I don't even got to say nothing. The people in the chat that know how we roll, they'll check you. Because it's showing you that we're speaking the same mind, the same thing. The disrespect ain't going to be tolerated, man.
Can I read one scripture real quick?
Yep.
You know, the scripture says, Ecclesiastes chapter 5, verse 1.
I love that.
It says, keep thy foot when thou goest into the house of God, and be more ready to hear than to give the sacrifice of fools. Mm-hmm. For they consider not that they do evil. It says, be not rash with thy mouth, and let not thine heart be hasty to utter anything.
My sister, we accept anyone that's willing to learn. But how is it that one learns? Let's deal with it real quick. How do you learn? Well, we got to talk. You got to listen. If you don't understand, then you ask questions.
God.
That's not what happened. So we're not against you trying to learn. Don't do that. Damn all of y'all who don't accept a woman trying to learn. Listen, half the people in here are women. Half the women in here are women. All the women say kind. Okay, so don't make it a man versus woman thing or a me and you thing. Don't do that. Make it you didn't come with respect, and we checked it. That's what it was. Anybody in here can tell you. The whole chat can tell you. Let's move on. If they want to keep going, just block them.
Appreciate it.
See, y'all do it to yourselves, man. Go ahead. What you got?
In the same book, 5, 6.
Read it.
Suffer not thy mouth to cause thy flesh to sin.
And that's what happens with our people, man. You start running at the mouth, start accusing, start throwing things out there. We don't not want you to learn, but how can you learn when you're rebuttaling us?
Like you didn't do that with the teacher in school.
Yeah, you didn't just walk into math class like, why are you teaching that math that way?
Even when you were in church, you didn't do that with your pastor. And that was church with a pastor. You didn't do that with him. So why do that with brothers that's in the truth?
Look at all these sisters online that are learning. See, every time you open your mouth or type something, it's showing that how unlearned you really are, and that yes, you are new. That's true. And you're right. You know what? What does a brand new baby do? They vomit all over the place. They poop everywhere. They make a mess. And what are we supposed to do as parents? Just clean it up. Just clean it up. But that don't mean that we disrespect one another. That don't mean that we allow you because you're a babe and because you don't know no better. You know respect. You know how to respect your parents. You know how to respect your boss. You You know how to respect people that are doing for you. So that's all we ask is if you come on here, have some respect. If you have a question, just ask the question. That's it. Let's Go ahead. Let's read on.
Yep. Isaiah chapter 54, verse 6.
Yep.
For the Lord hath called thee as a woman forsaken, and grieved in spirit, and a wife of youth. When thou was refused, set thy power. For a small moment have I forsaken thee, but with great mercies will I gather thee.
Read.
Verse 8. In a little wrath I hid my face from thee for a moment. But with everlasting kindness will I have mercy on thee, saith the Most High thy Redeemer. For this is as the waters of Noah unto me. For as I have sworn that the waters of Noah should no more go over the earth, so have I sworn that I would not be wroth with thee, nor rebuke thee. For the mountains shall depart, and the hills be removed, but my kindness shall not depart from thee.
Right.
Neither shall the covenant of my peace be removed, saith the Most High, that hath mercy on thee. O thou afflicted, tossed with tempest, and not comforted, behold, I will lay thy stones with fair colors, and lay thy fountains with sapphire. And I will make thy windows of agates, and thy gates of carbuncles, and all thy borders of pleasant stones. And all thy children shall be taught of the Lord, and great shall be the peace of thy children. In righteousness shalt thou be established. Thou shalt be far from oppression. For thou shalt not fear, for thou shalt not fear, and from terror, for it shall not come near thee. Behold, they shall surely gather together, but not by me. Whosoever shall gather together against thee shall fall for thy sake. Behold, I have created the smith that bloweth the coals in the fire, and bringeth forth an instrument for his work. And I have created the waster to destroy. No weapon that is formed against thee shall prosper. And every tongue or chat or every tongue that shall rise up against thee in judgment, thou shalt condemn.
That's the part our people hate. You misjudge speaking that madness, and then we check you, and then it's like, well, see, y'all are mean. I don't like you. I mean, come on, man. I don't even know you, but I know the spirit, and that's what we dealing with. Go ahead.
This is the heritage of the servants of the Most High, and their righteousness is of me.
And obviously, it wasn't a man or woman thing, because I thought you were a man the whole time.
Yeah, Ray Allen.
I thought you were a man, so I wasn't dealing with you like a woman. I was dealing with you as a person that came in disrespect. Y'all have to see, like, we got to stop making things what they're not. Go ahead. Maybe it's because my tone of my voice is too strong or something. Go ahead.
Isaiah chapter 55 and verse 1. Ho, everyone that thirsteth, come ye to the waters. And he that hath no money, come ye, buy and eat. Yea, come, buy wine and milk without money and without price.
Right.
Wherefore do ye spend money for that which is not bread, and your labor for that which satisfieth not? Hearken diligently unto me, and eat ye that which is good, and let your soul delight itself in fatness, Incline your ear and come unto me. Hear, and your soul shall live. I will make an everlasting covenant with you, even sure mercies of David. Behold, I have given him for a witness to the people, a leader and commander to the people. Behold, thou shalt call a nation that thou knowest not, and nations that knew thee shall run unto thee because of the Most High thy power, and for the Holy One of Yasharallah, for he hath glorified thee.
That's it.
Go to Luke, real quick.
Luke 17.
We're gonna go through this. We're just gonna read through it. We're not gonna sit here and talk. We're just gonna go through it. Go ahead.
So we're going to Luke chapter 17 and verse 20.
Israel, I tell you, oh Israel.
All right. Luke chapter 17 and verse 20. Excuse me. And when he was demanded of the Pharisees, when the kingdom of the Most High should come, he answered them and said, the kingdom of the Most High cometh not with observation.
Meaning you can't just stand around and the kingdom is going to disappear to you. You can't just have faith that the kingdom is going to be there. Go ahead.
Neither shall they say, lo, or lo here,
right,
or lo there.
Right.
For behold, the kingdom of the Most High is within you.
Right.
And he said unto the disciples.
So it's just showing all the things we talked about earlier, man, that you got to put in that work to get you right. It ain't just going to be by just sitting around and not doing nothing. You got to put in work to get the kingdom. Go ahead.
Yeah.
And he said unto the disciples, the days will come when ye shall desire to see when ye shall desire to see one of the days of the Son of Man, and ye shall see it not. And they shall say to you, see here, or see there. Go not after them, nor follow them. For as the lightning that lightningeth out of the one part under heaven shineth unto the other part under heaven, so shall also the Son of Man be in his day. But first he must suffer many things, and be rejected of this generation. And as it was in the day of Noah, so shall it also be in the days of the Son of Man. They did eat, they drank, they married wives, they were given in marriage, until the day that Noah entered into the ark, and the flood came and destroyed them all.
All the stuff we read earlier was what was going on at Noah's time. That's what's going on now. All the disobedience, all the rebellion, all the hatred. That's what was going on now and then. Go ahead.
Okay, so now we're going to 1 Esdras chapter 3, verse 1.
Mm-hmm.
Now when Darius reigned, he made a great feast unto all his subjects, and unto all his household, and unto all the princes of Media and Persia, and to all the governors and captains and lieutenants that were under him, from India unto Ethiopia, of 120 and seven providences. Verse 3. And when they had eaten and dranken, and being satisfied, were gone home, then Darius the king went into his bedchamber and slept, and soon after awaked. Then 3 young men that were with the guard that kept the king's body spake one to another, let every one of us speak a sentence that he that shall overcome, and whose sentence shall seem wiser, than the other, unto him shall the king Darius give great gifts, and great things for a token, great things in token of victory. 6. As to be clothed in purple, to drink in gold, and to sleep upon gold, and in a chariot with brides of gold, and a head tire of fine linen, and a chain about his neck. And he shall sit next to Darius because of his wisdom, and shall be called Darius his cousin. 8. And then every one wrote his sentence, sealed it, and laid it under King Darius his pillow, and said that when the king is risen, some will give him the writings, and of those side, whose side the king and the 3 princes of Persia shall judge his sentence.
Is the wisest.
Salaka is the wisest. I feel like my eyes are straining.
The small writing.
To him shall the victory be given, as was appointed. The first wrote, wine is the strongest. The second wrote, the king is strongest. The third wrote, women are strongest.
Oh, that's it.
Right, so this is going into what? Stronger, wine, wisdom, the king, or women? Right. Go ahead. So we're almost done. Bear with us, we're almost finished.
Verse 12. The third wrote, women are strongest, but above all things, truth beareth away the victory. Now when the king was risen up, they took their writings and delivered them unto him. And so he did read them. And sending forth, he called all the princes of Persia and Media, and the governors and the captains and the lieutenants and the chief officers, and sat them down in the royal seat of judgment. And the writings were read before them. And he said, call the young men, and they shall declare their own sentences. So they were called and came in. And he said unto them, declare unto us your mind concerning the writings. Then began the first, who had spoken of the strength of wine. And he said thus, O ye men, how exceeding strong is wine! It causeth all men to err that drink it. It maketh the mind of the king and of the fatherless child to be all one, of the one bondman and of the freeman, of the poor man and of the rich. It turneth also every thought into jollity and mirth, so that a man remembereth neither sorrow nor death. And it maketh every heart rich, so that a man remembereth neither king nor governor. And it maketh to speak all things by talents. And when they are in their cups, they forget their love both to friends and brethren, and a little after draw out swords. But when they are from the wine, they remember not what they have done. O ye men, is not wine the strongest that enforceth to do thus? And when he had so spoken, he held his peace. First Esdras chapter 4, and we're going to read to verse 25. Then the second that had spoken of the strength of the king began to say, O ye men, do not men excel in strength that bear rule over sea and land and all things in them? But yet the king is more mighty, for he is Lord of all these things, and hath dominion over them, and whatsoever he commandeth them they do. If he bid them make war, the one against the other, they do it. If he send them out against the enemies, they go, and break down mountains, walls, and towers. They slay and are slain, and transgress not the king's commandment. If they get the victory, they bring all to the king, as well the spoil as all things else. Likewise for those that are no soldiers, and have not to do with wars, but use husbandry, when they have reaped again that which they had sown, they bring it to the king, and compel one another to pay tribute unto the king. And yet he is but a man. Slakia, and yet he is but one man. If he command to kill, they kill. If he command to spare, they spare. If he command to smite, they smite. If he command to make desolate, they make desolate. If he command to build, they build. If he commands to cut down, they cut down. If he commands to plant, they plant. So all his people and his armies obey him. Furthermore, he lieth down, he eateth and drinketh, and taketh his rest. And these keep watch round about him. Neither may any one depart and do his own business. Neither disobey they him in anything. O ye men, how should not the king be mightiest when in Slakia, verse 12. O ye men, how should not the king be mightiest when in such sort he is obeyed? And he held his tongue. Then the third, who had spoken of women and of truth, this was Zerubbabel, began to speak. O ye men, it is not the king, it is not the great king, nor the multitude of men, neither is it wine that it selleth. Who is it then that ruleth them, or hath the lordship over them? Are they not women? Women have borne kings, and all the people that bear rule by sea and land. Even of them came they, and they nourished them up that planted the vineyards, from whence the wine cometh. These also make garments for men. These bring glory unto men, and without women cannot men be. Yea, and if men have gathered together gold and silver, or any other goodly thing, do they not love a woman which is comely in favor and beauty? And letting all those things go, do they not gape, and even with open mouth fix their eyes fast on her? And have not all men more desire unto her than unto silver or gold, or any goodly thing whatsoever? A man leaveth his own father that brought him up, and his own country, and cleaveth unto his wife. He sticketh not to spend his life with his wife, and remembereth neither father nor mother nor country. By this also ye must know that women have dominion over you. Do ye not labor and toil and give and bring all to the woman? Yea, a man taketh his sword and goeth his way to rob and to steal, to sail upon the sea and upon rivers. He getteth upon a lion and goeth in the darkness, and when he has stolen, spoiled, and robbed, he bringeth it to his love. Wherefore a man loveth his wife better than father or mother.
What verse you at?
That was the end of verse 25. 26 to 63.
Ecclesiasticus 4, 20, first Esdras 4:26. Yea, many there be that have run out of their wits for women, and became servants for their sakes. Many also have perished, have erred and sinned for women. And now, do you not believe me? Is not the king great in his power? Do not all reigns fear not to touch him? Yet did I see him, and Appi, the king's concubine, the daughter of the admirable Barticus, sitting at the right hand of the king, and taking the crown from the king's head, and setting it upon her own head, she also struck the king with her left hand. Wow. And yet for all this, the king gaped and gazed upon her with an open mouth. If she laughed upon him, he laughed also. God. But if she took any displeasure at him, the king was fain to flatter, that she might be reconciled to him again. O ye men, how can it be but women should be strong, seeing they do thus? Then the king and the princes looked one upon another, so he began to speak of the truth. O ye men, are not women strong? Great is the earth, high is the heaven, swift is the sun in his course. For he compasseth the heavens round about, and fetcheth his course again to his own place in one day. Is he not great that maketh these things? Therefore great is the truth, and stronger in all these. All the earth calleth upon the truth, and the heaven blesseth it. All works shake and tremble at it, and with it is no unrighteous thing. Wine is wicked, the king is wicked, women are wicked, all the children of men are wicked, and such are all their wicked works. And there is no truth in them. In their righteousness also shall they perish. As for the truth, it endureth, and is always strong. It liveth and conquereth forevermore. With her there is no accepting of persons or rewards, but she doeth the things that are just, and refraineth from all unjust and wicked things. And all men do well like of her works. Neither in her judgments is any unrighteousness. And she is the strength, kingdom, power, and majesty of all ages. Blessed be the power of truth. And with that he held his peace. And all the people then shouted and said, Great is truth, and the mighty above all things. And said the king unto them, Ask what thou wilt more than is appointed in the writing, and we will give it thee. Because thou art found wist, and thou found wisest. Man, this apocrypha is small.
Yeah.
Thou art found wisest, and thou shalt sit next to me, and thou shalt be called my cousin. And then said he unto the king, Remember thy vow which thou hast vowed, and build Jerusalem in the day when thou camest to the kingdom, and to send away all the vessels that were taken away out of Jerusalem, which Cyrus set apart. And when he vowed to destroy Babylon, and to send them again thither, thou also hast vowed to build up the temple which the Edomites burned when Judea was made desolate by the Chaldeans. And now, O Lord, the king, this is that which I require and which I desire of thee. And this is the pricely liberty proceeding from thyself. Every word looks the same. Wow. Liberality proceeding, right, from thyself. I desire therefore that thou make good the vow, and the performance whereof with thine own mouth thou hast vowed to the king of heaven. Then Darius the king stood up and kissed him and wrote letters out for him unto all the treasurers and lieutenants and captains and governors, that they should safely convey in their own way both him and all those that go up with him to build Jerusalem. He wrote letters also unto the lieutenants that were in Calasarea and Phoenice, and unto them in Libanus, that they should bring cedar wood from Libanus or Lebanon unto Jerusalem, and that they should build the city with him. Moreover, he wrote for all the Jews that went out of his realm up into Jewry, concerning their freedom, that no officer, no ruler, no lieutenant, nor treasurer should forcibly enter into their doors, that all the country which they held should be free without tribute, and that the Edomites should give over the villages of the Jews which they had held. Yea, that there should be yearly given 20 talents to the building of the temple unto the time that it were built, and another 10 talents yearly to maintain the burnt offering upon the altar every day. Remember the burnt offering we talked about? It burned every day. As they had commanded the offer 17. And that all they that went from Babylon to build the city should have free liberty, as well as their posterity, and all the priests that went away. He wrote also concerning the charges and the priests' vestments wherein they ministered, and likewise for the charges of the Levites, to be given them until the day that the house were finished and Jerusalem built it up. He commanded to give to all that kept the city pensions and wages. He sent away also all the vessels from the Babylon, and Cyrus had set up, and all that Cyrus had given in commandment. The same charge he also to be done, and sent unto Jerusalem. Now when this young man was gone forth, he lifted up his face to heaven towards Jerusalem, and praised the King of heaven, and said, From thee cometh victory, from thee cometh wisdom, and thine is the glory. I am thy servant. Blessed art thou who hast given me wisdom. For to thee I give thanks, O power of our fathers. And so he took letters and went out, and came unto Babylon, and told it all his brethren. And they praised the power of their fathers, because he had given them freedom and liberty to go up to Jerusalem to build the temple which is called by his name. And they feasted with instruments of music and gladness 7 days. By Shem Yahushai. Man. Yeah. Let's end it there. Y'all got questions, hold them. Let's end it there, man. Let's get up out of here. Let's set up these prayers. It's 5:30, so I had a doozy. I had a good one. Now I'm faint. I I gotta eat something. I haven't eaten since yesterday. So, I might give a point now. Yerah Shalom, let's rise and face these. We added the Apocrypha because we want to incorporate the Apocrypha. That's what makes the reading a little bit longer. So what we're doing, we're just adding 2 chapters at the end of the reading. So we can get the Apocrypha as part of the reading. That Apocrypha is very important.
Khan. Barakatah Yahweh. Barakatah Yahweh. Barakatah Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahushai.
Bahashem Yahushai.
Bahashem Yahushai.
Yahweh Bahashem Yahushai.
Yahweh Bahashem Yahushai.
Baruch Kushai.
Baruch Kushai.
Shemai.
Shemai.
Lanawa.
Lanawa.
Shalach Ma'aka Allah.
Shalach Ma'aka Allah.
Wa Ha'ala Ayim.
Wa Ha'ala Ayim.
La Shemar Al.
La Shemar Al.
Barak.
Barak.
Rapah.
Rapah.
Magun.
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 Hagun.
Hagun.
Samak.
Samak.
Yashar Allah.
Yashar Allah.
Wa.
Wa.
Aisha.
Aisha.
Chazak.
Chazak.
Ha'ayin.
Ha'ayin.
Yashar Allah.
Yashar Allah.
Also, send unto us
much
wisdom, much knowledge,
knowledge,
much understanding.
understanding.
Yahweh Shai, come quickly.
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 For indeed is our hope.
For indeed is our hope.
Always and forever.
Always and forever.
Amen.
Amen.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Bahashem Yahushai.
Bahashem Yahushai.
Hawa'ah.
Lanawa.
Tawara.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the law.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Bahashem Yahushai.
Bahashem Yahushai.
Hawa'ah. Lanawa. Award. Lara'ah.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the light to see.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Bahashem Yahushai.
Bahashem Yahushai.
Hawa'ah. Lanawa. Korah. La Korah.
Ha'ayin.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the ram's horn to call the people.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Bahashem Yahushai.
Bahashem Yahushai.
Hawa'ah. Lanawa.
Shaman.
Zayat. Lamashat. Yashar Allah.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the olive oil to anoint Israel.
And if anybody wants to get anointed, we'll anoint at the end. This is Psalms chapter 92. It is a good thing.
It is a good thing.
Give thanks unto Yahweh.
Give thanks unto Yahweh.
And sing praise unto thy name.
And sing praise unto thy name.
O Most High.
O Most High.
Show forth thy loving kindness.
Show forth thy loving kindness.
In the morning.
In the morning.
And thy faithfulness every night.
And thy faithfulness every night.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings.
And upon the psaltery.
And upon the psaltery.
Upon the harp with the solemn sound.
Upon the harp with the solemn sound.
But thou, Yahweh, hast made me glad through thy word.
Hast made me glad through thy word.
I will triumph in the works of thy hands.
I will triumph in the works of thy hands.
O Yahweh, how great are thy works.
How great are thy works.
And thy thoughts are very deep.
And thy thoughts are very deep.
A brutish man knoweth not.
A brutish man knoweth not.
Neither doth a fool understand this.
Neither doth a fool understand this.
When the wicked spring as the grass.
When the wicked spring as the grass.
When all the workers of iniquity do flourish.
And all the workers of iniquity do flourish.
It is that day.
It is that day.
Shall be destroyed forever.
Shall be destroyed forever.
But thou, Yahweh, art most high forevermore.
Art most high forevermore.
Below that enemy.
Below thy enemies.
O Yahweh, below that enemy. Shall perish.
Shall perish.
All the workers of iniquity.
All the workers of iniquity.
Shall be scattered.
Shall be scattered.
But my horn.
But my horn.
Shalt thou exalt.
Shalt thou exalt.
Like the horn of a unicorn.
Like the horn of a unicorn.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
Mine eyes shall see.
My eyes shall see.
My desire and mine enemies.
My desire and mine enemies.
And mine ears shall hear.
And my ears shall hear.
My desire of the wicked.
My desire of the wicked.
That rise up against me.
That rise up against me.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
The righteous shall flourish like a palm tree.
He shall grow like the cedar in Lebanon.
He shall grow like the cedar in Lebanon.
Those that be planted in the house of Yahweh.
Those that be planted in the house of Yahweh.
Slack you. Those that be planted in the house of Yahweh Shai.
Those that be planted in the house of Yahweh Shai.
Shall flourish in the courts of Yahweh.
Shall flourish in the courts of Yahweh.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall be fat and flourishing.
They shall be fat and flourishing.
To show that Yahweh is upright.
To show that Yahweh is upright.
He is my rock.
He is my rock.
There is no unrighteousness in him.
And there is no unrighteousness in him.
By Hashem Yahweh Shai.
By Hashem Yahweh Shai.
This is Psalm chapter 133. Shayar.
Shayar.
Amalawad. Madawad. Anah. Matawad. Wamah. Ma'ayam. Shabbat. Akyum. Gum. Yachad. Kashaman, Hatawab, Al, Haraash, Narad, Al-Hazakon, Zakon, Aharan, Shayarad, Al-Payah, Madawathyawa, Katal, Kamram 1, Shayarad, Al, Harayah, Zayawan, Kaya, Shem, Tazawad, Yahweh, Ath, Habaraka, Chayayam, Aid, Aiwalam, Aman.
Psalm chapter 133. Behold, how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. It is like the precious ointment upon the head that ran down upon the beard, even Aaron's beard, that went down to the skirts of his garment, as the dew of Hermon, and as the dew that descended upon the mountains of Zion. For there the Lord commanded the blessing, even life forevermore. By Shem Yahweh Shai.
By Shem Yahweh Shai.
The water. Yah. Aman.
Let's circle it up.
Yahweh Shem Yahweh Shai Brakatah.
Give him time. Sisters, please rise. It's his favorite part of class. Call it.
Shooting out the daughters I am in the fist by Michael. Quran.
Yahweh Shemaratan, Yahweh Shem Yahweh Shai.
Yahweh Shemaratan, Yahweh Shem Yahweh Shai.
Yajimata. Dismiss. Let's say shalom to everybody online.
Shalom.
We'll see y'all back here on Monday. Same back time, same back channel. What?
Oh, that's it.
Judah, 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 Judah. Judah, 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 Judah. The scepter will never leave Judah. The scepter will never leave Judah. The scepter will never leave Judah. I'm Judah. Christ sprang out of Judah.